Zhou Hao didn't answer everyone's questions. Instead, a confident look appeared on their faces, which made Zheng Yingquan and the others think Zhou Hao was ready to donate something, and it must be an extraordinary gift. And Zhou Hao also asked Xia, who was opposite, with a smile. Sir Xiao, as the organizer of this charity auction, you must have prepared unique jewelry. Seeing Zhou Hao's calm look, even Run Xia and Fang Yihua couldn't help but wonder, because the facts were indeed as Zhou Hao thought. They didn't tell Zhou Hao about this charity auction at the beginning, and the purpose was in order to make Zhou Hao and ATV look ugly in public. Run Xia and Fang Yihua looked at each other, and Fang Yihua said, Mr. Zhou, you are overwhelmed. Compared with the treasures donated by other philanthropists, ours is nowhere to be seen. But in order to support charity, we still do our best. What we can. We bought a vase with an enamel and plum pattern inscribed on the Qianlong enamel pattern from a Frenchman in the Qing dynasty 2 years ago. Today, we just borrowed flowers to honor the Buddha and donated it to the charity auction that is waiting. Li Jiajia smiled and praised. Sir Xiao, you are really big-handed. I heard that the Qianlong enamel vase with swallow plum pattern inscribed is the best in the Qing dynasty royal collection of enamel. There are only one pair of two. This one with enamel pattern bottles. No one can never buy more than 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Run Xia laughed and said, it's nothing more than doing good deeds. More and more is better, and less is free. Lu Wanhong seemed to see something, and smiled at Zhou Hao with great interest. Nephew Zhou, Sir Xiao's radio has donated 50 or 60 million, and you ATV should not show weakness. Seeing what Lu Wanhong said, Fang Yihua still smiled, fearing that the world would not be chaotic. I see, Mr. Zhou and the others must have prepared very special treasures, because the auction house has not yet registered with ATV. The expressions of Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei changed immediately. Although Fang Yihua said that the auction house hadn't registered yet, it clearly meant that Zhou Hao and the others did not donate anything. At this moment, they finally understood that Zhou Hao might be calculated. The atmosphere became a little stiff for a while. Liang Niping drank the champagne quietly, with Gujing Bubo still on his face, as if he hadn't noticed the stiffness during the dinner. Lu Wanhong also looked at Xia and Zhou Hao with a slight smile. After inadvertently set a fire, he comfortably watched the fire from the shore. As for Liangjia, he also noticed something wrong. He wanted to ease the atmosphere, but he was not good at dealing with this situation. He didn't know what to say. However, Zhou Hao laughed lightly and said, it is true. Sir Xiao, you have worked hard to hold such a charity auction. How can we support it? Because it takes some time to prepare this thing, so it is still there was no time to register with the auction house. After that, he took out his mobile suit and whispered, take the jade at home to the #1 video studio in the TVB city, and come now. Then he smiled to everyone again. Haha, it's already being delivered. Sir Xiao, there is no time limit for auction registration, right? At the same time, he cast a reassuring look at the two women Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. Now that Zhou Hao has said so, Run Xia is not easy to stalk. He just smiled and said, then we will wait to see your collection of Brother Zhou. At that time, the celebrities who were invited to perform as well as Wireless's own entertainers all bounced happily on the stage, but it was a different scene off the stage. Because these people in the audience are not ordinary people, there are too many singers and artists, so they are lack of interest in the performance on the stage, but are busy socializing with their favorite partners. At this moment, a man who looked like a helper came to this seat and bent over and whispered in Run's ear. I saw Xia with a smile. Hee, Mr. Su, are they here? Seeing everyone in the table showing a look of concern, Run Xia explained. It is Mr. Su Jianming from China Sword Group and his son and daughter-in-law who are here. When I invited him before, he said that something would be delayed and it might be too late. For charity, Mr. Su is willing to run like this. After hearing what he said, the expressions of all the people here changed a little, because the Su family was very famous in Hong Kong. It was much earlier than Li Ka-shing. It was the first family that emerged in Hong Kong, and its ancestors were also well-known families in China. The family moved to Hong Kong. Su Jianming's father, Su Gaizhou, was the world-famous generation of ship kings. Even today, in Hong Kong, where there are many wealthy families, the strength of the Su family is ranked high, and no one can underestimate it. The emerging rich man like Lu Wanhong does not dare to be careless about the Su family. Zhou Hao's expression was also a bit strange, because Su Jiaming's daughter-in-law was He Shuyun, who made Zhou Hao upset. Originally, Zhou Hao wanted to find her in a few days, but he didn't expect to meet here. Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing didn't know about Zhou Hao and He Shuyun. They keenly noticed that Zhou Hao was different, so they quickly asked, "How? What's wrong?" Zhou Hao shook his head and said with a smile, "It's okay, haha. Since Mr. Su is here, those of us who are juniors should be greeted by the courtesy. I also want to ask him about the way of doing business." As the second generation of the family, Li Jiajia also wanted to get in touch with Su Jianming's head so as to gain experience for himself in taking over the Li family in the future. He had been in contact with Su Jianming before, but they were all in the presence of Li Zhaoji. The host of the scene was also talkers, like Li Zhaoji and Su Jianming. He did not have the opportunity to exercise, so he raised his hand in favor of Zhou Hao's words. "Zhou Hao, you are right. We juniors should meet Uncle Su in person." Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing knew that Zhou Hao and Su Jin had a deep feast. Now they heard that Zhou Hao was going to meet Su's family in person. They couldn't help but feel strange, but they did not question or object. They just silently followed Zhou Hao from their seats. Stood up. As the host, Sha and the younger generations like Zhou Hao and Li Jiajia have moved. Naturally, he couldn't remain indifferent, and took the lead with Fang Yihua. As for Lu Wanhong, although he did not dare to provoke the Su family easily, his son Lu Mingwei and Su Jinxing also had friendships, but he relied on starting a family from scratch and looked down on Su Jianming's rich second generation from the bottom of his heart, so he stayed here and refused to lower his posture. Zheng Yingquan and Liang Naiping are high-ranking officials of the government. It would not be appropriate to meet Su Jianming in person. They would lose their identity, so they both sat in place like Lu Wanhong. Su Jianming's figure is not tall, but a little short, but his aura is very strong, and he has his own majesty in the swagger, which makes people afraid to underestimate. He didn't pretend to be like many of the rich and powerful people present. Instead, he appeared to be more casual, but he didn't have the feeling of perfunctory play. In contrast, Su Jinxing is much worse than his father. Although his figure is taller than Su Jianming, his facial features are also considered delicate, and he looks more graceful after wearing gold glasses, but his overall feeling is always small. Eyeballs turn around from time to time, very frivolous. However, when it comes to the level of attention, the two of them combined are not as good as He Shuyun. He Shuyun's face is beautiful. Her eyebrows are swept away and her eyes are like autumn waves. Her Cheong nose is tall, and her lips are like cherries, and she is, as the name suggests, her ice muscles and bones are clear and sweat-free, and she is as beautiful and refined as Shuyun transformed. In addition, she wore a very soft and slim black long dress, which not only brought out her proud figure, but also revealed a mysterious and profound charm. In particular, He Shuyun is a lady of everybody, and her noble temperament is far beyond the competitor of those star-scratching actresses. With this debut, He Shuyun compared Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing, who had attracted everyone's attention, to become the most dazzling star in the field. Zhou Hao saw her from a distance, and found that she was more mature and more charming than before. Every meal in her party swayed and looked forward to her brilliance, more like the sultry breeze that wrinkled the spring water in Zhou Hao's heart. However, He Shuyun gently took Su Jinxing's arm and smiled in front of everyone, just like a sweet couple with Su Jinxing. Although she knew that she had no feelings for Su Jinxing at all, and that such a move was only to maintain a good image in front of the outside world, Zhou Hao still felt very gloomy and uncomfortable, especially when he thought of He Shuyun in Venice and didn't want the two families to avenge Zhou Hao before leaving without saying goodbye. Zhou Hao felt even more aggrieved. However, Zhou Hao didn't let these thoughts show on his face. He still had a calm smile on his face and followed Sha to meet Su Jianming and the others. "Mr. Su, you took the time to support our charity under your busy schedule. It's really rare." When Sha came to Su Jianming, he enthusiastically held his hand and said with a smile on his face, "I told you just now." Lu and the others said that without Mr. Su, our charity party would lose a lot of color. Su Jianming also smiled heartily. Sir Xiao speaks politely, Jin Sheng, but I just came to meet Sir Xiao. Su Jinxing hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully saluted Sir Xiao. Li Jiajia also came over at this time and nodded to Su Jianming politely. Uncle Su, hello. Okay. I heard from Lao Li that you are very capable, and you have shared a lot of burdens for him. In the future, Henderson Land Development Group will rely on you. Su Jianming praised his elders, and then turned his attention to Li Jiajia. Zhou Hao next to him. Mr. Su, hello. Zhou Hao didn't look at He Shuyun anymore, and greeted Su Jianming's gaze at will. He smiled, neither humble nor humble. We meet again. In reality, Zhou Hao and Su Jianming only met once. That was when he and He Shuyun met at the bank for the first time. They happened to be a robber. After the settlement, Su Jianming came to the police station to pick up He Shuyun. That was the only one between Zhou Hao and him. A meeting. But after passing by in a hurry, he didn't feel the famous temperament of Su Jianming so clearly at this time. Mr. Zhou, hello. Unlike the attitude towards Li Jiajia, Su Jianming was obviously more enthusiastic towards Zhou Hao. He even pressed Zhou Hao's shoulders affectionately and said with a big smile, "You were in the police station with Mr. Zhou before. I saw him in a hurry, but I never thought that Mr. Zhou was so young and promising. I was embarrassed this time because of the ability of a man of insight. By the way, you saved us from the robber last time. Yun, I haven't thanked you very much yet." He turned around and glared at Su Jin and snorted very severely. "You can't come to thank Mr. Zhou, but they saved your wife." Su Jinxing's face was blue, but he didn't dare to disobey Su Jianming's will. So he walked forward and stared at Zhou Hao fiercely, before reluctantly saying, "Thank you. It's just a matter of raising a hand. Master Su doesn't need to care." Zhou Hao raised his hand and smiled. Su Jianming scolded Su Jin again. "Are you thanking people like this? There is no sincerity." Then he turned his head and smiled at Zhou Hao. "Mr. Zhou, this animal didn't know good or bad before, and he had some collisions with you. At that time, I was still in Beijing with Mr. Li, Mr. Gua, and they were promoted to the chairman and the prime minister, so I couldn't teach this brute in time. I hope you adults don't remember the villain. Don't be familiar with him." "Mr. Su, you are being polite. I was too impulsive at the time to blame Master Su. I was also worried that Mr. Su would blame me for not knowing the general situation." Zhou Hao smiled flatly, and the people around it were only then. "I know that Zhou Hao and the Su family have had old friends, and have had grievances with Su Jinxing." And Zhou Hao's words seemed to apologize, but in fact it is clearly a scene, but in the eyes of other people, it is very rare for Zhou Hao to cope with a big person like Su Jianming. Su Jianming repeatedly said that he did not dare, and at the same time scolded Su Jin. "You look at Mr. Zhou, and then you look at yourself. Don't you feel ashamed of you? Mr. Zhou, you are 10 years younger than you, but your achievements are you won't be able to keep up in 10 lifetimes. So you are ashamed to give me nothing to do and spend time." His voice is not small, and many guests around him have heard it, but everyone knows that these are just teachings from a father to his son. When it comes to being dull, many of their children are worse than Su Jinsheng, so not many people will take Su Jianming. The scolding of Su Jinsheng was serious, knowing that it was just a scene. But Su Jinsheng, the person involved, didn't think so. Of course he didn't dare to talk back to Su Jianming, but Su Jianming scolded him one by one beast, under the eyes of everyone, which really embarrassed him, but he thought it was Zhou Hao's reason. After letting himself be scolded by Su Jianming, he moved all the resentment and anger to Zhou Hao, gritted his teeth and hated Zhou Hao. What's more, he and Lu Mingwei previously ran into Zhou Hao and He Shuyun in a retreat in the hotel. At that time, he had determined that Zhou Hao put a green hat on himself. The so-called hatred of taking his wife is greater than the hatred of killing his father. The enmity between Hao has reached the point of endless death. Had it not been for fear of Zhou Hao's energy, he would have already wiped out Zhou Hao with Lu Mingwei. At this time, I saw Su Jianming turn to look at He Shuyun, but his eyes were much softer, far from Su Jinxing's. Just listen to him say softly, "Shuyun, thank you Mr. Zhou too. Mr. Zhou is your savior." He Shuyun's beautiful face was a little unnatural, but he immediately suppressed the stormy sea in his heart and smiled at Zhou Hao 2 steps forward. "Mr. Zhou, thank you." Looking at He Shuyun's mature and charming face close at hand, Zhou Hao's heart trembled slightly, but his face didn't show any clues. He still had the usual calm smile. "You are welcome, Mrs. Su." Zhou Hao's Mrs. Su was light and fluttering, but it was undoubtedly thunderbolt and thunder in He Shiyun's ears. She suddenly felt a feeling of heartache and suffocation, as if there was a clear spirit coming out of her eyes, but finally turned into eyes. The loneliness was also quickly hidden by her, without revealing it to everyone. "He must hate me very much," He Shiyun said to herself from the bottom of her heart. Zhou Hao's calm smile, and that Mrs. Su slapped her heart like a sharp knife. "Mr. Su, the auction is about to begin. Let's go over now." Without looking at He Shiyun's twinkling eyes, Zhou Hao and Su Jiaming walked to the main seat over there, and at the same time smiled at him. "Haha, Mr. Su, what kind of authentic products have you prepared for Sir Xiao's charity auction?" Sir Xiao donated a Qianlong enamel and plum pattern vase worth more than 100 million yuan for auction. Looking sadly at the backs of Zhou Hao and Su Jiaming Shaw and the others slowly moving away, He Shiyun's sadness was nowhere to express. But at this moment, Su Jinsheng grabbed the hand of He Shiyun, who was in a daze, and smiled pretentiously. "Shiyun, let's go there too." He dragged He Shiyun, who was not alive, and followed Su Jiaming and the others. He Shiyun sneered in a low voice. "What are you looking at? Look at your adulterer? If there is a kind, you can catch up. Befriend him in this large public. Anyway, others will only think that you are the one who is ashamed. Su Jinsheng is the victim. Go, why not go?" He Shiyun stared at Su Jinsheng angrily, clenching his left hand tightly, and wanted to get rid of him holding his hand, and to maintain the image of himself and his good husband and wife in front of everyone. She had to hold back. "Why? Don't you dare? You know the shame," Su Jinsheng said viciously. "Before, when you got out of the wall with Zhou Hao's bastard, you knew you were ashamed?" Before the change, He Shiyun would definitely argue with Su Jinsheng based on reason, and he must not be allowed to slander his reputation. But now, because she and Zhou Hao did have an adult affair, and she had clearly seen Su Jinsheng's attitude as a villain, and she didn't bother to care about him, so she walked silently, letting Su Jinsheng talk to herself. Only Zhou Hao's figure could not help shaking in his heart. As one of the richest people in Hong Kong, Su Jiaming also sat at Run's seat, while Su Jinsheng and He Shiyun sat at the other deputy seat next door. The singing performance on the stage soon ended, and then the auction that everyone really paid attention to. Fang Yihua was invited to the stage and spoke in front of the camera about the purpose of the charity gala, and then took the opportunity to tell the guests off the stage and the audience in front of the TV that he intends to establish the Shaw Prize. The news really caused a lot of repercussions. Both the VIPs in the venue and the audience in front of the TV were surprised by the big move of wireless. Most people think that the Shaw Prize is very positive and it is national, even a major event in the world. The guests who were close to the main table all spoke a lot of compliments to Run Shaw, making Run very comfortable. Zhou Hao smiled at Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing beside him. This old guy has really big ambitions. He wants to become the Nobel of the East, so that the world will remember him forever. Su Lin's face was a bit solemn, because she understood the meaning of this Shaw Prize for wireless. "I am afraid that wireless's reputation will rise again because of this, which will bring huge pressure to ATV," Liang Xiaobing said. "If he is really Nobel, he will not only reward scholars in the 3 fields of science. Compared with the Nobel Fund, his foundation is still a long way away." "How? Your funds are much stronger than him. Or we also get a Zhou Hao Prize. Don't let them be so proud, okay?" Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm so young, and I'm far inferior to Shaw in terms of fame and status, and I'm not an old man who is dying. Isn't this Zhou Hao award given out as a laughingstock? And now they have announced it. Yes, I think they must have obtained the government's acquiescence. Otherwise, the opinions of the government will not be represented by Quan Uncle and Uncle Pei alone." "What do you mean? Even the central side acquiesced in Xiao Yifu's doing this?" Su Lin's eyes jumped. Zhou Hao nodded. "I'm afraid this is the case. If they want to expand the influence of the Shaw Prize, the support of the central government is absolutely indispensable. Otherwise, the Shaw Prize is just a thing limited to Hong Kong and not for the attention of the Chinese people. That's it. In the previous life, Shaw did not actively communicate with the central authorities. As a result, the Shah Prize could not be recognized as an authoritative award in the country. The domestic people paid much less attention to the Shah Prize. Award is so strong. Now, Zhou Hao heard from Xiang Huaqiang that Shah not only ran through the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government, but also visited the Hong Kong and Macau Affairs Office. It was obvious that they had communicated with the central government and achieved great results. After thinking about it, Zhou Hao knew the joints. He whispered to Su Lin, "In the future, we must compete with wireless. We must be fair and honest, and don't do that shameful little action." "I see. The central side is already paying attention. We are." Su Lin frowned and did not understand Zhou Hao's meaning, so he listened to Zhou Hao's explanation. "Because our ATV has risen too fast and too violently this year, there are already faint signs of overwhelming wireless power. The central government is afraid after ATV defeats the wireless, it will become difficult to control, so it will support the wireless appropriately to contain us. Alas, Mu Xiu Yulin, sometimes it is necessary to retreat properly, advance and retreat, just blindly advance. Also, it might be counterproductive. The central government will suppress us ATV? Don't they know that ATV is your property? Isn't that old man Zhao your godfather?" Although Liang Xiaobing developed in the same complex and dirty world of the entertainment industry, she had a former congressman. "My uncle took care of her and later met Zhou Hao. Both Polaris and Neptune Entertainment took great care of her, lest she would offend the big boss Zhou Hao if she was not served properly. For a long time, apart from being entangled by Fong Bingrun before, Liang Xiaobing, who was closely guarded, had rarely touched the dark side. Therefore, she didn't know anything about the officialdom of the intriguing swords, and she had no idea about the unthinkable official methods. Zhou Hao smiled and explained to him, "Do you know what we Chinese are most particular about?" Liang Xiaobing shook his head, while Su Lin on the other side tentatively asked, "Is that the so-called golden mean?" "Yes, what we Chinese are most particular about in dealing with people and the world is the doctrine of the golden mean. We seek balance in all aspects, especially those who are in charge of the overall situation. This is especially true," Zhou Hao said. Many people in high positions in the officialdom have extremely sharp skills, especially the means of checks and balances. They allow their subordinates to compete, but do not want to see any side dominates and threaten their status, so they will do everything possible to keep everyone under control, and the line that manipulates all of this will be firmly grasped by themselves. Liang Xiaobing was still puzzled. "But isn't Mr. Zhao your backing? If you really want to deal with you have to consider Mr. Zhao's attitude. She is not naive in dealing with people and things, at least she can think about problems in a human way, but using these to think about officialdom, especially high-level politics, is still superficial." Zhou Hao said, "My godfather, he can sit in his current position. Do you think he understands the problem of checks and balances? Also, although officialdom is very particular about teamwork and factions are also common, but these things are only people who know how to be an official will rarely tell who their backers are on the table. Factions and backers are a taboo in the officialdom. The higher the level, the less this kind of issue will be mentioned. Even the children of big leaders, which are often referred to as princelings, are in fact very low-key except for a few exceptions, and they are by no means as blatant as ordinary people imagine domineering." After listening to Zhou Hao's words, Liang Xiaobing spit out her little tongue. After Zhou Hao's explanation, she had a general understanding of officialdom. "I also heard," Zhou Hao said, "actually, it is very bad for the high-level people to do things too much. These days, many of the things I have done are clearly seen by the high-level bigwigs, so in their eyes, I can be regarded as an ostentatious brat. As Xiaobing you just said, if it weren't for my godfather watching it, the center would have already beaten and beat me." After a pause, he smiled bitterly. "I doubt very much that this run is probably the godfather who first supported him. Otherwise, the central government will not agree to run's actions so quickly. After all, it's better to be taught by my own family than from outsiders. My godfather is telling me not to be too public and to know how to advance and retreat." Although Zhao Rixin never talked about these issues to Zhou Hao knew that the method of teaching the younger generation in a real big family is very different from that of ordinary people. There are many things and principles for children to experience, which is better than the elders? The mouth told them it was much better. Let children experience setbacks, endure failures, learn lessons, and gain experience by themselves. This is their own real wealth. Just like Zhao Dingzhou, Zhao Rixin sent him directly to the battlefield and allowed him to roll and crawl in the military, gradually becoming the general guarding one's side. Zhao Rixin used the same method to deal with Zhou Hao. Through practical actions, Zhou Hao could learn more and understand more deeply. This beating is equivalent to Zhao Rixin saying to Zhou Hao, "Boy, it's time to stop, lest it become a target." On the surface, he suppressed Zhou Hao and taught his children, but in fact it was a kind of protection for Zhou Hao. Although ATV was about to be restrained, Zhou Hao did not have the slightest rebellious mood, because this was the life experience passed on to him by Mr. Zhao. The way to advance and retreat is not only to know how to advance, but also to know how to retreat. You must have a good sense of proportion and temperament between advance and retreat, and even retreat as you advance. Don't stay on the petty gains in front of you, and look farther. Zhou Hao smiled to Su Lin. Before the return, the wireless monopolized the entire Hong Kong TV industry. At that time, the central government could not take them. However, when I purchased ATV and let ATV rise to combat wireless, the reason why the central government strongly supported suppress wireless, so that Hong Kong's public opinion maintains a balanced situation. Now they use wireless to contain our ATV, the same reasoning. This kind of method of playing 50 big boards, their officials, best at it. In the previous life, ATV immediately moved closer to the central government after its return, just to get the support of the central government to combat wireless, and the central government really wanted to use ATV to contain wireless. However, the strength of wireless is indeed too great. Even with the support of the central government, ATV is still defeated. Finally, in order to suppress the momentum of wireless, the government only has to plan to issue more free TV broadcasting licenses, introduce more companies to increase competition, and weaken wireless's influence. Su Lin frowned and said, "Then what should we do? In the future competition with wireless, do we need to give in? It's not necessary. Just do what we should do. As long as we talk to the wireless network openly, even the central government can't do anything to us." Zhou Hao smiled. And in this way, Father Zhao will have more confidence to speak for himself. And the most important point is that Zhou Hao knows that the future media competition battlefield will be placed in China, and Hong Kong's importance and influence in this regard will be greatly reduced. What Zhou Hao cares about most is the domestic Polaris. ATV is just a subsidiary of Polaris. ATV will have to become a transfer station for Polaris to attract international media talents and provide domestic Polaris more fresh blood. He now asks Su Lin to manage ATV to help her accumulate management experience in this area. In the future, Su Lin will coordinate the entire Polaris, not only the current TV queen, but also a veritable media queen. However, Zhou Hao's plan did not tell Su Lin. Although Su Lin had guessed some, she didn't dare to guess what she wanted. Anyway, she could just follow her instructions. Zhou Hao's three people's conversations were very quiet, so the others in the table did not hear them. Otherwise, Lu Luanhong and Su Jianming would treat Zhou Hao's remarks with more admiration. He Shuiyun at the other table always pays attention to Zhou Hao. Seeing him having a close conversation with Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing's two daughters, but never looking at him from beginning to end, he felt resentful and uneasy. At this time, Fang Yihua on the stage had finished his speech, and the staff quickly turned the stage into a simple and beautiful auction booth. A middle-aged bald man in a suit and leather shoes walked to the front podium, nodded slightly to the camera and the audience, and said solemnly, "Hello everyone, my name is Kang Chuandang. I am an auctioneer at Christie's Auction House. I am honored. Our auction house at Christie's was invited by TVB to represent this Thousands of Stars charity auction. Now, what we are about to auction are the jewelry and antique treasures donated by the kind-hearted people in Hong Kong, and the final auction proceeds all will be used for charity. This auction is very formal. Run actually invited Christie to preside over the auction." Zhou Hao laughed. Su Lin looked at Zhou Hao. "You don't seem to have a good impression of that Christie." This auction house is run by the British, and many of the national treasures and cultural relics that we lost abroad in China were auctioned out through their hands. Zhou Hao sneered. This Christie's auction house gave Zhou Hao the deepest impression of the bronze heads of the Chinese zodiac that they lost after they publicly auctioned the burning Yuan Mingyuan in the previous life. Because of this, the Christie's auction house is extremely hated by the Chinese people. However, regardless of Zhou Hao's perception of Christie's, the auction is still going on as usual. None of the auction items at the meeting were ordinary items, and none of them had a starting price of less than 1 million Hong Kong dollars. The lowest value is the jade bracelet donated by Zhang Yingpei, which starts at 1.2 million Hong Kong dollars. Moreover, many auction items were eventually bought back by the donors. Although most of them did not raise their placards but bid through their subordinates and other names, Su Lin and the others could still see the clues. Su Lin shook his head and smiled. These people are really weird. They obviously donated them for auction, and in the end they paid for them to buy them back. It was a lot of money for nothing. Liang Xiaobing is a native of Hong Kong and is not used to the behavior of the rich. At this time, he smiled and said, "This makes them look good. Moreover, they not only have to buy their own things, but the price cannot be lowered. Some people even buy it back at a price 10 times the value of the item itself." Su Lin couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. Where's this auction? It's just a show of wealth. Hey, in this case, let's just go to the countryside and do it once. Zhou Hao said with a smile. Look, Shaw and his enamel vase has come out. I can't let him buy it back as Shaw wanted. Falangkai is the imperial ceramics of the Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong dynasties of the Qing dynasty. It has a very important position in art and human history, and its collection value is also very high. For example, this Qianlong vase with plum pattern inscription donated by Run Run is a treasure in the palace, and its value is even higher. On the stage, the auctioneer named Kang Chuandang said in a loud voice, "The next thing to be auctioned is the Qing Qianlong Yinmei inscription vase donated by Sir Run Run free of charge. This is a Qing court treasure with a pattern depicting it. It was a sunny spring. A pair of swallows danced among the plum blossoms and willows in full bloom, showing a loving and peaceful atmosphere. On the back, the poem, Jade cut through the flowers. The neon clothes bring the moon home. The bottom of the bottle, the book Qianlong years in a blue regular script frame. This bottle has soft colors, exquisite paintings, and beautiful shapes. It is an exquisite work from the Qianlong period and is extremely precious. Perhaps to increase the gimmick of the auction, or perhaps to highlight the extraordinariness of his donation, Run Run also specially invited many masters of antique and cultural relics at home and abroad, especially experts with advanced knowledge of cultural relics in the Ming and Qing dynasties. For more, several old experts specializing in Qing dynasty enamels saw the Yinmei pattern inscribed bottle on the stage. They immediately widened their eyes, held the glasses on their faces vigorously, and exclaimed with excitement. Among these people were old experts from the Palace Museum in Beijing. They were all deeply attracted by the vases with the Yinmei pattern on the stage. They couldn't help but said, "National treasure. It is really a national treasure." Several shots also aimed at the masters immediately, letting their expressions appear in front of the TV viewers and strengthening the preciousness of the vase with the Yinmei pattern inscription. Kang Chuandang also timely said, "According to our Christie's experts' assessment and pricing, this Qianlong enamel and plum pattern vase starts at 120 million Hong Kong dollars, with an increase of 10 million per time." The rich people in the venue are not surprised, but the audience in front of the TV is very excited because they have never seen an antique vase worth more than 100 million yuan. The so-called treasures in front of this bottle with Yinmei pattern inscribed on it were immediately eclipsed. He hadn't announced the start of the auction, but someone in the audience raised a sign. Everyone looked at the person holding the placard over there, but saw that it was a woman in her 20s with delicate features. She was Yang Huiyin, the daughter of Country Garden Board Chairman Yang Wuqiang. "She's here too." Zhou Hao was a little curious. He hadn't noticed that Yang Huiyin, the future richest woman in China, was also at the party. He only noticed her now when he saw her bidding. In terms of financial resources, Country Garden Group is not inferior to Shaw's Wireless. Sure enough, Run Run Shaw clearly recognized Yang Huiyin, and he frowned as he knew the strength of the country garden group behind her. And just after Kong Chuandang called for the first time, another man in his 40s raised his card. Looking at the man, Zhou Hao sneered in his heart, because that should be the shooter arranged by Run Run Shaw. In addition to Yang Huiyin and Shaw's gunner, there are many wealthy people in the field. Many people are also very interested in the bottle with Yinmei pattern inscription. Even Su Jianming has raised the card twice, so the competition is very high. It was fierce, and within a while, its bidding soared to 190 million. When Run 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 Shaw's gunman raised the card again, the price was over 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Run Run Shaw's face was a bit ugly, because he wanted to buy the vase himself, but the price was a bit high. In the final stage, the price of the bottle with Yinmei pattern inscription has reached 250 million yuan. Many people present know the identity of the gunman and understand that Run Run Shaw is a must. In order not to offend Run Run too much, they all died down one after another, and depending on the situation, Run Run Shaw bought his vase back. Kong Chuandang also called twice, and once again, it was a foregone conclusion. Run 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 was also a little relieved. But just when Kong Chuandang was about to shout for the third time and hit the hammer, a clear voice rang out from the audience. 300 million. Almost everyone gasped for air conditioning, and the cameras aimed at the source of the sound, but saw that the man was Su Lin, who was sitting with Shaw and Fang Yuhua. Facing the camera, Su Lin's appearance was noble and smiled. She looked like everyone, and raised the price by 50 million as soon as she exported. She did not lose her TV queen posture. On the opposite side, Run Run squinted at Su Lin and Zhou Hao. He noticed his gaze, and Su Lin smiled and said, "In fact, we also like this kind of artwork." Run Run Shaw also smiled back. "One export is 300 million yuan. Miss Su is such a big hand. It's hard for a daughter to buy my heart." Su Lin smiled unchanged, as if he was really an art lover. The gunman over there looked anxiously at Run Run Shaw's side. Shaw's face changed, and he gritted his teeth and nodded at the gunman. The gunman knew, and immediately raised the card in his hand, raising the price to 310 million yuan. "Oh, the gentleman over there seems to be very interested in the bottle with the Yinmei pattern inscription." Su Lin smiled deliberately, and then raised the card without hesitation and said, 305,000 million. This time, even Lu Wanhong, Su Jianming, and Li Jiajia looked at Zhou Hao in their eyes. Although it was Su Lin who came forward to bid, they all understood that Zhou Hao was the one who decided later. Moreover, Zhou Hao was not interested in the enamel vase at all, but deliberately wanted to save Run Run Shaw's face. In the eyes of wealthy people like Lu Wanhong and Su Jianming, 1 billion 8 billion will not be put in the eyes, but Zhou Hao and Xiao Yifu's fight against each other will have to attract attention. Li Jiajia even had a slight admiration for Zhou Hao, because although the strength of their Li family was much stronger than Run Run, few people could compare Run Run's status in Hong Kong. Li Jiajia is even more cautiously walking on thin ice. However, Zhou Hao was able to fight Run Run Shaw without hesitation, and this courage alone made Li Jiajia admire. Su Jinxing over there also sneered at He Shuiyun next to him. "Hey, your adulterer is too good at offending people. Run Run's old fox is not a good man and a believer." He Shuiyun didn't care about Su Jinxing's gloating sarcasm. He only felt that Zhou Hao was so calm in front of Run Run Shaw. Su Jianming and Lu Wanhong were even more comfortable with the dominance of the rich and wealthy. He was really weak and incompetent than Su Jinxing. The man is too strong. At the end of this auction, Run Run Shaw's failure ended. After raising the price to 400 million, Run Run Shaw determined that Zhou Hao was not deliberately raising the price, but was determined to fight against himself. So he decisively gave up the game. Tug of war. Su Lin, who represents ATV, won the enamel vase donated by Run Run Shaw in front of audiences in Hong Kong, and it made people feel that they were awe-inspiring. Moreover, Su Lin bought the vase with a sky-high price of 400 million Hong Kong dollars, which has become a hot topic in the city. It is thanks to Sir Xiao that you donated this bottle with a plum pattern inscription that we have a chance to get such a treasure. Thank you very much, Sir Xiao. Su Lin said to Sir Xiao with a light smile. Run's slack facial muscles twitched slightly, and he smiled strongly. "Miss Su, you have contributed so much to charity. It should be my thank you on behalf of the beneficiary group. This bottle with plum pattern inscription was originally presented as the finale of the auction, so after the auction is completed, the auction should be over. But before that, Kong Chuandang prepared to conclude. The above message came from the headset. Then he said to everyone, "Just received news from the company that our company has just registered the Jade Unicorn donated by Asia TV free of charge and is about to conduct a public auction. At the same time, in order to price the Jade Unicorn more fairly and reasonably, we want to invite some Jade research experts from the Palace Museum in Beijing to set a price for this Jade Unicorn together with our company's appraisal staff." As soon as he said this, he attracted the guests of the party and the audience outside. Originally, they were all wondering why ATV did not make any donations. Although ATV and TVB are rivals, they should not be divided into each other in this charity. Now, they heard that ATV donated a Jade Unicorn, especially in after Su Lin bought Run Shaw's enamel with a sky-high price of 400 million. Everyone was even more curious about the Jade Unicorn representing ATV. In order to increase the gimmick, Christie's auction house, after obtaining the agreement of the wireless side, simply moved the pricing process to the stage and made it public. I saw a few Christie's security personnel carefully moving a brocade box the size of an ordinary rice cooker onto the stage, and the Christie's appraisers and the old experts from the Palace Museum immediately surrounded it. After opening the brocade box, these experts were all stunned, and the dumbfounded look immediately appeared on the camera. As a result, the guests and the audience who could not see what was in the brocade box were anxiously waiting for them to take out the Jade Unicorn. After Kong Chuanding's reminder, the few appraisers wearing white gloves nervously took out the contents of the brocade box and put them on a special table, and several cameras were also aimed there early, and the picture sent it out the first time. Everyone saw a crystal-clear emerald green appearing in front of them, and the whole hall was suddenly radiant. On that platform is a unicorn that is 25 centimeters long and 20 centimeters high, galloping above auspicious clouds, with lifelike form and spirit. The most eye-catching thing is that this Jade Unicorn is carved from a whole piece of jade. Just by looking at the brilliant color of the jade, you can know that this jade is extraordinary. Most of the viewers in front of the TV are ordinary people, but even if they are not good at jade and jade, they can see that the emerald green Jade Unicorn on the TV is extraordinary. Many of the guests at the party are billionaires. They have more opportunities than the general public to come into contact with high-end jewelry and jade. Even if their appreciation level is not expert level, they are people who know the goods and know the one on stage better. The value of the Emerald Unicorn. Su Jianming stared blankly at the Jade Unicorn on the stage, and even his eyes showed a green color. He muttered to himself, "Would it be the jade of Looking Glass?" Kong Chuandang on the stage has hosted various auctions and has very rich experience. He also has a good grasp of the psychology of the bidders. He took the initiative to approach the few with a microphone and concentrated on observing and studying the Jade Unicorn. An expert who feels he is taking pictures. He put the microphone together at Christie's, one of the oldest and most experienced jade appraisal experts, and asked, "Is there anything special about this Jade Unicorn? Everyone saw you were stunned when you saw this Jade Unicorn." The appraisal expert is an Englishman, and he seems to be over 50 years old. Hearing Kong Chuanding's question, he explained in fairly fluent Chinese, "I have been in the industry for 40 years, and I have seen countless jadeites. I was even lucky enough to have seen jadeites, known as China's 4 national treasures, the Jade Flower Basket Range Rover. However, all jadeites are not as good as this one. This is the oldest and the most abundant old pit glass of all jadeites. It is such a large piece. I have never seen such a big old pit glass jade." Although answering Kong Chuanding's question, the gaze of this appraisal expert never left the Jade Unicorn. And Kong Chuanding also introduced to everyone in a timely manner. Everyone, the so-called old pit glass species is the rarest and most precious of all types of jadeite. Even the rough stone of the old pit glass species is very valuable. Treasure. After a series of processing and polishing, a finger-sized old pit glass jade ring noodle can have a transaction price of tens of millions of yuan. And the kind and water mentioned by the expert just now are both, it is an industry term describing jade, and it means the transparency of jade. Then he brought the microphone to the oldest one of those experts in the Palace Museum and said to everyone, "Everyone, this is Master Wu Zhongchao, who has the most research on jade in the Palace Museum in Beijing. Master Wu, do you agree with the appraisal of this jade unicorn by our expert at Christie's just now?" This Wu Zhongchao is an old man in his 70s with a long white beard and a pair of black-framed reading glasses. He helped his glasses, his eyes never left the jade unicorn, and slowly said, "I agree very much. I have been a researcher in the Forbidden City for more than 30 years. Many of the jadeites in the Forbidden City are left by the ancient palace, the treasure that has been handed down from generation to generation. But what I want to say is that if we leave out the cultural and historical significance, in terms of the jade itself, there is no jade in the Forbidden City that can compare with this jade and unicorn. This is me. It's no exaggeration to call it the peerless jade, as the largest piece of old pit glass in what we know and hear." Wu Zhongchao's comment on the jade unicorn, peerless jade, immediately shocked everyone. The so-called peerless means the best in the world, which means that this jade unicorn is the best in the world. The emerald. And another jade expert from the Palace Museum also said, "We have carefully observed this jade unicorn, and we can confirm that it is not a cultural relic handed down from ancient times, but a product of modern craftsmanship. Therefore, in the sense of history and culture, the treasures of the palace and the Forbidden City are not the same. Nevertheless, the workmanship of this jade unicorn is worthy of handed down, and it shows profound skills in every stroke." The expert at Christie's just mentioned the Chuanfeng the Range Rover jade flower baskets gathered more than 40 top jade masters in China at that time. It took 6 years to complete. I think the workmanship of this jade unicorn is no less inferior to the 4 national treasures, such as Chuanfeng Range Rover. Wu Zhongchao nodded and said with deep conviction, "I have also participated in the production of the 4 national treasures jadeite. Since they are not ancient cultural relics, this jade unicorn is not inferior to the 4 national treasure jade in terms of cultural status. I can't compare myself to the author who made this jade unicorn. Moreover, this jade unicorn has a delicate and lustrous germ, bright and brilliant color, and a strong emerald green sun. There is no trace of impurities. The species, water, and color are all the same. The quality is me. I have only seen it in my life, and it is really the best of the best. I can boldly say that as soon as this thing is released, the 4 national treasures of jade are completely eclipsed. This jade unicorn can be called the #1 national treasure jade." Both the experts from the Palace Museum and the appraisal experts at Christie's were deeply impressed by Wu Zhongchao's evaluation and nodded in unison. This scene fell into everyone's eyes. The titles Peerless Jade and the First National Treasure Jade fell on the Jade Kylan at the same time. The discussion that caused it was simply a wave of waves, not to mention ordinary people, even those rich in the field. I was curious. No one thought that ATV could actually get such a treasure. Run Shaw's enamel vase was already eye-catching, but now that the jade unicorn came out, even the 4 national treasures that were originally protected by the state are all have to give way, let alone Shaw's enamel vase. Run Shaw's face is very ugly. Although this charity party was held wirelessly, the establishment of the Run Shaw Prize was announced before, but now because of this jade unicorn, ATV has become the most dazzling protagonist in a short time. When the discussion in the audience became fierce enough, Kong Chuandang asked Wu Zhongchao and the others, "Since Master Wu, you said this is a peerless jade and also the first national treasure, how valuable is this jade unicorn?" "What?" Wu Zhongchao didn't answer right away. Instead, he took the microphone and said, "Before answering this question, I want to ask the person in charge of Asia Television. Who is the origin of this jade unicorn? This kind of craftsmanship is definitely worth it. It's a superb workmanship. I think this master is no longer just Master Zhuyu, but Master Zhuyu. He has been pursuing the ultimate in jade art all his life. Now that he meets such a master, he can't help but ask." The camera aimed at Su Lin, the head of ATV, and a staff member immediately delivered the microphone to Su Lin. I saw Su Lin calmly said, "This rough jadeite was discovered by the boss of our company accidentally from Mount Tai. The master in charge of carving and processing is just an old man with no known name. As for his name, because he once asked us to keep secrets for him, so I can't tell you. Master Wu, please don't be offended. Wu Zhongchao on the stage sighed deeply and then smiled. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon is among the folks. This is true. Today, some of our old things are also eye-opening. After a pause, he said to Kong Chuandang, for those of us who love jade, this jade unicorn is actually a priceless treasure. If we insist on setting a price, we have just discussed it. After that, he stretched out 3 fingers. Kong Chuandang tentatively asked, 300 million? Wu Zhongchao nodded, and the expert at Christie's just now added to Kong Chuandang. I would like to emphasize that the 300 million yuan that Mr. Wu just said is in pounds, not Hong Kong dollars. Pound sterling? So, isn't that equivalent to more than 3 billion Hong Kong dollars? Hearing this price, even Kong Chuandang, who is an experienced host, couldn't help but lose his attitude, because the best auctioneer in Christie's auction house, the auction with the highest transaction price ever hosted, did not exceed 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. The wealthy people in the audience also took a cold breath. After all, the 3 billion Hong Kong dollar jade is too shocking. As for the ATV that donated the jade unicorn, they were even more admired, because the value of the jade unicorn alone has far exceeded the original purchase price of ATV. Shaw, Su Jiaming, and Lu Wanhong looked at Zhou Hao's eyes more like a monster. They donated 3 billion at a time. They didn't have the courage to ask themselves. Even Shaw, who cherishes his name, has been devoted to charity for so many years. Donations to the cause add up to more than 2 billion. After a while of disturbance, the auction was finally about to begin. Kong Chuandang stood on the auction stage again, but his expression was much more cautious than before. He said solemnly, now we are starting to auction this jade unicorn. After evaluation by our Christie's auction house and the jade experts of the Palace Museum, the starting price of this jade unicorn is set at 300 million pounds, with an increase of 10 million Hong Kong dollars per bid. Compared with the previous auction, the reaction of the buyers in the audience was much quieter. It was 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. No one could make a decision in such a short period of time, especially not many of them were true jade lovers. Run originally planned to buy ATV's auction items to give his breath just now. But now, the starting price of 3 billion Hong Kong dollars is already enough to discourage him. Just when the scene was about to fall into embarrassment, I saw a sign raised high. It was a middle-aged man sitting in the back row. The price of number 108. The price of number 108. Kong Chuandang shouted excitedly, and at the same time introduced the backing of the number 108 to everyone. According to our company's registration, 108 the bidder for the number is China Polaris Media and Entertainment Group, and it is Mr. Wang Zhongjuan, the CEO of Polaris Group. Wang Zhongjuan appeared so abruptly that when he held a placard to bid for the 3 billion Hong Kong dollar jade unicorn, the rich people in the field noticed this man who looked nothing special. And because most people in Hong Kong didn't know much about their 2 brothers, everyone didn't know his background until Kong Chuandang introduced him as the chief executive of Polaris Media Entertainment Group. However, many of the people present had never heard of the company Polaris and asked one after another, Polaris? What company is it from? Is it a media guy? That guy is so arrogant. When did the mainland have such a powerful entertainment company? Doesn't it mean that the central government controls the media and public opinion very strictly? It cannot be blamed that these people have not heard of Polaris, because when Zhou Hao acquired ATV, although he used Polaris to mobilize funds and made ATV a wholly owned subsidiary of Polaris, ATV never made it public. Based on the information of the acquirer, unlike before, every time the owner changes, the acquisition or financing party will be hyped up to increase the public's confidence in ATV. For example, after Lin Baixin became the master of ATV before, ATV hyped up that after acquiring the Lai Sun Group, it will be a big shock and defeat wireless. Zhou Hao did not do this. Instead, he kept secret about the Polaris and used practical actions to prove the rise of ATV to everyone, instead of talking big. In addition, the Hong Kong Administration for Industry and Commerce was greeted at that time and wanted to keep the information of ATV's parent company confidential. Therefore, except for people like Shaw who really care about ATV or those who have extensive contacts, they know that ATV is behind the Polaris and know more or less about its strength. The two films Jing Ku Stabbing Qin King and Looking for a Gun, produced by Polaris, are not well known in Hong Kong due to the surprising regional culture, and not many people know that they have produced the best film Dark War, as Hong Kong Neptune Entertainment Company is also one of the subsidiaries of Polaris. But even Run Run Shaw did not share the two brothers Wang Zhonglei, who manages the Polaris. Now that Wang Zhongjuan is in Hong Kong, Shaw and Fang Yihua are most shocked because they think that their biggest opponents may not be Zhou Hao, but the Wang Zhonglei hiding behind. Suppressing the idea of meeting Wang Zhongjuan in the past, Run continued to return to this auction that would shake Hong Kong and even the whole country. Number 108 Polaris Group bid 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. Is there anyone bidding? Kong Chuandang asked loudly, but in his heart he hoped that the auction would end soon. Because the Jade Kylan is so valuable, the senior officials of Christie's attach great importance to this. He did not want any accidents to happen, and Kong Chuandang only wanted to end the auction safely. Cut. He suppressed all of us in Hong Kong as soon as he came. Lu Wanhong, who hadn't hummed for a long time, said suddenly, then raised the sign in his hand and looked at Su Jianming, Zhou Hao and others with a sneer. I'm not convinced, and it's not that I can't get it out. So let me fight for our Hong Kong people. Number 3 Amico Company bid 3.10 billion. Kong Chuanding shouted. Following Kong Chuanding's shout, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Wanhong, and many local wealthy also applauded him, as if Lu Wanhong had really become a heroic representative of Hong Kong. Su Jianming, who was at the same seat, was also moved by Lu Wanhong's aggressive aura. Even for their level of wealthy people, 3 billion Hong Kong dollars could not be taken out. Mr. Lu is so proud. Zhou Hao also gave Lu Wanhong a thumbs up. At this time, Lu Wanhong really showed the sturdiness and coldness of his stock sniper. Kong Chuanding's voice sounded again. Is there anyone bidding? Just like before, the audience was silent. Although they admired and supported Lu Wanhong, and were also excited by Lu Wanhong's courage to come out for Hong Kong, they were not the kind of real art collectors after all. It is not worth it that it cannot be used as a jade for money, or for a moment. 3.1 billion. Wang Zhongjuan raised the tempo again and said calmly in Mandarin. The expression made people feel that what he wanted to buy was just a Chinese cabbage. The muscles of Lu Wanhong's mouth twitched fiercely, and when he raised his hand, he raised it by 100 million, causing him to chill. But since he is already in his head, there is absolutely no arrow to take back. Besides, in this situation, he must not let himself weaken. Otherwise, how can he raise his head in this circle in the future? So he could only hold up his scalp and hold up the sign, and said at the same time, 3.2 billion, 3.3 billion, 3 and 4 billion, 3.5 billion, 3.6 billion. When the bid for the Jade Unicorn climbed to 3.9 billion Hong Kong dollars, Lu Wanhong's eyes were already red, like a wolf who chooses people and eats them. He knew that if this continued, he would really not be able to bear it. The heartbeats of the other wealthy people in the room were so fast. They also found it too exciting to witness such crazy bidding. They could not imagine that if the person holding the card was themselves, it would be a kind of pressure. Especially Zhou Qiao and the others. The little jade unicorn on the stage is already twice as much as their wealth. Until now, they don't know what the real rich are. At this point, the local wealthy know that Lu Wanhong has tried his best, because at this time, Wang Zhongjuan, let alone moves, even his expression has not changed a bit. God knows where his bottom line is. Su Jianming patted Lu Wanhong on the shoulder and persuaded. Da Lu, forget it. No one will blame you. Hearing Su Jianming's words, Lu Wanhong sighed deeply, and both shoulders dropped. In the end, the Jade Unicorn was bought by Wang Zhongjuan at an unprecedented price of 3.9 billion yuan, which shocked the entire Hong Kong, and the name, Polaris, was also completely carved into their hearts. Dear viewers in front of the TV, tonight's thousands of stars presenting love has come to an end. The host on the stage said to the camera, "Tonight we have gained a lot, except for our charity work. In addition to a love, I also witnessed an unprecedented auction. The total value of the auction items exceeded 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Among them, the Jade Unicorn, which was bought by Polaris Group for 3.9 billion Hong Kong dollars, set a world auction record. I believe for a long time in the future, no one will be able to break. Next, we have invited Mr. Wang Zhongjuan to come on stage to share his experience with us. Please ask Mr. Wang Zhongjuan. In fact, Wireless didn't tell Wang Zhongjuan that he would invite him to the stage beforehand. This is undoubtedly another time beforehand. Zhou Hao turned his head to look at Run Sha and saw him sitting there drinking tea with his usual expression, and he didn't mean to care about him. Wang Zhongjuan also came on stage with great grace, and this was his first appearance in front of Hong Kong citizens. The host asked him, "Mr. Wang, I heard that your Polaris Group is now the largest media and entertainment company in China. What do you think of the development of our Hong Kong media business?" It is too much to say that our Polaris is the largest media company in China. Wang Zhongjuan smiled and said, "There are many powerful entertainment companies and TV stations in China. As a latecomer, our Polaris needs improvement and learning. There are many other places in Hong Kong. Hong Kong's media industry is well known internationally, and its development is faster than that in China. I am deeply shocked by Hong Kong's media and entertainment industry and firmly believe that it will develop better in the future. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your support to our Hong Kong media." The host smiled politely. "By the way, your company has invested heavily this time to buy Emerald Kirin." Suddenly, the host pressed the headset, and his face changed, but he quickly returned to smile and asked Wang Zhongjuan, "Mr. Wang, I just received news that you, Polaris Group, acquired Asia Television a year ago. Company, is this true?" The host's words shocked everyone at once and solved the long-standing public doubts about the Asian city buyer. Without much hesitation, Wang Zhongjuan smiled frankly. "Yes, this is true. Our Polaris is the parent company of Asia Television Limited. But isn't this Jade Kylan donated by ATV? Why did your company buy it back? Is this also your company's publicity plan? Increase your company's reputation." Zhou Hao looked at Shaw again, and the host publicly broke out on the stage that Polaris was the ATV acquirer. It was clearly instructed by Shaw and Fang Yihua to discredit Polaris for participating in this auction. It is the habit of many wealthy people to pay for the auction items they only saw, but once these things are made public, the taste will be completely different. I saw Xiao Yifu and Fang Yihua still face their usual expressions, as if they didn't notice Zhou Hao's gaze. And Lu Luanhong, Su Jianming, and they all laughed secretly in their hearts, thinking that Shaw, the old fox, used a soft knife in one wave after another, not letting it die. On the stage, facing the crowd and a few shots aimed at him, Wang Zhongjuan still did not lose his mind. He smiled calmly and said, "In fact, the process of this matter is not important, because our purpose is just for doing good deeds. You don't need to doubt this. After all, if we don't truthfully donate the 3.9 billion Hong Kong dollars, the first thing that will not let us go is Christie's auction house. They have never done a lost business." Wang Zhongjuan's humor aroused bursts of laughter in the audience, and at the same time tactfully and forcefully responded to the host, or a wireless cold arrow. Indeed, Polaris is the parent company of ATV. She spent huge sums of money to buy back the Jade Unicorn donated by ATV. It is easy to make people think that this is a kind of hype. Polaris and ATV are using charity to hype themselves. This will greatly damage the image of Polaris and ATV in the hearts of the people. This is also the purpose of wireless. However, Wang Zhongjuan is right. No matter what the process is, the purpose of Polaris and ATV is to do good deeds. The 3.9 billion Hong Kong dollars is real money. Even if there is a propaganda element, no one can deny it. Polaris and their contribution to charity. May I ask which company in Hong Kong and even in China that the rich can donate nearly 4 billion yuan at a time? I also heard Wang Zhongjuan said. Here, I want to say thank you to Sir Xiao on behalf of those who can benefit, because Sir Xiao has been tirelessly doing good from a very early time. All over the world, thanks to Sir Xiao's good deeds, thousands of people have benefited. It is also because of Sir Xiao's call to raise such a considerable donation tonight. Sir Xiao is a true philanthropist. Having said that, he bowed deeply to Run Sha in the audience, and his sincere and generous behavior has also been unanimously appreciated by the citizens of Hong Kong, and his impression of Polaris is even better. Sha in the audience smiled and nodded to Wang Zhongjuan above. The previous host revealed that Polaris was the purchaser of ATV. This is indeed Shah's meaning, and his purpose is to sweep ATV's face. However, although he never expected this little trick to bring any fatal threat to Polaris, or ATV, but Wang Zhongjuan's understatement of his insidious tricks was resolved, but Shah was very surprised. Do not dare to underestimate this shameless mainland man. On the stage, Wang Zhongjuan made a deep appreciation for Hong Kong's media industry, saying that he was very optimistic about the development prospects of Hong Kong, and then returned to the stage to the warm applause, and shook hands with Shah in a friendly way. The camera was also recorded to dissolve the rumors that wireless and ATV were strangling each other. As the director of ATV, Su Lin also had a rapport with Wang Zhongjuan, the big boss, but for Zhou Hao, Wang Zhongjuan just smiled and nodded without saying anything, making other people more confused about Zhou Hao's identity. Fang Yihua, who was next to Shah, smiled at Wang Zhongjuan. Mr. Wang, I would like to invite your company to supervise and use the Shah Fund together with all the donations raised today, so as to prevent the exploitation of those who have bad intentions. How about it? It's good to dare to be sentimental. Wang Zhongjuan agreed without hesitation. I also know some of the domestic situation. The urban areas are better, but the officials in the more remote mountain villages are indeed too bold. Fang Yihua sighed. Yes, our Shah Fund donates more than 100 million yuan to the mainland every year, but how much money can really fall into the hands of people in need? We really dare not be too optimistic. We are here in Hong Kong. Many philanthropists are discouraged because of this. Mr. Wang, do you have any good ideas about this? Although Wang always has the heart to help others and do good, but his ability is limited. After all, he can't change this situation much. Wang Zhongjuan also looked solemn. After all, the water inside is too deep, and one bad thing is that the ship is destroyed. The end of human death. After so many years of experience, I think that only by bypassing the government and using the donation through private institutions can its effect be maximized. Run, hurriedly said. Our Run is a private organization, but to do charity in China, the government must always help those people. Otherwise, it will be difficult to do anything. Sir Shah, you are too inflexible to do this. The private sector I am talking about does not refer to those charity funds like your Run Shah Fund, but private enterprises. Those charity funds are easily affected. The government's people are looking at it. If they don't feed them first, it's very difficult to do anything they want. But companies are different. Although they also have to deal with government people, it's much easier than charity funds. Hearing Wang Zhongjuan's words, Run Shah and Fang Yihua couldn't help but shine. It is true that their thinking was too inflexible before, thinking that they were doing good deeds, but the officials who dared to be conscientiously exploited the layers, they felt abnormally aggrieved and angry, but did not know how to change. However, Fang Yihua still has some doubts. But if the enterprise becomes a profit organization, what we want to do is charity. Will we be pierced in the backbone? Wang Zhongjuan smiled and said, the so-called body is not afraid of shadows. We are doing things dignifiedly. And who dares to chew tongues? If someone really dares to find faults, hum. Sir Shao, don't forget, we are originally. As a media person, when it comes to the advantage of the tongue, who else dares to compete with us? Run Shah smiled heartily. Yes, we are in the media, and we are afraid of others talking nonsense? Ha. Now, his impression of Wang Zhongjuan has improved a bit, and he asked, that should be what to do? Another private enterprise in China. Our company has a cooperative relationship with Tianhe Beverage Group, and Tianhe Beverage Group is currently engaged in education. They have built a private school in Xiangqing to accept children from migrant workers and poor families. Although their school is also a for-profit enterprise, but Tianhe Group does not intend to make any money at all. Tuition fees are much lower than public schools. Wang Zhongjuan said, Sir Shao, we can cooperate with Tianhe Group to build private schools in poor mountainous areas and villages, to provide children there with educational opportunities. After a pause, Wang Zhongjuan continued, although many people think that public schools are better than private schools, even if private schools are not inferior to public schools, those parents are unwilling to let their children go to private schools. But I think the most important thing about a school depends on the quality of education, and the objects we target are those children who are in difficulty. They really care about the quality of education. There is no difference between public and private schools. The same is true for infrastructure. You can set up a special engineering company to repair houses for poor households in the mountainous areas who live in backward conditions. And you can also charge less or no fees. Run Shaw and others agreed, and Fang Yihua added. However, even if our schools and engineering companies are for-profit organizations, our intention is not to make money. If there is no profit at the end of the year, will the government make things difficult for us? There have always been companies that make false accounts break the law, and companies that don't make money will never break the law. Wang Zhongjuan laughed. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard this. And then Run Shaw talked about whose name the school was built, because all the schools he donated to and built in China were all named after him. Wang Zhongjuan proposed to do it under the name of Tiana Group, but the sponsor should add Polaris and Run Shaw, which also satisfied Run's desire for fame and fortune. All in all, this is the first meeting between Wang Zhongjuan and Run, and both parties have a very pleasant chat. Run's invitation to the Polaris to supervise the use of the donations was also a good gesture of Run to Wang Zhongjuan and the others. This turbulent charity party is finally over, and the rich have left one after another. Except for Lu Wanhong, Su Jianming, Li Jiajia, and others. Other wealthy people still have a vigilant and reserved attitude towards Wang Zhongjuan, a wealthy man from the mainland, so they did not come up to make friends with him. And when the three of Su Jianming's family were about to leave, Zhou Hao just said goodbye to them like ordinary friends, making He Shuyan calm but uncomfortable. But he could only leave with Su family father and son pretending to be nothing. In the end, Zhou Hao went with Su Lin Liang Xiaobing and Wang Zhongjuan. When he passed Zhou Qiao's family, he smiled at Zhou Qiao lightly and said, "Uncle, I will visit you at the house tomorrow. I will leave first." Su Lin, Liang Xiaobing, and even Wang Zhongjuan nodded to Zhou Qiao before leaving with Zhou Hao. Because of the previous bidding for the Jade Unicorn, Wang Zhongjuan viewed Zhou Qiao and the junior, rich people as a high mountain and admiring existence. Even Lu Wanhong could not fight. But now he sees Zhou Hao actually being with such an incredible big man. It was beyond Zhou Qiao's imagination. In the study room of Banshan Villa, Zhou Hao and Wang Zhongjuan sat on the terrace, enjoying the breeze of this summer night. "Boss, my performance tonight is not bad, right?" Wang Zhongjuan smiled at Zhou Hao. "It's okay. After today, people in Hong Kong will know that we are Polaris," Zhou Hao said. It was not public that ATV was acquired by Polaster because it would have a bad impact on ATV and Polestar. Now that ATV is on track, this problem no longer exists. Shaw, the old guy invited us to supervise the use of donations with him. He clearly wants to borrow us to gain fame for him, Wang Zhongjuan said. However, he would never think that he was being used instead. "Boss, your method is so clever. You have to count the money for us to sell that old guy." What Wang Zhongjuan did tonight was actually instructed by Zhou Hao. Otherwise, how could he have reached a cooperation with Wireless on behalf of Polaris? However, Run Shaw instructed the host to clarify the relationship between Polaris and ATV in public. Zhou Hao didn't anticipate this unexpected situation beforehand. Fortunately, Wang Zhongjuan's quick thinking stabilized the situation, which also shows that he is indeed a rare talent. After Zhou Hao learned that the Central Committee had agreed to the establishment of the Shaw Prize, although Zhou Hao quickly understood its meaning, it would not prevent the establishment of the Shaw Prize. But he would not just let Run Shaw and Wireless steal the limelight. Especially Shaw did not show mercy when he took the knife. So Zhou Hao deliberately brought out the priceless Jade Unicorn when he learned of the charity auction. And by the way, Wang Zhongjuan, who had just arrived in Hong Kong, also took this opportunity to make an official appearance. This move will make ATV more eye-catching than the Run Shaw Prize, but it will not pose a direct blow to Wireless. It is tantamount to giving the Central Committee face and expressing its willingness to make concessions. At the same time, it is also a demonstration, letting both Wireless and the Central Committee know I didn't pinch as I wanted. In the end, Run Shaw proposed to let Polaris and his Run fund supervise the use of donations. Zhou Hao had anticipated this good move beforehand. It was also Zhou Hao's instruction for Wang Zhongjuan to let Run through a private enterprise. of. Even if Run Shaw was determined to smash with ATV instead of doing the good gesture, Zhou Hao still had a way to deal with him. The big deal is to use official power to contain him, and I am not afraid that Run will not submit. After all, Zhou Hao actually donated 3.9 billion Hong Kong dollars. So how can he be willing to let this money become a stepping stone to Shaw's fame? Although Shaw had some connections in the political circles of the southern region, it was definitely not deep. To put it bluntly, he would not be able to make a climate at all. Compared with Zhou Hao, it is simply a sky and an underground. After the donation entered the country, it was not his turn to use Shaw if he wanted to use it. Whether it was Polaris or Tianhe Group, Zhou Hao had the final say, and there was nothing to do with him. Zhou Hao held his head and looked at the night sky above. He smiled and said, "Originally, I just wanted to mobilize a sum of money to smash the schools in Tianhe. Now it happens that not only are 3.9 billion, but the other dozen the billions of donations have also been invested, and the scale of the Tianhe school can be much larger. The 3.9 billion, in the eyes of others, we took out in vain. In fact, we are the biggest beneficiaries." Wang Zhongjuan smiled and said, "Boss, your trick of please enter the urn makes you really smart and complete. This has helped our company's reputation and brought more funds to the construction of Tianhe School. Because of Li Ruolin's previous proposal, and in order to improve the corporate image, Zhou Hao planned to establish Tianhe schools in various cities in China to accommodate school-age children, such as the children of migrant workers and migrants who have difficulty in school. This plan was also received the strong support of Mr. Zhao. Later, Zhou Hao planned to build schools in those poor mountainous areas to help local children. But until now, in addition to Xiangqing Tianhe School, which is still under construction, other Tianhe schools are still being planned. At the time of the meeting, Run Shaw organized such a charity party, and he took a knife to Zhou Hao not to be serious or not. Zhou Hao took the plan and gave out the sky-high price of 3.9 billion to let Polaris and ATV overwhelm wireless. It has become a hot spot in Hong Kong and even the whole country. Then, the 3.9 billion made a round, and it fell into the plan to build the Tianhe School, bringing in another more than 1 billion. Moreover, if Tianhe and Polaris are solely responsible for the Tianhe School, which openly competes for profit with public schools, I am afraid it will easily become the target of public criticism, which would not be in line with the original intention of Mr. Zhao to keep Zhou Hao low-key. Now that Shaw has been added, the Central Committee has just started the honeymoon period with him, so naturally it will not start with Shaw. So in fact, Run Shaw has really become Zhou Hao's shield. So Wang Zhongjuan said that Run was smart, but now he was sold by Zhou Hao and helped Zhou Hao count the money. The old guy Shaw likes fame, so when we are building the Tianhe School, it is okay to make appropriate concessions. Zhou Hao said to Wang Zhongjuan, "Just let Tianhe, Polaris, and Shaw let's serve as the sponsor of the Tianhe School together. After all, we have used others and we have to give them some benefits." Wang Zhongjuan replied respectfully, "I know the boss, I know what to do." Looking at the boy next to him, who was under 20 years old, Wang Zhongjuan was filled with awe and admiration. He and his younger brother Wang Zhonglei used to be the kind of people who were talented and arrogant and rebellious. So how could they subdue so easily? When Zhou Hao invested in the establishment of the Polaris and joined it, the two brothers had thought of waiting for the moment, and after they accumulated their strength, they would seek the usurpation of the throne and swallow the entire Polaris. However, when they learned about the chilling background behind Zhou Hao, they knew that the feasibility of their conspiracy was greatly reduced. Later, after seeing Zhou Hao's treatment of the enemy, the thought in their hearts was immediately dispelled. Especially for people like Run Shaw who have been rolling and crawling for a lifetime and are about to become fine. Wang Zhongjuan is not sure that he can be invincible even when he asks himself. But even people like Run had fallen into Zhou Hao's calculations without knowing it, and Wang Zhongjuan was even more afraid to be unhappy and willingly accepted Zhou Hao's use. Moreover, he and Wang Zhonglei are now highly paid people in the domestic media industry, and their sense of accomplishment is also very high. Zhou Hao slowly played with the crystal-clear green jade unicorn and sighed. This is really a treasure. If it is a cultural relic handed down from ancient times, I am afraid it is no better than a cultural treasure like Shangming River picture or Han Shi Tai. That's inferior. The Master Wu also said that this jade unicorn can already surpass the original 4 great jade national treasures and is called the Peerless Jade. Hehe. I really want to donate it. I am not willing it. Yes, if such a treasure falls into the hands of those foreigners, it will really make people sigh. Wang Zhongjuan said. But Zhou Hao shook his head. In fact, you are not right to say that. To a certain extent, those cultural relics are in the hands of foreigners, especially those real collectors, and perhaps better than staying in China. Why? Wang Zhongjuan had never heard this argument. Let's not talk about the cultural relics lost abroad due to foreign invasion, and the frescoes and Buddhist scrolls that have been destroyed and stolen. I would feel angry in that situation, Zhou Hao said. However, if we ignore the ethnic and political aspects factors, but from a cultural perspective, I think that foreign museums and collectors protect and cherish cultural relics much better than ours in China. Many cultural relics in our domestic museums have been stolen and exchanged frequently. As for many of the artifacts in museums today, it is self-evident who did these things. Also, except for a few large museums in China, other local governments will not allocate funds for the protection of cultural relics in museums. The amount of funding has prevented many cultural relics from being adequately maintained. He looked up at the sky. In the final analysis, we Chinese people are not paying enough attention to the traditional culture of our country. Therefore, I hope that through the education of Tiana School, more people can understand the traditional culture of our motherland. Cherish the true wealth of our nation. At the end, he suddenly smiled at Wang Zhongjuan. A profit-only businessman like me actually said something like this. Isn't it a bit hypocritical? Wang Zhongjuan shook his head and said seriously, Not at all, boss. Although you are not much older than my child. But to be honest, my brother, I, and many so-called successful entrepreneurs and senior officials are not as good as you. Now that with money and power, there are too few people who can still think of the country and the people. To be honest, you are the only person I and Zhonglei admire in our lives. We are honored to be able to do things under your hands. Zhou Hao smiled non-committal, and then said, Actually, I am not as great as you think. When I was just an ordinary person, I didn't have the time to worry about national affairs and national justice. At most, I would sin like angry youth. Complaining expresses my dissatisfaction. And now, I just do something within my power, and what I do has the purpose of profiting for myself. The motivation is not simple, and it is not great at all. His remarks did not make Wang Zhongjuan change his mind. On the contrary, Wang Zhongjuan's honesty and unpretentiousness towards him became more admired and admired. How many people lived a lifetime? Just like Shah, who stood at the pinnacle of his career, was not like Zhou Hao, so free and easy and honest. Well, you've been on the plane for so long, so you should be tired. Go back and rest. Zhou Hao raised his hand, and Wang Zhongjuan nodded, got up, and went out. Sitting alone on the terrace, Zhou Hao put down the jade unicorn and took out another book from his arms, but it was the manuscript of the Book of the House of Zheng Wenjing he found in the library of Yuning Middle School. Stole it from the library, savoring Zheng Guofan's way of life from the short content of the parents, and at the same time pondering the profound meaning of it from the pen and paper-backed writing. Zhou Hao felt that he really benefited infinitely. I feel that the fonts in the hand-copied version of the Book of Zheng Wenjing contain profound martial arts and even philosophy, and the Book of Zheng Wenjing can also be seen from the trivial details of Zheng Guofan's profound life experience. Therefore, Zhou Hao felt that he had benefited a lot, and he was afraid that this book would not be comprehensive if it was kept in the library of Yuning Middle School. At the same time, he secretly brought it out in order to let himself read it anytime and anywhere. After Li Ruolin learned about Zhou Hao's theft, she complained deeply to him and asked him to return, but let Zhou Hao use both words and hands, successfully changing the topic. Zhou Hao was standing on the terrace at this time, and the bright moonlight was quietly spreading down, making the fonts on the book seem to come alive, and the dragons and phoenix dances were very wonderful. Today, after understanding the beating of old man Zhao on him, Zhou Hao's understanding became even deeper when he read the manuscript again. It can be seen from the fragments in this Book of Zheng Wenjing that the reason why Zheng Guofan was able to jump to 9 levels and become the important minister of the country in 10 years after being promoted, he was extremely low-key, never bullying, and even voluntarily backed down. It is because Zheng Guofan has a degree of advancement and retreat, never coveting petty gains in front of him, let alone caring about temporary gains and losses, that makes him achieve such a great achievement. Not only Zheng Guofan, but even the handwritten fonts in this book imply audacious and majestic strokes, but they are not domineering at all. The mellow ending of the pen is endless, but it is also a way to advance and retreat. Gradually, Zhou Hao also looked attentively, holding the scroll in his left hand and resting his right hand on his back. His upright posture under the moonlight looked like an elegant scholar. On the surface, Zhou Hao is standing there quietly reading a book. But if there are people like Li Tsongyun or Feng Mo Kodoro who have achieved the ultimate in physical and mental skills, they will definitely see a touch of inhumanity condensed on Zhou Hao's head. The light and shadow of the blame is not the or the devil. It was Zhou Hao's immersion in the book of Zhang Wanzhong, and his spirit moved with it. He couldn't help but practice the implied martial arts, advancing and retreating. This way of advancing and retreating is really profound, not only in dealing with people, but also in martial arts, and it is also extremely subtle. Thinking of the beauty, Zhou Hao smiled to himself. He feels that this manuscript of the letters from the house of Zhang Wanzhong has brought him much more inspiration and insights than those of Yang Qi Lu and Wu Qinshi. Just like the Dugu Qiuqiu in Jin Yang's novels, swordsmanship is practiced to the extreme, and even bamboo and wood fossils can be turned into a killing weapon, and in the end, it reaches the realm of no tricks. This book of the family of Zhang Wanzhong is also the same for Zhou Hao. The so-called one reason is clear. In an instant, Zhou Hao felt a sudden enlightenment in his heart, as if standing proudly on the top of the cloud, looking at the small mountains. I also feel that many of my previous ways of doing things seem naive. This is the real masterpiece. Zhou Hao held this book cherished. The more he reads, the more he feels that this book is really priceless. And even if the content is the same, every time he reads it, Hao gave birth to different perceptions. What's a peerless secret? Look at how stupid you are. Su Lin came behind Zhou Hao and lightly attached it to his back, seeing Zhou Hao holding the old book of Zhang Wanzhong's family in his arms as if it were a treasure. That priceless was called the first emerald. The jade unicorn of national treasure was casually placed on the small table, and he couldn't help but smile. If you let Brother Wang and Run Run see you treat this jade like this, they don't know how they will slander you. Although this jade unicorn is invaluable, it is always a dead thing, not to mention that I am not a person in this way. To me, it is just an ordinary stone. Zhou Hao turned around and gently embraced Su Lin. The plump body smiled. But if there is an emergency in the future, you can sell this stone for a few steamed buns. Su Lin couldn't help but glanced at him with a strange look. This is billions. How many buns can be exchanged? Is there such a prodigal you? Besides, this jade unicorn was found by Sister Qin in Myanmar, too. It took a lot of work to get the Master Zhuge out of the mountain to sculpt it. Even if this jade unicorn is worthless, do you have the heart to ruin Sister Qin's mind? Before Zhou Hao came to Hong Kong, Zhao Yuqin came here and met Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. The three naturally became confidants. Both Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing were keenly aware that the relationship between Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao was by no means simple, because they knew that Zhao Yuqin had bought Zhou Hao before this villa worth several hundred million. Moreover, Su Lin once accidentally saw Zhao Yuqin in Zhou Hao's room, holding the clothes Zhou Hao wore alone in a daze. At that time, Su Lin was sure that Zhao Yuqin was probably Zhou Hao's woman just like herself, because she was in a daze with Zhou Hao's clothes and even slept in her clothes to miss Zhou Hao. She and Liang Xiaobing had done such things. But no one said anything about it, and the three outstanding women were still in a harmonious relationship. Zhou Hao smiled and said to Su Lin, "Wang Zhongjuan is gone." Well, he went to live in ATV's apartment. Su Lin pressed tightly in his arms and suddenly called, "Zhou Hao." Huh? Zhou Hao stroked her hair lovingly. Su Lin hesitated and said quietly, "Are you good friends with that Mrs. Su?" "Mrs. Su, it's He Shuyun who stayed with us one night before. Isn't she the wife of Su Jinsheng?" Zhou Hao's heart jerked, and the scene of He Shuyun and Su Jin's voice came into his mind again. Although he knew that He Shuyun had no feelings for Su Jinsheng, he still couldn't help feeling sour. Seeing Zhou Hao's unsightly face, Su Lin was a little anxious, thinking that his words were causing Zhou Hao's unhappiness, and quickly said, "Hao, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Hao came back to his senses and couldn't help but smile, thinking that just now he realized that the way to advance and retreat is not to be attached. Why is he now recognizing? He said to Su Lin, "Nothing. Me and Shuyan." Seeing Su Lin looking at him suspiciously, Zhou Hao realized that he was suspicious of He Shuyun's intimate name, so he nodded her nose and smiled. "Little lady, are you jealous again?" "Who is jealous?" Su Lin twisted his waist. "But I saw it all at the party just now. That Mrs. Su often peeks at you. The look in her eyes is not like looking at an ordinary friend. Although you did not look at her, I know you still care about her. Can you see this too?" "Intuition," Su Lin confidently said. "Don't underestimate our women's intuition, especially in this aspect." Zhou Hao laughed dumbly, but the two of them didn't discuss the issue of He Shuyun further. Su Lin knew very well that Zhou Hao and He Shuyun definitely didn't want to look so innocent, but she did not dwell on this issue. On the way of advance and retreat, Zhou Hao felt that Su Lin had a deeper understanding than himself. Accompanied by Grace, Zhou Hao will naturally not be wasted this evening. Once again, he has been tossing with Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing for a long time before he settles down. The two women are already soft and greasy in his arms. Up. The next day, the bodyguards who were evicted by Su Lin in the name of vacation have returned. Zhou Hao arranged to protect Su Lin, and Liang Xiaobing's bodyguards were all elites from Pluto, all retired from special forces, including 6 male soldiers and 8 female soldiers. The male soldiers were responsible for garrisoning the outer area of the villa. In the room on the first floor of the villa, the female soldier is in charge of the center of the villa and lives on the second floor like Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. Usually, except for Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing, each of them has at least 2 male soldiers and 2 female soldiers following, plus they all carry the first army, with their second masters the sleeve shot, specially made by the 7 kills. So you won't have the ability to protect yourself when you encounter sudden danger. Yesterday, Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing put these bodyguards and servants on vacation in order to be alone with Zhou Hao. Some of these bodyguards went to the base of the People's Liberation Army in Hong Kong to meet with comrades in arms, and someone to Hong Kong to go shopping. Although the consumption level in Hong Kong is much higher than that in the mainland, Zhou Hao pays them more than $10,000 a month, which is enough for them to spend. "Boss." Seeing Zhou Hao, the top leader, the bodyguards respectfully greeted him, and Guyangan, the leader of the security team, handed a piece of information to Zhou Hao. "Boss, the drummer of the Philharmonic Orchestra that you asked me to check last night. I have found some basic information." After a pause, he reported to Zhou Hao. "The drummer of this Philharmonic Orchestra is called William Rashid. He is a Chinese-American mixed race. His father is an American. He is a civil lawyer in Nevada, and his mother is Chinese-American, as an associate professor at a university in Nevada. This William Rashid is also an intellectual and an outstanding graduate of the Department of Sociology at the University of Washington. After graduation, he worked as a risk assessor in a large insurance company. He also sat in the position of investment manager. But he resigned at the age of 27 and played rock and roll, and formed the current Philharmonic Orchestra with Jonathan and others 3 years ago. Like many rock bands in the United States, they started out as underground bands and performed in bars or nightclubs. Later they were discovered by the management company. They are still very popular in Europe and America. Looking at this information, Zhou Hao frowned and said, "It seems that William Rashid's experience is normal. There is nothing suspicious." "On the surface," Guyangan said straightforwardly, "but I think this guy is too normal, but he feels a little uncoordinated. Like Jonathan and the others, they either took drugs or went to jail. This William is so clean. In fact, it is not to say that William Rashid has a clean life experience and that his life is abnormal. If he judges others by such a standard, he would be biased. However, Zhou Hao always has a feeling in his heart that this William Rashid is not simple, or he is not a simple rock band member. But Zhou Hao knew that this was his own intuition. Although his intuition had hardly missed since he was reborn, it would definitely be strange once it appeared, but Zhou Hao still wanted to hear other people's opinions. So he asked Guyangan, "Yangan, Why do you think this William is too clean? Is it normal to have a criminal record or a disgraceful past? Gu Yonggan shook his head. Boss, I don't mean that. It's just that as far as I know, most people who love rock music have a personality that loves publicity and at the same time are keen to pursue freedom. This psychological feature is usually it manifests as the rebellious psychology of teenagers or the distinctive self-character that many people pursue. As for the way they pursue freedom, boss, do you understand what I mean? Zhou Hao smiled. I understand that the way many people pursue freedom and express themselves is usually to adopt behaviors that are contrary to the mainstream of society. To put it bluntly, they do what the law and morals prohibit, and they do what they do to express themselves and others. People are different, or that they are not restrained. Especially in the United States, drug abuse, sexual promiscuity, violence, etc. are very common. Therefore, rock music is not liked by more conservative people. That's what it means. Although it's not that all people who like rock music are like that, they at least have a strong rebellious psychology, Gu Yonggan said. Especially those who play rock and roll in groups have a greater scale of behavior. Just like the three of Jonathan and the others. And William was totally out of place in their Philharmonic Orchestra, and he did not show any love for music until he resigned at the age of 27. So he rashly gave up stability. It's too obtrusive to invest in another field. Speaking of this, Gu Yonggan shrugged and smiled. What's more, even if this guy doesn't have any doubts, but boss, since you asked us to investigate him, there must be something abnormal in him. You just believe me like that, Zhou Hao said interestingly. And another female soldier smiled and said, Boss, don't underestimate our team leader's opinion. When the army was on mission, the team leader was the anti-reconnaissance team leader of our company. With clues, he can infer the enemy's reaction and the actions that will be taken, which greatly increases the safety of us whether we sneak in or retreat. At that time, we even called him Holmes. Hearing the words of the female soldier, Gu Yonggan, who was less than 30, scratched his head shyly and was very embarrassed, but he still said to Zhou Hao, Boss, when I actually checked this man, although there was no I have really met him, but looking at his information, I think this William Rashid is not simple. I think, if his file is not forged, then his life for more than 30 years, it must be a play. Zhou Hao looked down at the document in his hand, staring at William, who was smiling warmly in the photo. This file is the official file of the U.S. government. That is to say, at least legally, this file about William Rashid is true. As for Gu Yonggan's whole life and acting, Zhou Hao raised his eyes and asked Gu Yonggan, Yonggan, you mean this guy is very likely a spy? Gu Yonggan nodded solemnly. Yes, we used to cooperate with the general staff when we were in the army, so spies who came in from other countries have had experience fighting against them. None of those guys are not serious on the surface. People, investors, tourists, immigrants, and even teachers who support our country's education all have legal passports. I feel that William Rashid, like those people, may be a spy from another country. Not enough. I have never encountered a spy disguised as a rock star. Zhou Hao smiled. That's not a disguise. People are really rock stars. Also, even if this guy is really suspicious, but without evidence, we are not a law enforcement agency. If we act rashly, we will only startle the snake. Moreover, this William Rashid is a legal citizen of the United States and a public figure. If anything goes wrong, the U.S. government will catch the handle and clamor. By then, not only us, but the whole of China will be implicated. If it's just ordinary American citizens, it's good to say that in the past, for those spies with American citizenship, no one would know if we arrested them. At most, they will be reported missing. They don't dare to send troops here just because a citizen disappeared in China, Gu Yonggan said. But this William Rashid is a star. If he disappears, he will cause a lot of attention. It is not easy to start, Zhou Hao said. Anyway, we have only found his basic information now, and we can't jump to conclusions. Let's let Leihu send some more people with outstanding lurking tracking ability over here. Huh? Watch him 24 hours a day. I don't believe he will not show his feet. Boss, I applied to join this latent tracking group. Gu Yonggan saluted. Zhou Hao knew that this guy was an occupational disease, but his ability in this area was really good, so he agreed. After Gu Yonggan went out, the phone in the hall rang, and Zhou Hao heard Liang Xiaobing answer the phone. After a while, Liang Xiaobing's voice came. Ahao, it's Uncle Pei's call. Zhou Hao quickly answered the phone. Is it Uncle Pei? I'm here. Xiao Hao, you are not kind this time. On the phone, Zhang Yingpei complained. Huh? What's wrong with Uncle Pei? Is there something Xiao Hao has made your old man angry? Tell me. Xiao Hao must come to you personally to make amends for you. Zhou Hao smiled. I said, do you still treat us as outsiders? Your uncle and his family are all in Hong Kong. So why didn't you tell me and your uncle? If you know this, we would have visited him a long time ago. Zhou Hao's face sank, and he asked, Uncle Pei, did someone tell you something? Hearing Zhou Hao's voice seemed unpleasant. Zhang Yingpei was puzzled. Huh? Is it fake? That Zhou Qiao pretending to be your uncle? Then he said to himself, no, that Zhou Qiao is also there anyway. Hong Kong's rich and famous people shouldn't play such tricks with no IQ. Zhou Hao sighed and said to Zhang Yingpei, Uncle Pei, that Zhou Qiao is indeed my uncle. That's right. Before Zhou Hao could say anything, Zhang Yingpei snatched the conversation. I'll just say, no matter how rich you are, I shouldn't dare to pretend to be someone else to us. Hey, Xiao Hao, if this is the case, that's wrong. Since Zhou Qiao is a member of your family, why have you never told us about it? Uncle Pei, listen to me first. Zhou Hao was really a little bit dumbfounded at this moment. That Zhou Qiao was indeed my uncle, and his son Zhou Lipo was also my cousin. However, our two families have never had any contact. Grandpa and him fled to Nanyang when they were very young. But then my grandfather came back to Xiangqing, and Zhou Qiao went to Hong Kong. Since then, until my grandparents passed away, they haven't met Zhou Qiao's family. Zhou Qiao also only visited Xiangqing some time ago. Only then did I know from my mother that there was such a relative. Zhang Yingpei was exquisite in his mind. Although Zhou Hao said vaguely, he also guessed that Zhou Hao definitely had no affection for Zhou Qiao's family. He even didn't recognize the so-called uncle from the bottom of his heart. At this time, Zhou Hao asked again, Uncle Pei, has he come to see you? Did he tell you anything? No, he just called me just now, saying that he is your uncle. Zhang Yingpei said. He also said that he wanted to invite me to dinner with my brother. I heard him say that it was your uncle. I just called you, wanting to ask you to go with us. Zhou Hao squinted his eyes and immediately thought that Zhou Qiao must have seen himself and Zhang Yingquan and Zhang Yingpei, two senior government officials, last night, and tried to get acquainted with them through his own relationship, and then asked Zhang Yingquan and Zhang Yingpei to help him put him in prison in China. Zhou Zi got it out. It's really hard to change. Zhou Hao scolded fiercely in his heart. Yin Tong is a virtuous woman who has always been respectful and filial to the elders in the family. So Zhou Hao has always been told to be polite to the elders. When Zhou Qiao went to Xiangqing last time that Zhou Hao was disrespectful to him, he called Yin Tong a lesson afterwards, and then Yin Tong turned around and blamed Zhou Hao, which made Zhou Hao feel more disgusted with Zhou Qiao. This time Zhou Qiao actually wanted to use himself to get Zhou Zi out of his life. It was tolerable or unbearable. Zhou Hao decided to teach Zhou Qiao a lesson so that he would not be able to make further progress. So Zhou Hao said to Zhang Yingpei, Uncle Pei, that's all right. You and Uncle will come to my house for dinner tonight. Anyway, they are not outsiders, so don't go out to eat. It's like this. My uncle and I don't know how much I want to visit your house. Zhang Yingpei smiled. Then, Zhou Hao dialed another number. Hello, General Liu? I am Zhou Hao. Haha. Yesterday I heard my uncle, and they said that you blamed me not to see you, so today I specially made amends for you. Yes, are you free tonight? Okay. Then I'll be at home waiting for you to grow old. Zhou Qiao was still surprised when Zhou Hao suddenly called and invited his family to have dinner with him, because he was still waiting for Zhou Hao to come and visit him in person. Originally, he was his elder, and he should have come to listen to the teachings himself. Therefore, Zhou Qiao put on the air of an elder at the beginning and was reluctant to accept Zhou Hao's invitation. But when Zhou Hao said that Zhang Yingquan and Zhang Yingpei would go there, Zhou Qiao's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, and he immediately agreed. He also asked Zhou Hao about his relationship with the Zhang family brothers, but Zhou Hao didn't even think about it. Without letting go, I hung up without saying a few words. Daddy, what's the matter? Zhou Lipo's face turned very bad when he saw his father hung up the phone. Zhou Qiao said with a sullen face that Zhou Hao, relying on his friendship with Zhang Yingquan and Zhang Yingpei. He didn't put me in his eyes at all. He didn't come over to say hello to us in person, but let us go to eat with him. Really unreasonable. Forbearance, Daddy. Now we have to ask for Zhang Yingpei and the others, and we need to rely on Zhou Hao's relationship with them. Zhou Lipo said, but I really don't understand what Zhou Hao has in the end. Not only high-ranking Hong Kong officials like Zhang Yingquan and Zhang Yingpei, even the top wealthy such as Su Jianming, Lu Luanhong, and Run Run seem to have friendship with him. And that Wang Zhongjuan, who came from the mainland, looked like Zhou Hao on his attitude last night, as if he was very respectful. People who don't know thought Zhou Hao was his boss. Thinking of the charity party yesterday, Zhou Hao was able to sit on Run Run Shaw's chair and laughed and talked with wealthy people like Su Jianming and Lu Luanhong. Zhou Lipo was surprised and envious, because like Su Jianming and Lu Luanhong, it is difficult for Zhou Lipo to make friends with this level of rich man. Zhou Qiao also groaned and stroked his chin. I called Zhou Lichang last night, and he said he didn't know what Zhou Hao did. He only knew that he was a sophomore in high school, but he didn't go to school all year round. A gangster who is not doing his job properly. After a pause, he said, well, go to him today, so you can explore his bottom. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Qiao, together with Zhou Lipo, Lu Shuyi and his wife, set off for Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao gave them the address in mid-levels, Hong Kong. Zhou Qiao, who is also a famous Hong Kong rich man, certainly knows mid-levels is synonymous with luxury houses. The price of houses is often in the hundreds of millions. He also owns a $250 million one there. Villa. I have already guessed that Zhou Hao may have very strong financial resources. In order not to let them weaken, Zhou Qiao and the others deliberately drove the latest Rolls-Royce. Many of the roads leading to the luxury houses in the mid-levels of Hong Kong are privately constructed, which can protect their privacy. When Zhou Qiao's family of 3 came to Zhou Hao's house along the private road, they were stunned. The door of this villa was magnificent, and the courtyard inside was open and elegant. The villa with white exterior walls was even more integrated with the 17th century. The European style and modern style reveal a faint light, making it even more unique in the dark night. Just looking outside the door, Zhou Qiao knew that Zhou Hao's house was at least twice as valuable as his own. What surprised Zhou Qiao and the others was that there were 2 burly men in gray suits outside the gate. The breath exuding from their bodies was harsher than that of the local police and even the flying tigers. They were obviously passing through the battlefield. The baptized military elite. Seeing the 2 stern-faced guards, Zhou Qiao and the others thought they had gone the wrong way. They just wanted to reverse the car, and then they saw one of the guards stepping forward and asking, "Is it Mr. Zhou Qiao?" The guard's tone was rather blunt, and there was no smile on his face, and it looked scary at first glance. Zhou Kairoqiang nodded calmly and listened to the guard said, "Then please come in. My host has been waiting for you for a long time." At the same time, the door of the villa slowly opened to both sides, allowing Zhou Qiao and his car to enter. Entering inside, Zhou Qiao and the trio found that the courtyard here was much larger than expected. It was also directly on the hillside and could see the bay in the distance. It was a veritable, invincible seascape. Under the leadership of their servants, they walked into the house. Although they were used to living a luxurious life, the situation in the house still shocked Zhou Qiao and them. The decoration here is not aimed at pursuing extravagance, but always pays attention to making the owner of the house comfortable. Many settings are full of humanity and contain many high-tech elements. Before entering the living room, he heard a few hearty voices over there. Zhou Qiao recognized that one of the laughs was Zhang Yingpei's and quickly quickened his pace. After all, the person he cares about the most tonight is not Zhou Hao, but Zhang Yingquan and Zhang Yingpei who can help themselves. You can't underestimate this kid Zhou Hao. You see, I have been soaking in this wine glass for decades, but I can't drink this kid. The next generation is terrible. A man in his 40s in casual clothes smiled boldly. Dao, the hearty laughter reverberated in the hall, and it was Lu Zhenwu, commander of the People's Liberation Army in Hong Kong. Zhang Yingquan on the other side also smiled and said, "I knew about this for a long time. Except for the first time I didn't know what was good or bad. Yingpei and I didn't dare to fight this stinky kid anymore. He drank a drink, and it was only us who got drunk in the end." His woman Zheng Baoijing couldn't help but glared at her husband. You men are very interested when they talk about drinking or something, and don't know if your body can stand it. You should go a while ago. Fatty liver was only detected in the hospital. Tonight, please relax. Don't go home, and let me press your waist again. Zheng Baoijing revealed Zheng Yingquan's bottom line in this way, and she won a lot of laughter and made a lot of fun. Sir, Zhou Qiao is here. The servant brought Zhou Qiao to the hall and said to Zhou Hao, who was sitting on the sofa over there, who was pouring wine for Lu Zhenwu. The laughter of the people in the hall immediately subsided, making Zhou Qiao feel a little abrupt in his appearance. At the same time, he saw that Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei and his wife were sitting in different places in the hall with wine in their hands. They were both sitting and looking very casual, as if they were at home. He knew that they were with Zhou Hao. The relationship is better than I thought. In addition to them, Su Lin, the chief executive of ATV, the popular singer Liang Xiaobing, and Wang Zhongjuan, who I saw at the wireless video studio last night, are all here. Zhou Qiao did not speak to Zhou Hao first, but greeted Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei with a smile. Director Zheng, good too. Then he nodded slightly to Su Lin and Wang Zhongjuan. Zhou Lipo and Lu Shi followed him to greet the Zheng family brothers. And then Zhou Qiao's eyes fell on Lu Zhenwu next to Zhou Hao. He didn't know Lu Zhenwu, but he also felt that this man who was under 50 had a strong majesty in him. He was more aura than the two guards who were full of stern body just now. He was obviously a general in the military. Zhou Hao, don't you introduce this gentleman to us? Zhou Qiao wanted to inquire about Lu Zhenwu's identity, so he said to Zhou Hao. His expression and tone were very arrogant, and he looked high. Before Zhou Hao could speak, Lu Zhenwu spoke first. Don't bother your old man to worry about it, my dear Lu Zhenwu. Lu Zhenwu has been a soldier for decades. He has survived several times on the battlefield. He has seen all the big scenes. He has a fierce temper. Sometimes he dares to talk back, even when he faces his most respected elder Zhao. Put Zhou Qiao in your eyes. So even if Lu Zhenwu knew that Zhou Qiao was Zhou Hao's uncle, but seeing him so arrogant, he couldn't help but say coldly. His aura burned out of the iron, and blood on the battlefield also shocked the respected Zhou Qiao. Hearing Lu Zhenwu's name, Zhou Qiao couldn't react for a while, only felt that his aura was amazing. And Zhou Lipo, who is very aware of Hong Kong's current affairs, shook involuntarily, and then asked Lu Zhenwu with a little timidity, Please, may you be the commander of the People's Liberation Army in Hong Kong, Lu? General Lu Zhenwu. Lu Zhenwu snorted. I'm disrespectful. Then he turned his head and stopped looking at Zhou Qiao and his son. Hearing what his son said, Zhou Qiao was shocked in his heart. The commander of the People's Liberation Army stationed in Hong Kong is a general. Even the chief executive must respectfully and dare not offend. Especially in China, the military is very tough. Government officials dare not easily provoke officers of the same rank. Compared with Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei, Lu Zhenwu's status is obviously higher. Judging from the appearance of him and Zhou Hao as a forgotten acquaintance, I don't know how Zhou Hao pulled this door. Lu Zhenwu didn't wait to see Zhou Qiao, and Zhou Hao didn't intend to appease Zhou Qiao. Since Zhou Qiao and the others came in, Zhou Hao didn't say a word. Seeing that the atmosphere in the hall was a bit stiff, Wang Zhongjuan laughed and said, Mr. Zhou, you came just right. Dinner is ready. Come, everyone. Please take a seat. But I finally managed to put the 2 big rooms in Guangzhou White Swan Hotel. Please come back and cook for us. Zhou Hao also made a pleased gesture to Lu Zhenwu at this time. Let's go in and listen to Wang Zhongjuan saying that the 2 chefs carefully cooked sikadir. Let's try it. So the 2 went to the dining room first. Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei left afterwards. Only Wang Zhongjuan asked the 3 of Zhou Qiao who were there to enter, like an official. The house full of people, Zhou Qiao's family of 3 felt that, except for Wang Zhongjuan and a few servants, Zhou Hao, Lu Zhenwu, and the Zheng family brothers seemed to treat them as air and completely ignored them. Moreover, when he entered the living room just now, Zhou Qiao caught a glimpse of the glass wall cabinet on the left side of the living room, because there was a crystal-clear green jade on it. It was a big show at the auction last night, and today it has become a different the jade unicorn in the headlines of the big newspapers. Zhou Qiao is also a person who knows the goods. and he sees that this jade unicorn is the one from last night, not a fake. However, the peerless jade, worth 4 billion Hong Kong dollars, is placed there like ordinary decorations. Zhou Qiao feels dazzling no matter how he looks. All his wealth is not comparable to a decoration that others just put in the closet. The two chefs that Wang Zhongjuan invited over from the White Swan Hotel in Guangzhou are indeed very skilled. The red ruby carvings alone are a rare piece of art. This is because Wang Zhongjuan's contacts are wide and deep enough. Otherwise, the White Swan Hotel in Guangzhou would never agree to borrow his chef. As for the sika deer banquet, it is even more delicious. Originally, sika deer is a national first-class protected animal, and hunting is strictly prohibited. However, in recent years, sika deer have begun to breed sika deer, grow fresh livestock. However, the relevant laws have not been changed, so the breeding and sale of sika deer are not completely legal. But sika deer meat has the effect of nourishing yin and strengthening yang, which attracts many diners. In Hong Kong, let alone the sika deer, even dogs can't eat it. In order to bring this fresh sika deer from the mainland, Liu Zhenwu used the patrol boat of the army to bring it. For the military maritime patrol boat, the Hong Kong customs is a little bit, I dare not stop it. Come on, taste this sika deer meat. Liu Zhenwu smiled to Zhou Hao and the others. I often use this thing to drink with Ding Zhou on the mainland, especially the stir-fried deer whip, and the old Maotai is simply a match made in heaven. The pair, the women Su Lin and Zheng Baoijing, had never tasted such game, and they always felt a little repulsive in their hearts. Seeing their expressions, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "This sika venison is very effective for nourishing yin and nourishing the skin. It is more used than your black chicken and white phoenix pills." Sure enough, women are still the most interested in maintenance. Zheng Baoijing and Zheng Mingjiang immediately brightened their eyes, but Liang Xiaobing said, "But those sika deer are so cute. Why can't they bear to eat it?" Zhou Hao shrugged noncommittal. Women can't reason with them when love is overflowing. However, under Su Lin's instigation, Liang Xiaobing tasted a piece of venison tribute ball, and she slowly accepted the excellent taste and taste. Seeing a table of people laughing and talking happily, Zhou Qiao and the three also present here seemed to be completely isolated in another world. Only Wang Zhongjuan occasionally toasts Zhou Qiao, so that they retain a little sense of existence. Mr. Wang was very imposing last night. For charity, all major newspapers are rushing to report on this. In order to integrate into this circle as soon as possible, Zhou Qiao stabilized his mind and deliberately smiled at Wang Zhongjuan. "Hee, Mr. Zhou, you passed the award. Actually, I just acted according to the company's orders." Wang Zhongjuan knew who was the master, and of course he would not overstep it. Zhou Qiao heard a hint. "Huh? Mr. Wang, aren't you a member of the board of directors of Polaris? Is there anyone in Polaris who can take care of you? Is it your brother, Mr. Zhonglei Wang?" Wang Zhongjuan glanced at Zhou Hao for a while and saw that he looked as usual before smiling at Zhou Qiao. "Mr. Zhou, although Zhonglei and I are both members of the board of directors of Polaris, we are also the president and vice president of the company. But in fact, the shares owned by our two brothers account for only a small part of the company, and the total is less than 4%. The decisions we make daily must be implemented with the approval of the board of directors. Of course, the company gave us brothers a lot of freedom, and room for development did not restrict us too much. We are very grateful for this." Zhou Qiao was slightly surprised, because last night he deliberately searched for a lot of information about Polaris, only to know that Polaris owns 40% of the shares of Hongdian Film and Television City in China, as well as a private TV station, and even owns its own communications satellite. Many local TV stations rent channels from them. On behalf of the Polaris, only two brothers, Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, have always appeared before the public, and they are also members of the Polaris board of directors, so the outside world thinks they are the owners of the Polaris. Zhou Qiao still wanted to ask again. Liu Zhenwu over there suddenly touched the bottom of the cup and said, "Mr. Zhou, you seem to have a lot of business in China. I heard that there seems to be a surname Zhou in Xianqing who wants to invest a few $100 million to build a toy production base, but later ran aground the investment because it contradicted the opinions of the Xianqing government." Hearing Liu Zhenwu mention this incident suddenly, especially the surname Zhou he said was a mockery of Zhou Qiao. So Zhou Qiao's face was a bit ugly, but Lu Zhenwu was the commander of the People's Liberation Army in Hong Kong, and there was also Zheng Yingquan, Zheng Yingpei, so Zhou Qiao did not dare to express his dissatisfaction at all. Instead, he followed Lu Zhenwu's words and sighed. It's really hard to say a word about this, because my grandson got into trouble on the mainland. There was a storm that caused our company's investment plan to have to be suspended. After that, he deliberately glanced at Zheng Yingquan, because he had told Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei about Zhou Zi before that, hoping that they would let the Hong Kong SAR government coordinate with them to bring Zhou Zi back from the mainland, even if not. It is also good to leave the prison immediately and be able to extradite Zhou Zi to a prison in Hong Kong. However, Zheng Yingquan and the others didn't seem to have heard it at this time, and they still ate the fried deer whip on the opposite wall with relish. Zhou Qiao looked at Zhou Hao, who was silent on the other side, and said, Zhou Hao, Zi is also your cousin. If he is able, you can help him. From the literal meaning, Zhou Qiao's words should be pleading with Zhou Hao, but looking at his expression, there is a half-pleading meaning. It is clear that he is telling Zhou Hao to do something. Zhou Hao glanced at Zhou Qidao and then smiled. Zhou Qiao thought he was going to agree to himself, but he heard Zhou Hao say, Uncle, you also said that Zhou Zi has caused trouble in the country, and it is not a trivial matter. Little problem, a child who was only a few years old died in his hands. It was a life. Although someone instigated him, but if he had a little conscience, he would not do the kind of angry things. Uncle, you were in the country at the time. Wouldn't you not know how much impact this incident had caused throughout the country? Now, Zhou Zi has been handled as a typical case, let alone Xiangqing's public security system. Even the chief in Guangdong province dare not do anything. Tell me, how do you ask me to help him? Zhou Qiao's face changed for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, You can ask Director Zhang and Director Zhang to help, through the Hong Kong government to communicate and coordinate with the mainland, otherwise. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Hao raised his hand to stop his words. Do you know that you are injuring the Hong Kong government? The evidence of Zhou Zi's crime is conclusive, and it is a veritable iron case, and it has caused a very bad impact in society. Even the names of Hong Kong people know this. Now that you ask the Hong Kong government to intercede for him, Zhou Zi, isn't it just pushing the Hong Kong government to the opposite of the state and justice? Although Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei did not speak, they both looked at Zhou Qiao coldly at this time. Originally, even if Zhou Hao didn't know that Zhou Qiao's family had a good impression, Zheng Yingpei did not agree to Zhou Qiao's incident because of how badly it would affect the image of the Hong Kong government and even Hong Kong as a whole. Furthermore, even if this matter does not harm the image of the Hong Kong government, I will not help him, Zhou Zi. Zhou Hao's voice became severe. He is killing people now. Knowing that the steering wheel of a domestic car is completely opposite to that of Hong Kong, he still drove the car around. After hitting a person, he did not immediately send the injured person to the hospital. Instead, he drove frantically and drove the injured person back and forth to death. It is not an exaggeration to say that he intentionally killed someone. Now the court has only sentenced him to 8 years in prison, and he is considered lucky. According to his behavior, even if he is sentenced to death or life imprisonment, it is not wrong at all. Zhou Hao's relentless words made Zhou Qiao's face pale. His eyes stared at Zhou Hao, and his whole body trembled with anger. Zhou Hao still sneered and said, You still have the face to worry about whether Zhou Zi can stand in prison? Why don't you think about the innocent boy who died tragically? Don't people have parents or people? Do you know what kind of disaster Zhou Zi's actions brought to the little boy's family? According to me, even if Zhou Zi is tortured to death in prison, it is also the cycle of heaven and earth. Self-inflicted, do not live. Zhou Hao's relentless accusation made Zhou Qiao and Zhou Lipo tremble all over, and Zhou Zi's mother Lu Shuyi turned pale. Lu Zhenwu, Zheng Yingquan, and Zheng Yingpei coldly looked at Zhou Qiao. Although they were also members of the power circle, they were not accustomed to Zhou Qiao's view that one's own fate is fate, and that other people's fate is not fate. Zhou Hao was right. Zhou Qiao and the others were nervous about Zhou Zi. Could it be that the little boy who died under the wheel of Zhou Zi had no parents? Lu Zhenwu admired Zhou Hao's righteous action to destroy his relatives. He felt that this was a clambering man who lived up to the fame of Mr. Zhao. He also heard Zhou Hao coldly snorted. It is natural for Zhou Zi to take the blame for himself. However, if the son does not teach the father and son, he ends up today, but you are the culprit. You do not think about reflecting, and you are shamelessly letting Uncle Pei and Quan they know the law and break the law. Zhou Qiao couldn't help it anymore. When Lu Jinwu, the Zhang family brothers, and others suddenly slapped the table, they pointed at Zhou Hao and shouted, "You! Do you dare to talk to the elders like this? It's the opposite. It's the opposite. Zhou Qiliang gave birth to a good grandson. You are not qualified to mention my grandfather." Zhou Hao squinted at Zhou Qiao. "Today I will make it clear to you that you are my elders in terms of blood relationship, but in reality, you and my family have no relationship at all." Points. Usually the 15th day of the first day of the year is out of date, and I will send you some greeting cards and greetings. Yes, I can provide you with help and take care of it. No way. Please don't bluff and cheat outside in the name of my family. Otherwise let me know. I will never Qing Rao. What a big tone. Zhou Lipo smiled without anger. What is your family? It should be you not to slander in Hong Kong under the name of our Zhou family. Zhou Hao did not respond positively to Zhou Lipo. Instead, he walked behind Wang Zhongjuan and pressed his shoulder, and then said to Zhou Qiao, "Today I will make it clear, don't you know that Zhou Zi's incident will be made public to the whole country? Is the TV station that strongly criticizes Galaxy Satellite TV under the Polaris? So what does this have to do with you?" Zhou Qiao said coldly. The cold and warm life that made Zhou Zi's car crashing was a Galaxy TV program. Of course Zhou Qiao knew it, so he wooed him from the beginning. Wang Zhongjuan's idea was to reduce the influence of Zhou Zi's incident through Wang Zhongjuan. At this time, Wang Zhongjuan said, "Mr. Zhou, didn't I just say that our two brothers only hold less than 4% of the shares in Polaris? It is true that apart from our two brothers, there are several other directors. Mr. Zhou holds more than 70% of the shares of North Star, so he is our big boss." Zhou Qiao and Zhou Lipo didn't react for a while, and Zhou Lipo subconsciously asked, "Which Mr. Zhou?" "This is the one behind me. Zhou Hao, Mr. Zhou." Wang Zhongjuan smiled faintly. "He has more than 70% of the shares in Polaris. Is your big boss?" Zhou Qiao pointed to Zhou Hao behind Wang Zhongjuan, as if he heard a funny joke. "Mr. Wang, even if you want to joke with us, this is too outrageous. How old is Zhou Hao this year? At most, he is 17 or 18 years old. How could he have so many shares for such a stinky guy? That is hundreds of millions of assets." Wang Zhongjuan shook his head and said, "Mr. Zhou, to be honest, our two brothers had the same questions as you when they first entered the Polaris. However, even if it is unbelievable, this is the fact, the Polaris. The achievement today is all due to our boss." Su Lin over there also said, "The reason why ATV was able to re-emerge and fight with the wireless in just 1 year is inextricably difficult, because Zhou Hao's decision is correct. However, because of Zhou Qiao's preconceived notions, he always believed that Zhou Hao was just an ordinary high school student. So he still refused to believe what Wang Zhongjuan and Su Lin said, instead shouting, 'Impossible. Why is he such a stinky boy? Will there be such an ability?' Seeing Lu Jinwu, Zhang Yingquan, and the others who were sitting on the sidelines, he said, 'I know, it must be you. Zhou Hao must be just your puppets, and you are the real boss of North Star.' Old Zhang also said that you are a well-known rich man in Hong Kong." Pooh. Lu Jinwu, who has a violent temper, said to Zhou Qiao, "I really doubt how you made billions of assets with your head. It's not good to say that. Even if Xiao Hao is really our puppet, if he doesn't have certain ability, is he qualified to be our puppet?" Su Lin also said, "Everything that Zhou Hao has now is based on his own efforts. Also, not only Zhou Hao, but also his aunt is also the owner of the domestic Tongguan Catering Company. Total assets have exceeded tens of billions of yuan. Both in scale and influence are much larger than your toy company." Zhou Qiao and the others always thought that Zhou Hao's family was just the most ordinary family. From the bottom of their hearts, they looked down upon Zhou Hao and Yin Tong. When they first went to Xianqing, they expected Zhou Hao's mother and son to take advantage of them. However, Zhou Hao's mother and son are now transformed into invisible rich men who are unknown but powerful, with assets more than 10 times stronger than themselves. The emerald unicorn that caused the stormy waves last night seemed to belong to Zhou Hao. This huge gap made Zhou Qiao's family of 3 unable to accept it in a short time and was stunned there. Zhou Hao spoke again. Do you know why the secretary of the municipal party committee Xiao Yu and Mayor Situ Li objected to your investment in toy production in Xiangqing? This is not just the secret secretary they made to suppress your friendship. For the sake of it. Difficult, is it you? Zhou Lipo reacted first. I did play a big role in it, but in the final analysis, it is because your toy production base has no prospects at all. It will eventually drag down Xiangqing's economic development and even let Xiangqing do it for you. Wrong decision to wipe your ass. Xiangqing is my hometown. How can I let you destroy the process of its development? Zhou Hao calmly said. At that time, I happened to think about how to drive you away. The grandson Zhou Zi did such a big disaster, and it happened to give me a fair chance. After a pause, he added, by the way, I also instructed them to do the cold and warm life interview with Zhou Zi. I always feel that the governments of various localities in China are in order to attract investment. The posture in front of foreign capital is too low, even at betraying the interests of the government and the people. I have always opposed this servile attitude. You found the deputy governor to put pressure on Xiangqing, and you gave me this opportunity to borrow this matter of you is a wake-up call for the country, and it also asks the central government to think about its attitude towards foreign investment. It wasn't until Zhou Hao told the inside story himself at this time that Zhou Qiao knew that the huge storm that seemed to have accidentally caused and spread across the country was caused by Zhou Hao's secretive efforts. Moreover, Zhou Qiao was also regarded as the culprit by those Hong Kong businessmen who were implicated because of this incident, making him like a mouse crossing the street in the Hong Kong business community. I heard Zhou Hao sneer at him again. It feels uncomfortable to be regarded as a thorn in the eye by those investors in Hong Kong. It turned out to be you. Zhou Qiao flushed, obviously because Zhou Hao was very angry. Boy, it turned out that you did a good thing. Zhang Yingquan, who also just understood the truth of the matter, couldn't help but complain to Zhou Hao. The businessmen who hit nails in the mainland before have complained to our government. We are in a mess. It turned out to be a good thing you stinky kid did. Zhou Hao shrugged. Hong Kong compatriots who invest in China already have many preferential treatments compared to domestic enterprises. I did this not to make the country cancel those preferential policies. I just want them to reflect on their treatment of foreign investment. There is no need to even protect them from committing crimes in order to retain foreign investment. If they invest in a fair manner, they will never be affected. Hong Kong is a society under the rule of law, and the legal awareness of Hong Kong compatriots should be compared. Gao is right. If you can't get to the country, you will feel that you are not restrained and do evil. The meaning in his words is very clear. Those Hong Kong businessmen who have encountered nails in the country are all bad actors. If they have not done anything nasty, they will not be treated like this at all. At the same time, Zhou Hao was also telling Zhou Qiao that if his investment in Xiangqing was open and upright, and there was no such thing as Zhou Zi, Zhou Hao would not be so easy to drive him away intentionally. Zhou Hao took a deep breath, then looked at Zhou Qiao and Zhou Lipo. Well, I don't think you are in the mood to continue eating this meal. If nothing happens, please go back. You too. Don't waste your thoughts on Zhou Zi's affairs anymore. Just let him stay in it for 8 years, so that I can guarantee that he will be released from prison safe and sound after 8 years. Also, about me, I still hope you don't tell others and don't harass my mother again. From now on, you and my family will keep the water in the well, but if you dare to do anything to me, then I will kill Zhou Zi first, in prison, and then slowly deal with you. The moonlight is like water. Zhou Hao sits alone on the rooftop, quietly looking into the distance. It is impossible to tell whether it is the sea or the sky. The 2 rounds of the moon in the sky are bright and charming, but I don't know which side is true and which side is false. Looking into the distance, Zhou Hao was lost in thought. Which 2 rounds of moons are indistinguishable from true and false, just like his past and present life, like a dream and illusion. It looks as if everything is real, but it gives Zhou Hao the illusion of a beautiful moon, sometimes thinking about it. I really don't know if the previous life is a dream in this life, or this life is a dream in the previous life. After waking up, everything becomes empty again. In the previous life, Zhou Hao's life was extremely rough and ups and downs. The family was poor. Although his parents were still alive, his father never fulfilled any responsibilities, making Zhou Hao the same as living in a single-parent family. And the hardship and embarrassment of life also made Zhou Hao taste the warmth of humanity early, and finally became self-reliant. But his mother, Yin Tong, died of liver cancer. When he got better in his career, he was betrayed by his girlfriend. He was also killed by the man and the dog. It can be said that Zhou Hao's last life was a tragedy. Therefore, after he realized that he was born again, he used his prophetic memory to try his best to change the original situation, and now he finally eliminated the possibility of tragedy in the previous life. However, even though Zhou Hao encountered many people and things in this life that he had never experienced before, Zhou Lichang before, and Zhou Qiao now made Zhou Hao reflect on it. Has he changed? It is true that both Zhou Lichang and Zhou Qiao in the past can be said to be out-and-out villains. But when he treats them like this, has he also become a villain who is inhumane and profitable like them? It seemed that he had killed a lot of people. Zhou Hao stared at his smooth palms as if they were stained with blood. In the previous life, he was a good citizen who obeyed the law, let alone murder. Even cats and dogs dared not hurt him. But in this life, he killed so many people. Who would dare to call himself a bloodthirsty fanatic? The central government even regards itself as a hero of the country. After all, most of the reason why he kills is to protect himself or protect the interests of the country. Holding onto the railing, Zhou Hao couldn't help but laughed at himself. I just read the book of Zheng Wenjing's house, just now, and he said that he shouldn't be so persistent. How come I think about it again? Hum. It seems I still tender. At this time, Zhou Hao smelled a refreshing fragrance, and a soft and warm texture came from his back. A tender body like a soft jade was pressed against his back, and his hands were hugged from under his arms. Up him. Regardless of the beauty behind, Zhou Hao could also recognize her from the fragrance on her body. It was Liang Xiaobing. What are you thinking about? Liang Xiaobing's face was pressed against Zhou Hao's broad back. Zhou Hao raised his eyes and looked into the distance, only to feel the fishy sea breeze blowing on his face, which was very cool. Xiaobing, did I treat Zhou Qiao and the others like this too much? Zhou Hao's voice sounded a little lonely. Liang Xiaobing shook his head. Actually, you have done your best to treat them like that. Speaking of which, your so-called uncle keeps saying that you are disrespectful, but he has never done what an elder should do from beginning to end. Your grandfather was in trouble, and he didn't save him. You really didn't have the obligation to help them, and you didn't owe them any kindness. Instead, they wanted to use your relationship to get the uncles to help them. It's extremely selfish, according to me. You should have cut off from them a long time ago. Zhou Hao smiled. They are indeed not worthy of help, and I have not regretted everything I have done. I am just worried. Will you feel that I have become as unkind as them? How come? Liang Xiaobing comforted. In the eyes of Su Lin and I, you are the best man in the world. Look at the other rich men, not to mention those super rich with assets similar to yours. Zhou Qiao and the others. Don't they also have a lot of people who do bad things, so anger and resentment? Which of them can donate billions to do good deeds like you? I don't dare to be this. I am not just for doing good deeds. At least it is also impure. Zhou Hao laughed. Anyway, after you do this, thousands of people will benefit. In their eyes, you are the compassionate Guanxian Bodhisattva. Liang Xiaobing also laughed playfully and said, my uncle used to tell me before. One of the people passed by in a hurry and faced countless choices. However, as long as we can be ashamed of our hearts, we don't need to care about the opinions of others. When he died, he also said that when he was a legislator, he is truly incorruptible, and he has also collected money for personal gains, but he has never made mistakes before making a big mistake, and has never done anything to harm the citizens. So when he is dying, he does not need to repent and feel guilty. There was a mist in Liang Xiaobing's eyes, because her uncle treated her like a daughter, and the relationship between the two was very deep. Thinking of her uncle's death, she felt sad, but she still held back her tears and said, he was still smiling when he went, saying that he has no regrets in his lifetime and no regrets after his death. It's a saying that you have no regrets before you die. Your uncle's realm is very high. Zhou Hao sighed. Yes, as long as you are not ashamed of your heart, There is no need to stick to these things at all. Also, although you are unkind to Zhou Qiyao and them, you take care of your uncle and them very much. Liang Xiaobing smiled at Zhou Hao. If you were a person like Zhou Qiyao, how could you do this? Zhou Hao turned around and hugged Liang Xiaobing into his arms, looked at her shameful face with a closed moon, and said sincerely, Xiaobing, thank you. Thank you. We are not strangers. Liang Xiaobing pouted. Yeah. It is justified to be a wife to comfort her husband. Zhou Haolong laughed and stared deeply at the jade man in front of him. Compared to the actress whom I admired in the previous life, Liang Xiaobing is now a completely different person, more beautiful and more real. Zhou Hao in the previous life never thought that she would really become her own woman. At this moment, Zhao Yuqin, Li Ruolin, Yin Qingqing, and other women appeared in his mind, and his heart became warmer. Yes, whether this life is true, or a dream, what does it matter? As long as they are accompanied, everything is enough, and everything is worth it. Liang Xiaobing, who was leaning in Zhou Hao's arms, quietly enjoyed Zhou Hao's hug, and thought about the same as Zhou Hao. It is already the happiest thing in this life to meet Zhou Hao. Under the clear sky, Zhou Hao drove his dark gray Maserati sports car that had just been picked up and drove into Central. Although the steering wheel of Hong Kong cars is set on the right side in contrast to the domestic ones, Zhou Hao has already been familiar with it when he came to Hong Kong before, and there will be no mistakes like Zhou Zi. Although this Maserati is a sports car with a hard-top, open-top design, Zhou Hao did not intentionally or unintentionally open the car hood like other rich kids, but maintained a low-key luxury. On the other hand, because he is going to the Galaxy Investment Company today, he does not want to be discovered. Under Zhou Hao's instruction, Galaxy Investment Company has always followed the route of making a fortune through silence. Even though they have swept away tens of billions of dollars from the financial market in just over a year from their establishment to the present, and even became one of the main forces driving changes in Indonesia, few people know their existence. As an international financial center in Hong Kong, the financial sector organizes many unofficial exchange meetings and social events every year to provide opportunities for various investors in the industry to cooperate and communicate. Galaxy Investment Corporation has never attended, even if they are now Hong Kong or even Asia, the strongest financial investment bank in the range. As the saying goes, wealth should not be visible, especially Zhou Hao has many enemies, so he doesn't want others to know the existence of Galaxy Investment Company and his relationship with it. Song Jiahao, the butler who helped Zhou Hao manage the Galaxy Investment Company, was solemn to Zhou Hao's arrival. When Zhou Hao walked into the company, he saw a thick red carpet from the door to the inside of the company. The staff separated the two sides of the carpet. When they saw Zhou Hao, they bowed deeply like Miss Ing Bin and shouted in unison, "Hello, Mr. Zhou. Welcome, Mr. Zhou." There was even a young and beautiful female employee in her 20s who came out from the side and presented a bunch of flowers to Zhou Hao, just to put on a wreath for Zhou Hao. Seeing Song Jiahao approaching, Zhou Hao smiled and cursed. "You guys disgusting me deliberately, right? It's all made up like this. I'm not a big leader." Song Jiahao scratched his head. "This is also to show your boss that we all respect you. Besides, in our eyes, you are more important than any leader." In this regard, Zhou Hao just smiled bitterly, seeing those outstanding financial talents of different nationalities, different races, and standing there like Miss Ing Bin at this time, making him always feel awkward. Okay, don't engage in these falsehoods in the future. Our company doesn't pay attention to this, but it is the most practical to make money. Zhou Hao walked in with a smile, and the employees on both sides agreed with him when he heard what he said. I admire him for his pragmatic style. The Hong Kong office of Galaxy Investment Company is located in the office building of Central Real Estate Plaza. It is rented for an entire floor. Although the location and location have not changed, the number of employees in the company has increased from dozens of people to 200 at the beginning. More people. Fortunately, Zhao Yuqin had the foresight at the beginning and rented the entire floor. Otherwise, he would still be unable to accommodate. Since the number of people has increased greatly compared with before, a group of desks are also scattered in the large office. On the ceiling in the center of the office, 6 large screens are installed, just like those on the stock exchange, so that people from different directions can see it. In the entire Galaxy Investment Company, apart from the lobby called Oriental Wall Street by the employees, there are only 3 private offices, namely the command dedicated to Zhou Hao and the offices of Song Jiahao and Willie Worth. Because all employees are arranged in the lobby, any changes in the financial market can be communicated immediately, and the entire company is filled with popularity, and it will not appear depressing and boring. Even the daily staff meeting does not need an additional meeting room. You can discuss directly here in the lobby, which is convenient and improves work efficiency. Zhou Hao walked into his headquarters. Song Jiahao and Willie Worth followed closely, and other ordinary employees in charge of different divisions of labor returned to their positions. However, none of them have the intention to work, and they are secretly paying attention to the headquarters, especially the newly joined newcomers, who have long been known for the boss who was called the invisible stock god by their predecessors. Both admire and curious. Song Jiahao inside noticed that the people outside were focusing their attention, so he wanted to close the curtain of the glass window, but Zhou Hao stopped him. You don't need to draw the curtains. We don't do shameful things. Sometimes, it's good to give more transparency to your subordinates, and you can get closer to your subordinates. The same is true for you. Don't always hide in the office by yourself. Communicate and cooperate more with outside employees, so that you can issue up and improve the company's effectiveness. Yes, I know the boss. Song Jiahao is 7 or 8 years older than Zhou Hao, but for Zhou Hao, Song Jiahao doesn't despise him at all and respectfully obeys his words. The scene of Song Jiahao listening to Zhou Hao's teaching fell into the eyes of those outside employees. In the workday, Song Jiahao is very strict with them, but because of Song Jiahao's own outstanding ability, they are in awe. Therefore, the employees admire Zhou Hao, who can make Song Jiahao so obedient. Zhou Hao sat in the executive chair. The front desk had already placed the performance report of Galaxy Investment Company from the beginning of the year to the present. It also included detailed data on the Hong Kong stock market that has been hit by foreign funds several times. For investment matters in Indonesia, South Korea, and Japan, Zhou Hao usually receives reports from Song Jiahao and Willie Worth on a regular basis, and the Indonesian side has been under close monitoring by the central government, so Zhou Hao does not need to worry too much. At this stage, what he values most is his own investment in Russia through foreign-registered investment companies. The other is the situation in Hong Kong. Because there were Mr. Zhao and the people arranged by the central government in Galaxy Investment Company, and Zhou Hao didn't want to let the state know about his investment in Russia. Therefore, the affairs on the Russian side were carried out by Zhou Hao himself, and Song Jiahao and Willie Worth were assisted by them. The people below did not know at all. Boss, the funds we invested in Russia have reached $6 billion, and now it seems that there is no sign of a sharp decline in the Russian financial market. Several major oligarchs and most companies in Russia maintain with stable development. The situation is still very good. Willie Worth said calmly. And relative to the stability of the economic situation, Russia's political level appears to be a bit turbulent. After taking a deep look at Willie Worth, Zhou Hao's gaze brought a bit of appreciation, because in the matter of investing in the Russian financial market, he never said to Song Jiahao and Willie Worth that Russia's financial the main reason why the market has changed is the unstable political situation in Russia. And Willie Worth can see this, indicating that his personal ability is really good. Just listen to Willie Worth continue to say, now Yeltsin's health is getting worse and worse. It is definitely impossible to stay in the presidential position for too long, and other political forces interested in this presidential throne are already ready to move. In March of this year, Yeltsin removed Buljuza from the position of Secretary of the Security Council of the Russian Federation, appointed Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin to succeed him, and delegated many things to him. According to me, look, Putin should be the heir appointed by Yeltsin. Song Jiahao next to him said, it's not that easy, it's the Russian presidential position. Besides this Putin, isn't there a few who were selected by Yeltsin to succeed the candidate? You are so sure of that, Putin. Is it the prince? Zhou Hao looked at the two with interest, and without intervening, he saw Willie Worth said, it is true that Putin is facing a very serious situation. Not only is there Yeltsin's opposition party outside, but there are other competitions inside. Opponents are eyeing. But I think Putin will definitely be able to break this situation in the end and take power smoothly. because he took over the post of Secretary of the Russian Security Council, and his various administrative actions have shown his tough attitude towards driving militants. Over the years, Russia has been weak for a long time. Both the military and ordinary people need a leader who can have iron-blooded means and a tough image, and Putin just appeared in this attitude. A great man in China once said that the people's heart backwardness has always been the key to the success or failure of the revolution. Therefore, even if you have a strong political power, even if the heir appointed by Yeltsin, if you do not get the support of the people, you will not be able to stand firm after all. The words of Williworth made Zhou Hao listen with great gusto. He did not think that he was such a German-American, but he knew so thoroughly about the idea of people's hearts and minds. Especially his political sense was better than many others. Be sharp. The last time Galaxy disrupted South Korea's stock market, South Korea's financial markets, which had been hit by the financial turmoil, were even worse. On the day of the Korean stock market crash, many people committed suicide by jumping off the building, and individual employees in Galaxy became guilty of their actions after seeing the news. In this regard, Williworth mentioned the remarks made by George Soros in Zhou Hao's previous life after making a storm in the Southeast Asian stock market, that is, the view about rules of the game and morality. Later, Williworth's remarks passed to Zhou Hao via Song Jiahao, which shocked Zhou Hao. Coupled with Williworth's own outstanding financial talents, Zhou Hao became concerned about him. This Williworth is a sniper as cold as George Soros and Julian Robertson. Zhou Hao thinks so. Regarding the issue of Yeltsin's heir, Song Jiahao still reserved different opinions, and Zhou Hao also said at this time, "Jiahao, you can continue to read. My opinion is the same as Williworth, and I also think Putin will become Russian, the president, and will stay on that throne for more than 8 years." Zhou Hao said so confidently. Not only Song Jiahao, but Williworth was also a little surprised, because Putin was able to hold the presidency. Williworth was only speculating on his own, and he was not going to be an established fact. Dare to guarantee. Actually, things are already very obvious, Zhou Hao said with a smile. Song Jiahao noticed Zhou Hao sticking out the tip of his tongue and licking his lips. He immediately guessed that Zhou Hao must be a little thirsty. He quickly poured 3 glasses of wine from the wine cabinet and gave Zhou Hao a glass before giving himself and herself. Williworth, keep a cup. Zhou Hao was stunned when he first took the red wine, wondering how did he know he was thirsty? However, Zhou Hao didn't think deeply. After drinking a sip of red wine to quench his thirst, he continued on his topic. Just now Williworth said that Putin's attitude towards driving militants is very tough. This is indeed Putin's own kind of attitude. But on the other hand, if there is no strength in hand, can Putin have the confidence? And the driving militants are not ordinary terrorist organizations, and their armed forces are equivalent to a small country. In this way, why Putin can be so high-profile hardline treatment of driving militants? Military. Williworth's eyes lit up. Boss, do you mean that Putin has the support of the Russian military? By the way, the Russian military will definitely not support Putin for no reason. It must be Yeltsin is here. Yeltsin is willing to hand over the army to Putin, which means that he has long regarded Putin as the best candidate to succeed him. He looked at Zhou Hao excitedly and said sincerely, "Boss, you are so amazing. Your insight and vision are even more powerful than many high-powered politicians." And the political sense was much slower, and Song Jiahao, who only regarded these as after-dinner talks, was also stunned. The 3 of them were just like this. They commented on the Russian presidential candidates. They really have the taste of drinking wine in the world. Facing the admiring eyes of Williworth and Song Jiahao, Zhou Hao couldn't help but cried out ashamed. His long-term vision of Russia's future political situation is basically based on what he saw and heard in his previous life. Just as Yeltsin had secretly handed over the control of the army to Putin at this time, it was actually Zhou Hao's previous life. I only knew about the special programs. Of course, it is also very good to maintain an unfathomable image in front of subordinates, especially talented people like Song Jiahao and Williworth. If they can't make them willing to use them for themselves, they will eventually become their own. The sword of Damocles. He stabilized his mind and said to the 2 of them, "The power alternation between Yeltsin and Putin is the main cause of the Russian economic turmoil. Now in the eyes of many people, including those in the Russian political circle. Even Yeltsin and Putin themselves may not as expected. This is our opportunity. This is the first time Song Jiahao heard Zhou Hao talk about this today. Before Zhou Hao asked him and Willie Worth to secretly mobilize funds to invest in the Russian financial market, Song Jiahao only thought that Zhou Hao wanted to make a fortune in Russia like he did with South Korea. However, he never thought that Zhou Hao would use the momentum of Russian political power, and this trend could not even be controlled by parties like Yeltsin and Putin. It is really unpredictable. Boss, if you say that, you don't even know what will happen in the future. Song Jiahao stuttered. That's more than $6 billion, boss, in case you guessed wrong. Before he finished talking, he closed his mouth quickly. Not to mention that all the achievements of Galaxy Investment Company since its establishment are attributed to Zhou Hao's bold and unrecognizable investment strategy. Song Jiahao alone, as a subordinate, can't say this to the boss. Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. Jiahao have been rolling in the stock market for so many years, haven't you seen it through? Doing business is inherently risky, especially in this unpredictable financial market. Who can say oneself? It's a general who always wins. Besides, in the financial sector, the greater the risk, the greater the profit. The wealth are sought in insurance. Even if I make a mistake, I lose all the money. Can I make it back? Willie Worth also glared at Song Jiahao. I've said that you are more than enterprising, and you can't take a step forward. I said you can't be a little adventurous? Didn't you China also say it? To support the courageous, to starve the cowardly. Cut it, just blow it. Song Jiahao didn't want to be surprised by Willie Worth. It's a good thing for you to have an adventurous spirit. Last time you fought that futures by yourself, didn't you lose a few million? Or I borrowed money to help you need help. You were hacked to death by loan sharks. Listening to Willie Worth, the blue-eyed and blonde foreigner speaking authentic Chinese idioms in fluent Chinese, Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile, raising his hand and saying, Okay, well, Willie Worth, don't say home. Oh, it's a good thing to have an enterprising and adventurous spirit, but we shouldn't just make a bold move. We need to be more cautious when making financial investments. Although Song Jiahao and Willie Worth are not convinced by anyone, their friendship is very good, and their investment styles. One is cautious, careful, and considerate. The other is bold and brave, and the sword goes slanting, just complimentary. One is a good defender of the city, and the other is a good siege fighter who will not be disadvantaged in looting for Zhou Hao. One more thing, Willie Worth said. Boss, recently I discovered that the people betting on the Russian side are not only us, but there are many traces of foreign investment. It is conservatively estimated that besides us, the Russian side also there is at least tens of billions of dollars in hot money inflow. Zhou Hao touched his chin and sneered. Don't guess, it must be the sharks that smell of blood. We are not the only people who can see the unlimited business opportunities in Russia's turmoil. I think those 8 achievements are George Soros. Southeast Asia has been tossed almost by them, and these underfed evil wolves are aiming at another piece of fat. Huh? Aren't they plotting Hong Kong? Song Jiahao asked. You don't allow people to do both. Zhou Hao scolded with a smile. Moreover, there is an advantage in sniping Hong Kong, which is to let the Russian side think that their main target is Hong Kong and relax their vigilance, giving them a chance. However, Zhou Hao knew that the greedy beasts of George Soros were just the opposite of his own strategy. He expected the Russian stock market to crash, while George Soros believed that the Russian stock market would show up in a short period of time. Rise. Their judgment is also based on changes in the Russian political situation, but contrary to Zhou Hao, George Soros believes that the new Russian government will definitely do everything possible to make the stock market show a positive situation, and they will also secretly push his hands to fish in troubled waters. George Soros is not like Zhou Hao, who knows the future trends well. After assuming power in Russia, Putin did not deliberately create a bubble for the sake of his own face. On the contrary, he took advantage of the aftermath of the Asian financial turmoil to treat Russia's financial market fiercely, making it a trick to break and build up Russia. The strength of those financial oligarchs was weakened, allowing them to better control Russia. The Russian stock market crash occurred just after Putin became chairman of the Russian Federation Security Council. Although Putin had not really become president at this time, He was in charge of the Security Council of the Russian Federation under Yeltsin's instruction, which is the KGB, which in fact shows that Putin's leadership has been determined. Naturally, Zhou would not tell others about these things. He speculated in Russia not to make Russian money, but to make money from the predators of George Soros, because he was the same as George Soros and others. It is speculation through the short sale of futures, just like two people betting against each other. The winner wins the loser's money. Boss, since we have already expected Putin to be the foreign emperor of Russia, why don't we win him over when he is in need of help? Willyworth's words brought Zhou's thoughts back. Just listen to Willyworth said. Don't the Chinese often say that giving charcoal and snow is 100 times better than icing on the cake? If we seize this opportunity to build a good relationship with Putin, it will be of great benefit to our future development. Although Russia's finances, the order is not perfect, and it is not a good choice for long-term investment, but it is a country with large resources. If we can obtain the development rights of those resources and then sell them to other places, such as your China, it is not a big resource for oil and natural gas. The profit in this is not less than that of our investment in the financial market. With Willyworth's words, even Song Jiahao, who has a cautious personality, was moved by his heart. He said to Zhou, "Yes, boss, this time I agree with Willyworth's opinion. I heard that the Russian oligarchs with resource development rights, all of them are making a lot of money, just like the 2A emperor in Russia. You two guys are really profitable." Zhou said to the two of them, "You don't know Putin. This guy is a generation of giants who are more cruel than Yeltsin. When Yeltsin was in power, Russia was in his hands. Most of the military and political forces are still unable to eradicate the wealthy and powerful oligarchs in Russia. However, Putin is different. According to my guess, after Putin came to power, none of those oligarchs will have a good end, especially those oligarchs who have the right to develop resources." In fact, Zhou had thought of Willyworth's idea before, just taking advantage of Putin's chance of not encountering the Hydra Dragon to draw in. But Putin is not good, and he hates all kinds of oligarchs in Russia. Moreover, this person has a very strong desire for power and will never allow people and things beyond his control. Historically, after Putin came to power, he used methods to recover the national resources that fell in his private hands. Those financial oligarchs who were once domineering in Russia had a bleak end, and those who followed were forgotten. Zhou is really not sure that he can coax such a polar bear into submission, and if he is careless, he may have to suffer from his blood. Moreover, resources such as oil and natural gas are too sensitive, especially if they are sold to China. There are countless twists and turns, and they are coveted by countless tigers and wolves. In the past, part of the right to develop resources was divided up in Indonesia. It was also Zhou's great effort in that incident, and it was also successful because of the Zhou family. But compared with Indonesia, Russia's resources are simply heaven and underground. Russia does not want Indonesia to be as easy to handle as there are too many unknown variables. So Zhou had to put away his coveting for Russia and suppress the idea of wooing Putin. You too, be careful with me. You can't let people know about Russia, especially the government, otherwise we will have more trouble. Zhou reminded them. If you let Russia do the people on the side know, then there is no need to wait for their president to be made. Our money will be lost immediately. I see, boss. Willyworth and Song Jiahao agreed quickly. As for George Soros and the others' actions on the Hong Kong stock market, they are still at the trial stage. There is still a long time before the war. Zhou is not so nervous. Let's do this. Let me know if you have anything. I'll go back first. Zhou said, but his eyes passed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked towards the street below, where there was a butterfly flower shop. Dai Lianhua is still the same as Zhou's last time. It's not a big storefront, decorated with dried flowers, the elegant and fragrant store door, and the poetic Dai Lianhua sign on the store door. Unlike other shops, Butterfly Flower is not located in a busy area, but located in the back street of Central. It is very peaceful, just like a mountain flower quietly blooming in a valley. This flower shop is just like its owner, beautiful, but low-key. A dark gray Maserati slowly drove in from the outer street and stopped at the door opposite to the Dai Lianhua. No one came down. The single-sided opaque windshield and windows were also it's black and bright, and I can't see what's inside. Hong Kong is a world-renowned cosmopolitan city, and Central is also the commercial center of Hong Kong. So although this Maserati is also a luxury sports car worth millions, it does not appear too dazzling and is not as domineering as other Ferraris and Porsches. Sister Yun, there is a Maserati outside. It's the latest model. It's so beautiful. In Manhwa, a female sales clerk in her 20s said to He Shuyun enthusiastically, but He Shuyun was still bent over and focused on trimming a magnolia plant without looking up at the Maserati outside. I saw that He Shuyun was wearing a white apron at this time. Her slender hair was also pulled behind her head, and a wooden hairpin was inserted at random, and a few strands of fine black silk were attached to her white neck. Moving by the wind, that kind of style is not artificial, but it can be inadvertently thrilling. Seeing that He Shuyun ignored herself, the female clerk was a little discouraged, while the other female clerk who was removing the thorns of the rose flower on the other side smiled and said, "Sister Yun has any famous car that I haven't seen? A mere Maserati, so what? Is it worth making a fuss about Sister Yun? Besides, the guests who come to our Dai Lianhua to patronize are also rich children. When you stay here longer, you won't be surprised again." Seeing He Shuyun taking care of the delicate flowers intently, the new female clerk sighed, "Sister Yun, you are so happy. You have been in the house of wealth since she was born. She is not only beautiful, but also so. Being able to marry a wealthy family like the Su family, he will never worry about eating and drinking all his life. I really envy people." He Shuyun paused when he heard the clerk's words, and a faint smile appeared on her delicate and refined face, but no one saw the sad cloud of resentment in her eyes. This new female clerk was not mocking He Shuyun, but the princess life of He Shuyun was full of strong attraction for a girl like her from an ordinary family, so He Shuyun did not blame her. "Sister Yun, where's your husband? I haven't seen him since I've been here for more than half a month." The female clerk asked. "He is busy with work. Just like dealing with other people." He Shuyun gave this reason again. The female clerk nodded naturally. "Yes, their company has a market value of tens of billions. It must be very busy to manage such a large group." "That's right," she shouted suddenly. "I saw Next Weekly not long ago. They photographed Mr. Su having dinner with that Li Ka-shin at the Peninsula Hotel and said that Li Jiesin was Mr. Su's girlfriend." "Yun's sister, isn't this true?" "Of course it's not true." Another clerk hummed. "That Li Jiesin said that she was the most beautiful Hong Kong lady ever. But look at her appearance. Can she be as beautiful as our Sister Yun? Can his temperament be comparable to our noble Sister Yun? Mr. Su has a wife like Sister Yun, so why would he still mess around with flowers outside? Also, didn't Li Jiesin still dating Lu Luanhong before? These so-called stars, they don't want it." The woman with the face. "I think this is the Li Jiesin who deliberately approached Mr. Su to hype herself. I think the best quality star is Vivian, who is beautiful and sings well, and there is no scandal." Speaking of things in the entertainment industry, the two female clerks seemed to have forgotten Su Jinxing's stubbornness. The new female clerk said excitedly, "Compared to Vivian, I like that mysterious Mr. Z better. Vivian is a lot. The song was written by Mr. Z. Have you ever seen his self-playing and singing live in Hong Kong? I heard that it was to keep a girl. It was so romantic. I heard him sing it for the first time. I cried during the song, 'Love Me Don't Go.' I was so handsome and so talented. If I were that girl, I would die of happiness." Who said no? "And the most familiar strangers and courage," he wrote to Vivian, "are very nice. By the way, there is also the song, 'Tonight I Feel Close to You,' that Vivian sang with ATV President Su Lin." "Yes," another female clerk said excitedly. "Everyone now says that Mr. Z's creative talent is much higher than that of new songwriters like Lin Shi and Huang Weiwen. If there is a boy who can write songs for me like him, I will definitely marry him." The saleswoman said intoxicated. Another person said, "Unfortunately, Mr. Z is very low-key. That live broadcast was the only time he showed up in public, but no one had seen him in reality. You know that the video of his live broadcast has now been fired. How much is it? More than 1,300, more expensive than Vivian's latest album." Listening to their cheerful discussion, a smile on He Shuyun's face wafted away, and a young and handsome face appeared in his mind, as well as that beautiful and fragrant night in Venice. His face rose. Two red clouds. However, when I remembered that he hadn't even looked at himself at the TVB party that day, I couldn't help but feel sad and filled with bitterness. Across the street, the Maserati was still parked there quietly. In the car, Zhou Hao leaned on the driver's seat, looking through the dark car window to look at Dai Lianhua, and he also saw He Shuyun, who was taking care of the flowers inside. In this way, he watched He Shuyun's every move silently, as if to carve this scene deeply into his heart. He Shuyun's gentle figure was reflected in his eyes, and Zhou Hao also held a delicate sapphire necklace, which was given to him by He Shuyun after the spring breeze with He Shuyun in Venice. I still remember the first time I met her. The bank robber saw Kai and grabbed her necklace, and then she took it back regardless of the danger. Zhou Hao later learned that this sapphire necklace was a relic left to her by He Shuyun's mother and was very important to her. In Venice, although He Shuyun left without saying goodbye and severely stabbed Zhou Hao's heart, Zhou Hao thought that she had also given her mother's relic to herself, and knew that she was not ruthless to herself. And in the time that followed, Zhou Hao's grievance with He Shuyun gradually disappeared. Instead, she missed her more and more frequently. Whenever I saw the sapphire necklace she left, I felt sad about things and people. Of course, Zhou Hao knew that He Shuyun left because she didn't want to be retaliated by the He Su family. At the wireless charity party that day, she deliberately distanced herself from herself in order to protect herself. Really clever woman. Zhou Hao clenched the sapphire necklace in the palm of his hand and muttered to himself, "You and I already have this kind of relationship. Do you think I will let you go? I am not the Zhou Hao of my previous life." At this moment, a yellow Ferrari sports car came to the door of Butterfly Flower with a rumble of engine sound, and then a tall man got out of it. I saw that the man was a foreign man in his 20s. His casual clothes were all famous brands, and he was also wearing a pair of LV sunglasses. This man is no one else but Jonathan, the lead singer of the Philharmonic Orchestra. Why is this guy here? Zhou Hao, sitting in the car, felt a little puzzled. Before that, in order to investigate the William Rashid, Zhou Hao sent someone to monitor him secretly. The purpose of the Philharmonic Orchestra in Hong Kong is to hold a concert, and will leave after staying for more than a week. It is somewhat reluctant to find out the true details of William Rashid within this more than a week. Therefore, in order to allow William Rashid to stay in Hong Kong longer, Zhou Hao instructed his staff to secretly put a small bag of ecstasy in the luggage of a drummer when the Philharmonic Orchestra was about to leave Hong Kong by plane. In this way, the drummer was left in Hong Kong for allegedly drug trafficking, and the Philharmonic Orchestra was also implicated and stayed in Hong Kong in order to cooperate with the police investigation. However, because they are a world-renowned rock band, this incident caused an uproar in the entertainment industry. But the drummer of the Philharmonic Orchestra and Jonathan had a habit of taking drugs, so they didn't doubt anything at all. They just blamed the drummer for not being careful when boarding the plane and actually left the ecstasy in the luggage. Although they are suspected of drug trafficking, their identities are more sensitive and they are American citizens. Therefore, the Hong Kong police are under a lot of pressure. After discussing with the brokerage company of the Philharmonic Orchestra, they finally decided to deduct the Philharmonic Orchestra members' passports restrict them from leaving Hong Kong. But in Hong Kong, they have a high degree of freedom of movement. "Miss, I want to buy flowers, and get me 999 red roses to make them look better," Jonathan shouted as soon as he entered the door. His expression was very arrogant, and the celebrities were full of air. The two female shop assistants in Dai Lianhua were taken aback for a moment, but He Shuyun had already straightened up and smiled at Jonathan in fluent English. "Okay, sir. I didn't pay attention just now," but now Jonathan, who saw He Shuyun's face, was stunned on the spot, full of surprise. If you change to a local Hong Konger, or a foreigner who has stayed in Hong Kong long enough, you can more or less recognize He Shuyun. Although He Shuyun lives in a low-key life and doesn't like to show her face, she is both the daughter of the gambling king, He Hong Sun, and the daughter-in-law of the Hong Kong wealthy Su family. She is also a natural beauty, so she can't be low-key if she wants to be low-key. She often becomes the cover character of magazines and newspapers. Because he was born and joined the rich, He Shuyun is also the envy of many girls in Hong Kong. There are two families. One is Macau's first family, whose family assets are not inferior to that of Chinese richest man Li Ka-shing, and the other is one of Hong Kong's longest-running celebrities. Although its strength is not as good as before, it can still dominate one side. Therefore, if the two families join forces, even the wealthy such as Li Ka-shing or Li Shaoqi who are leading the economic development of Hong Kong will have to retreat. Therefore, no has ever dared to harass He Shuiyun. This is not the case for Jonathan. He first came to Hong Kong and was not familiar with the upper class here at all, and he was not qualified to participate in it. Although He Shuiyun also attended an infinite charity party some time ago, Jonathan was singing on stage at that time, and where she could be seen, so she didn't know how deep the background of this stunning beauty in front of him was. A small flower shop thought she was just a small family BU. Damn, what a polished beauty. Damn, what a beautiful woman. Looking at He Shuiyun dumbfounded, Jonathan couldn't help muttering to himself, but even used foul language. He Shuiyun frowned lightly. She had studied in the UK, so she could naturally understand Jonathan's words, and felt that although the foreigner looked good, her words and deeds were so vulgar. Especially Jonathan's gaze. He Shuiyun can feel it even through the pair of LV sunglasses. She had seen too many eyes like this. Even Su Jinsheng before marriage looked at herself like that. After all, Jonathan is a guest. He Shuiyun suppresses himself even if he is dissatisfied, and asks neither humble nor overbearing. Sir, do you want 999 red roses? Are you tied into a bunch or separated? Just do what you say. Jonathan was still a little slow, and it took a while to recover, and then restored his frivolous smile, and said to He Shuiyun in fluent Chinese, "Beautiful girl, those 999 roses, I want to give them to you. You can tie them as beautiful as you think." He Shuiyun was a little surprised when Jonathan suddenly spoke in Chinese. However, for Jonathan's diligent delivery of flowers to herself, she didn't catch a cold at all. She still said calmly, "Sir, I appreciate your kindness, but if you do this, I'm afraid my husband will be unhappy, so you should give it to someone else." Su Jinsheng still has a little effect on He Shuiyun. At least it can act as a shield to make these dudes give up. What? You are already married. Jonathan's face changed. His expression became very annoyed, and He Shuiyun's husband kept cursing in his heart. But he immediately rerouted and smiled. "It doesn't matter, beautiful lady. Even if you are married, you are still free. No one can imprison your right to pursue happiness." Speaking of Jonathan, he picked up a yellow rose next to him, knelt down on one knee and offered the yellow rose with both hands to He Shuiyun. "Beautiful lady. You Chinese have also said it. A gentle lady, a gentleman. Please accept my most sincere love. I can guarantee that I will love you more than your husband and will appreciate you more." This person seems to be the Jonathan of the Philharmonic Orchestra. A female clerk stared at Jonathan in surprise and quietly said to the other person, "It seems to be, but I heard that they were found hiding drugs when they boarded the plane. I think he is not a good person." The other person also said, "How rich He Shuiyun's experience is, it is hard to tell that what this frivolous and greedy foreign man said is just rhetoric." However, Jonathan said she was still free, but it made her feel a bitter again. Seeing He Shuiyun's somewhat absent-minded appearance, Jonathan was overjoyed in his heart and wondered why Shuiyun was really tempted by him, and he was so excited that he stretched out his hand to grab Zhao Yuqin's tenderness. "I said your cheek is really not so thick." A sneer came from the outside, making the four people in Dai Lianhua stunned, and looking at the door by coincidence, they saw a tall figure standing there against the door frame, and the sunlight from outside came in. People can't see his face, adding a bit of mystery and depth. Jonathan didn't have any good feelings about this sudden, unexpected visitor. He squinted hard and finally saw the person's face clearly. It was Zhou Hao. "It's you?" Jonathan called out involuntarily. When he first met Zhou Hao on the plane to Hong Kong, Jonathan thought that Zhou Hao was a middle class. Until he saw him again at the charity party, he knew that Zhou Hao's strength was beyond his reach. Jonathan, who was originally full of wild ambitions for Liang Xiaobing, learned from William Rashid that the value of the necklace Zhou Hao gave to Liang Xiaobing was equal to his entire wealth, so he reluctantly gave up on Liang Xiaobing. Thoughts? He Shuiyun froze. Although Zhou Hao's face could not be seen clearly due to the backlight, she recognized Zhou Hao's voice as soon as she heard it. In how many nights? Zhou Hao's voice, when He Shuiyun dreamed back at midnight. I don't know how many times he heard it. Didn't you just see you being intimate with that female celebrity last time? Why are you seduce Liangjiao women again? Zhou Hao stepped into Dai Lianhua. squinting at Jonathan, who was still kneeling on the ground. By the way, you seem to be a suspicious person suspected of concealing and transporting drugs. Heh. Although the police did not detain you, I think you should be more restrained. Otherwise, if something happens, I'm afraid even your American government can hardly help you. Regarding Zhou Hao, Jonathan was both jealous and annoyed. He stood up and looked at Hishuyun. He was about to tell Zhou Hao that this beautiful wife likes herself, but suddenly discovered that Hishuyun didn't even look at herself at all, but rather determined. Looking at Zhou Hao, it was as if the 3 souls had disappeared from the 6 souls, and the deep and clear beautiful eyes were filled with different emotions such as surprise, resentment, guilt, and sweetness. How could Jonathan, who has been in love for a long time, know that this is a complex look that a woman can only show when she loves a man so much? He immediately understood this beauty who said she had a husband and Zhou Hao had known each other early on and had no relationship simple. After thinking about this episode, Jonathan's resentment towards Zhou Hao is even stronger, thinking about how every time I look at a woman, you make you love it. The last time Vivian and that beautiful female president were like this, now this stunning wife is like this again. The most annoying thing is that Zhou Hao hasn't started to use any pursuit methods at all, and his family is already lost. Being jealous, Jonathan gritted his teeth and sneered at Zhou Hao. You're a 50-step smile and a 100-step smile. Didn't I see you with Vivian and the female president last time? They were necklaces and it's worth tens of millions of dollars, and it's a big loss to you. Why? Are you here to send them flowers? He knows that Hishuyun may like Zhou Hao, and he feels like, even if he can't get this beautiful wife, he will reveal Zhou Hao's true face and let Hishuyun know Zhou Hao's deeds in order to destroy their relationship. But seeing Zhou Hao smile non-committal, he stopped talking to Jonathan, bypassed him and looked at Hishuyun, who had not yet recovered his calm, and asked softly, I haven't seen you for a few days. How are you? Hishuyun's face was red and white, but she bit her lower lip tightly and did not speak. She only felt that her nose was sour and her throat was jerky. She had an inexplicable urge to cry, and it took a lot of effort to suppress it. Seeing Hishuyun not speaking, Zhou Hao said again, Do you have time to have a drink? Although his tone was calm as water, the gaze that came out of those eyes was so hot that Hishuyun was so hot that he hung his head down quickly and did not dare to look again. His 2 jade hands also firmly grasped his apron. Ripples are frequent. Let's go then. Zhou Hao stopped asking her and walked straight to the door. Hishuyun paused, and after hesitating several times, he finally lost his heart and followed Zhou Hao to the outside, seeing that Jonathan and the 2 female shop assistants were dumbfounded. Jonathan was stunned because Zhou Hao and Hishuyun clearly regarded themselves as heir, but the 2 female shop assistants knew Hishuyun's temperament and knew that she was the kind of gentle, reserved, and well-known lady. I usually keep a distance with guests of the opposite sex, but now I follow Zhou Hao so obediently. Sister Ing, the man just now, do you want Mr. Z? When you talk about it now, it really looks a bit like him. Maybe it's really him. The 2 female shop assistants said quietly. Jonathan is also considering whether to catch up with Zhou Hao and the others, because he has never received such a cold reception, and if he just let it go, it is really hard to swallow it. But at this moment, there was a burst of rapid footsteps outside the store, and then I saw a large group of reporters holding cameras swarming. Zhou Hao and Hishuyun, who had just walked out the door, saw the large groups of reporters running from both sides of the street. They were unexpected. Zhou Hao immediately guessed that these reporters must be directed at Jonathan. After all, he is now the limelight, but tired himself and Hishuyun. If the reporters photographed him with Hishuyun, the Su family's wife, the consequences would be disastrous. So Zhou Hao grabbed Hishuyun's hand and ran to the opposite Maserati, while shouting loudly, Jonathan from the orchestra is in that flower shop. Brothers, stop him. These jumbled reporters and paparazzi originally came for Jonathan, and Hishuyun's attire at this time was also different from that on formal occasions. Many reporters did not recognize it for a while, and heard Zhou Hao yell at Jonathan in Dai Lianhua, subconsciously swarming towards Dai Lianhua. Zhou Hao also took advantage of this space to hold Hishuyun's Maserati, and immediately twisted the key to step on the accelerator, and the Maserati roared from the silence in an instant, like a violent beast. The reporters saw Jonathan in the butterfly love flower, and they pressed the shutter, and there was a flash of light. However, a small number of senior reporters quickly reflected and said suspiciously, "Isn't that woman just now? Isn't Su Jinxing's wife Shuyan? Isn't she the flower shop near here? The man with her is who?" A series of questions filled their hearts, and then these reporters were like smelling carrion hyenas. The gimmick of a rich lady and a strange man secretly dating Shuyan was much louder than Jonathan, so they immediately turned around, staring at Zhou Hao and Shuyan, who have become prey. But when they reacted, Zhou Hao had already started his Maserati and left the street with the roar of rumble, and there was a 4-round drift at the end of the street very simply and neatly. It disappeared before everyone's eyes in an instant, and it was too late to chase. Inside Maserati, Zhou Hao looked in the rearview mirror, and he was relieved to see that no reporter was coming after him. Speaking of it, the reason why he bought this Maserati is mostly to avoid the ubiquitous paparazzi. I always met those annoying reporters when I was haunting Liang Xiaobing or Su Lin, and even those reporters dared to chase Zhou Hao, who was driving a Porsche, even in a commercial car. The car skills were still very good. Plus, they were very familiar with all the roads and small roads in Hong Kong, and they really chased Zhou Hao in a mess. So when the Porsche entered the factory for overhaul due to a car accident, Zhou Hao simply ordered this Maserati designed for road racing, and let his own retired special forces who are good at anti-tracking and mechanical modification modified it again, so that this Maserati can fully adapt to the road conditions in Hong Kong. Moreover, the body and glass are specially made bulletproof materials, and even small hidden weapons like those secret agents in the 007 movie can be used to prevent pursuit. Shuyan, sitting in the passenger seat, ignored the reporters. Instead, he kept recalling the scene where Zhou Hao took his hand and left. The scene was like Zhou Hao taking him away from the imprisonment of the Su family. The end of the world is like it, very splendid. Zhou Hao saw that she was a little bit unwilling and thought she was worried about the reporters, so he smiled and comforted. "Don't worry, those paparazzi should not be able to photograph us. It's okay." Hearing Zhou Hao's voice, Shuyan immediately returned to reality from her fantasy. He just touched Zhou Hao's soft and bright gaze again, and her heart trembled fiercely, thinking of the two being alone in this enclosed space. It becomes a little uncomfortable. "Where do you want to go?" Zhou Hao asked with a smile without knowing Shuyan's thoughts. Shuyan murmured, "You pulled me out. I should have asked this question." Zhou Hao couldn't think that Shuyan would be angry like a child at this time. He couldn't help but smile. "Hong Kong, you should be more familiar than me. I don't ask who you ask. If you can't make up your mind, then we will come. It's the same place last time, the cafe in the Peninsula Hotel. Well, let me see if they have any boxes." Seeing Zhou Hao who was on the phone, Shuyan remembered that when he met Zhou Hao in the coffee shop of the Peninsula Hotel last time, he had a big quarrel with Su Jinxing, and he was sad but could not talk about his life. He was lonely and sad. At that moment, he called Zhou Hao's phone. That time, Shuyan told Zhou Hao all the distress in her heart, and even Su Jinxing's secrets were revealed. Shuyan thinks that from that time on, he started the bad relationship with Zhou Hao. Now, Zhou Hao is going to the cafe with himself again. The meaning is very obvious. He clearly does not want to sever the ulterior relationship with himself. We are lucky. There happens to be a box there. Zhou Hao put down his mobile suit and smiled at Shuyan. "Zhou Hao." Shuyan turned his face slightly, not daring to look at Zhou Hao's eyes, fearing that seeing his eyes that made people love and hate would dissipate the courage that he had finally lifted up. Zhou Hao noticed Shuyan's strangeness, but still said softly, "What's wrong? Is it uncomfortable?" Shuyan shook his head lightly and said, "How? Me? Why hesitating? This is not like you." Zhou Hao smiled. Shuyan closed her eyes and took a deep breath, calming her mind, and slowly said, "How? I want to make it clear to you." After a pause, she said, "I am a married woman, and you there are also Yuqin and the others. It is impossible for us to be there." She clasped the apron on her leg tightly with both hands. Her head drooped and her lips turned white, as if she had exhausted all her energy after she said these words. After hearing Shuyan's words, Zhou Hao didn't react as violently as Shuyan imagined. His face was still so calm. He Shuiyin saw Zhou Hao's calm look and said in her heart, "Yes, Yu Qin is so beautiful and so capable. Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing are both outstandingly talented and beautiful. With them around, why should he remember his married woman? Moreover, he had a relationship with him so easily last time in Venice. He must have thought I was that kind of casual woman." Not only Su Jinsheng, but also Su Jiaming, their entire Su family and Zhongjian group. Zhou Hao drove the car steadily, his eyes calmly paying attention to the road conditions ahead, and his voice and tone were dull as water. "I will soon, it will make them never stand up." He Shuiyin trembled suddenly and looked at Zhou Hao in amazement. He saw that although his tone and voice were calm and unwavering, there was a determined and fierce look in his eyes, which made people feel that the Su family and the Zhongjian group belonged to him. Annihilation is already an established fact. Yu, He Shuiyin muttered, speechless. She wanted to sever the relationship with Zhou Hao, originally in order to prevent Zhou Hao from sinking into the mud because of herself and getting revenge from the He Su family. Zhou Hao simply wanted to destroy the Su family and its Zhongjian group at this time. Listening to his tone, he had obviously begun to do it. "How can you do this?" He Shuiyin suddenly scolded Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao raised her eyebrows and looked at He Shuiyin a little puzzled, because He Shuiyin is not like the kind of vain woman who only cares about prosperity and wealth and is willing to give up her happiness. For Su Jinsheng and even the Su family, she will not try to go back. Ho, if you want to start with the Su family, she shouldn't stop it. Do you know how powerful the Su family is? Especially here in Hong Kong. He Shuiyin's tone obviously carried the feeling of deep love and responsibility. He only heard her say to Zhou Hao, "I know you are the central government. The godson of the senior officer is very good in the mainland. However, here in Hong Kong, the Su family is the most famous and powerful celebrity in Hong Kong. It is not up to you to think. Yes, Hong Kong is now back, but because of this, the central government will not let a chaebol like the Su family do anything to avoid causing economic turmoil in Hong Kong." He Shuiyin said anxiously. Before and after the reunification, many rich people in Hong Kong took the initiative to go to Beijing to meet the leaders of the central government, expressing their support for the central government. On the surface, they put down their positions and succumbed to the central government. But in fact, the central government is at a disadvantage. If a chaebol like the Su family offends the central government, the big deal is to leave Hong Kong, leave China, and abandon the market here. Most of their funds have been transferred to foreign countries before the return, and the government will have nothing to do. And if they are really thorough leaving Hong Kong, the blow to Hong Kong will be unimaginable. The central government does not want to see this situation, especially now that Hong Kong is returned soon. She stared at Zhou Hao. "As long as your godfather is not stupid, he will definitely not let you move the Su family, especially since the Su family now cooperates very closely with our He family. If one family moves, the other will definitely not. They will stand by and watch. Macau will return to China the next year. Compared with Hong Kong, Macau now needs more stability. Therefore, as the pillar supporting most of Macau's finances, the central government will treat it with care." He Shuiyin's words clearly reveal the true relationship between the central government and the rich in Hong Kong and Macau. If Su Jinsheng or Su Jiaming were present, he would be surprised. He Shuiyin, who acts low-key and only likes to read books, would have such insight and vision. "Shuiyin, I didn't expect you to see so clearly." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "I'm afraid that even people like Su Jiaming can't compare to you. Letting you marry into Su's family really ruined you." Seeing Zhou Hao's indifferent attitude, He Shuiyin became even more anxious and couldn't help crying. "Why are you still so ignorant of the depth? Don't you really understand why I can't be with you? I will do this because I know the depth, especially since I can't tolerate you as Su's daughter-in-law." Zhou Hao resolutely said, "What about the He family? So about the Su family. I want to fight them. Fight. See who is the last one." He clearly felt Zhou Hao's awe-inspiring spirit of knowing that there are tigers in the mountains and walking towards the tigers. He Shuiyin couldn't help but feel confused, but he immediately controlled himself with reason and said to Zhou Hao with a worried expression on his face, "How? Do you understand what I mean? Even if Hong Kong has returned, the Chinese government cannot really control its economy. To put it bluntly, Hong Kong's economic power is concentrated in the hands of the rich. Even the central authorities dare not act rashly and can only take gentle measures to slowly change the situation. That's why I said that there are still many families in our family. They can't be dealt with political power. They are forced to be anxious and will only hurt both sides. Besides, politics is inherently cruel, and if something really happens, then major events, even if you are the son of a central officer, it won't help. At that time, the first person to do something with you is probably your godfather. He Shuiyun said gravely. Taking a deep breath, she stabilized her emotions, and her tone slowed down. How? I know that your heart and arrogance are higher than the sky, but the He family and Su family are really not what you can handle now. How? Listen to me. Let's stop, okay? Before things get out of control, let's stop. You are still so young, and you have your godfather behind your back, as well as Yu Qin and Su Lin. Help you. Your future achievements are bound to be limitless. It is not worth irritating your upper body for a moment, okay? A momentary breath. Zhou Hao suddenly showed an inexplicable smile and slowly stopped the car on the side of the road, then turned to stare at He Shuiyun and asked, Do you know who the person I admire most in my life is? Huh? Hu Shuiyun? He Shuiyun asked tentatively, because Zhou Hao is now a bit like Hu Shuiyun, with outstanding business ability and strong political support. Seeing Zhou Hao shaking his head slightly, He Shuiyun asked again, Zheng Wenjing? Mao Ruanji? Jiang Zhongjing? She believes that the objects Zhou Hao admires should not be those movie stars, sports stars, or rich people that ordinary people admire, but the kind of big figures who have swept the times in the long history. But Zhou Hao still shook his head, and finally narrowed his eyes and slowly said, It's Wu Sangui. Wu Sangui? He Shuiyun was taken aback, because nowadays, Wu Sangui is still widely regarded as a representative of traitors. After all, it was he who introduced the Qing soldiers to the Central Plains, which caused the land of the Central Plains to fall into the hands of the Qing court. Zhou Hao smiled slightly and said, Wu Sangui's environment was too complicated at the time. We are not sure whether he was a downright traitor. Anyway, the reason why I admire him is not for other things, but that he is able to help even thousands of miles for a woman. All can be sacrificed, let alone whether he was right or wrong for the nation to do so. At least, I admire his style. Wu Sangui can still give up the whole country in anger for the sake of her beauty. Why can't I step on the Su family for my own woman? If this is a moment of anger, then I must let everyone know what a price it would take to understand my temper at this moment. Zhou Hao sneered. His eyes shot out a trace of ferociousness, like a bloodthirsty beast choosing people to eat. Facing Zhou Hao, who was so cold and terribly cold, He Shuiyun was deeply shocked both physically and mentally. At the same time, he seemed to have a voice in his mind about to rush out. Can there be a man who treats me this way? What regrets do I have in this life? Even if you want to become a demon who is called a disaster for the country and the people like Chun Yuan, it does not matter. But reason told himself that Zhou Hao's risk was too great. She grabbed Zhou Hao's arm and pleaded, How? Please don't do this. If you really destroy the harmonious relationship between the Chinese government and the rich, it will have a huge impact on the economy of Hong Kong and China, and I'm afraid the Central Committee will not let you go. Really, I don't deserve it. You are worth it. Zhou Hao yelled softly, and He Shuiyun immediately stunned by that biting aura. His expression slowed down and said, You are worthy of me, but who said I would use the government to deal with the Su family? If it's something else, I might still be stunned. But this time, I'm going to defeat their Su family by myself. He leaned over and stretched his arms around He Shuiyun's slender shoulders and said very domineeringly, Only in this way can I truly take you from their hands, so that I can prove it to you. With me by your side, it's even heaven. It collapsed, and I can help you lift it back. It stands to reason that He Shuiyun is a lot bigger than Zhou Hao, but at this time he was suppressed by Zhou Hao's brutal and domineering aura. It seems that he has really returned to the era of war and chaos, and he has become Zhou Hao's hero in troubled times. A woman, as long as she is by his side, she is not afraid that all the bones will die. After a long time, she turned her cheeks flush and turned away, and whispered, Kuangyan, ha ha ha. Soon you will see if I am ranting. I want to let you know whether I can trample their Su family under my feet, and I will also tell you that I have today. It's not relying on my godfather's support. I know you have a relationship with Wang Zhongjuan. Thinking of Zhou Hao's friendship with Wang Zhongjuan at the charity party, He Shuiyun said, "It's not just Wang Zhongjuan. Su Lin can be called the chief executive officer of Asia TV. You? I see the Polaris Media Group may be controlled by you behind the scenes. The Wang Zhongjuan is just your subordinate." That's right. The Galaxy Satellite TV under the Polaris is not a state-owned TV station, but it can get domestic landing rights without strong. It's impossible to support the political power of China. And your godfather is both a vice chairman of the Central Military Commission and a member of the Politburo Standing Committee. This is not difficult. Zhou Hao hugged her tighter and smiled. I just said that you are so smart, and it is a waste to marry the Su family. You should help me manage the family's property like Su Lin. He Shuiyin tried to push him away and said at the same time, I don't want to help you with these things. At that time, I can't let you. Zhou Hao smiled, ignoring He Shuyin's struggle and forcibly pulling her into his arms. With his head lowered, he put her head on her plump red lips and tasted her wantonly. Wonderful lilac. He Shuiyin struggled very violently at first, but on the one hand, he couldn't match Zhou Hao's strength, and on the other hand, he was distraught by Zhou Hao's overbearing kiss. He quickly gave up resistance and let Zhou Hao fall into his own jaw and drive straight, earth shaking in his mouth. Zhou Hao greedily tasted He Shuyin's sweet and greasy body fluid. His hands were restless. He slipped from He Shuyin's back with one hand, touched the cotton-like soft and surprisingly elastic jade strands, and got in from the apron with the other hand. Explore the softness inside. Don't. How? Don't do this. She pushed Zhou Hao away fiercely. You don't like it? Zhou Hao squinted at her and saw that her temples were messy. Her apron and clothes on her chest were also wrinkled by herself, and her pink face was red, and autumn water looked forward to her. The temptation is too great. I can't. He Shuiyun didn't dare to touch Zhou Hao's gaze again, fearing that he would be unable to control himself and completely fall into his charming and domineering attack. Zhou Hao knew that she still had concerns, and it was not good to be too forceful. He sat upright and turned on the air conditioner in the car to cool down the hot body and mind of the two. Watching He Shuiyun shyly tidying up her messy hair and clothes, Zhou Hao felt pleasing to the eye and smiled. I want to remind you a little bit. You said just now, when the Su family moves, He family will definitely not stand by. So, I took your He family into consideration from the beginning. Once they want to help the Su family and do something, don't blame me for being cruel, and don't come and beg me to let them go. He Shuiyin was taken aback. She had only considered preventing Zhou Hao from being retaliated by the two families. It was entirely for Zhou Hao's thoroughness, but she never imagined that if Zhou Hao really had the strength to defeat the two families, if she really has reached that point, with her family on one side and the only man who is tempted in her life on the other, how can she choose? Zhou Hao laughed. For commercial interests, you can marry you to Su Jinxing regardless of your wishes and happiness. What kind of family is this? You regard them as relatives, but they only treat you as a bargaining chip that can be sacrificed at any time. Do you still have to think for them? He Shuiyin looked bleak. Indeed, in the eyes of outsiders, she is a princess who enjoys all her glory and wealth. Almost all girls admire her life, but who knows her pain and pain? Sometimes I really doubt how He Hongsun created a gambling kingdom. For a person like you, even if it is more than enough to help him manage the entire group, he wants you to be a housewife in peace. Zhou Hao said, on this point alone, He Hongsun is not a qualified decision-maker. That's because the ants feel that a woman shouldn't get involved in the company. He Shuiyun wants to defend her father. Zhou Hao raised his hand to stop her words. Do you think it is still in the era of women's ignorance is virtue? Women shouldn't be involved in the company? But as far as I know, what is your Macau Tourism and Entertainment Company? He Hongsun's 4 wives are all members of the board of directors, and your aunt is also the executive director of your Hejia Group. What do you say? The situation in the family, He Shuiyun knows that her father's 4 wives hold important positions in the family's company. The second concubine and the third concubine even hold a large share of shares, and many of their children are served in the family company and divided the huge business group Hejia into different spheres of influence. He Shuiyun knows that the people who cannot participate in the management of the company at home are just like hers born of He Hongsun's lover, or they may not be the children He Hongsun loves. In the unfavorable group of the He family, most of the men have become idlers without worries. For women, those with mediocre appearances can also choose their own husbands and sons. Although they can only become ordinary people, at least they can go by their own will. Select. And those who are beautiful are often used by the family as a tool for marriage with others. So Shuyan himself is a tool for the He family to maintain cooperation with the Su family. Although He Hongsun has only one wife-in-law, and the other 3 aunts can only be regarded as mistresses, these 3 aunts are all of He Hongsun's publicly married into the He family, and they share the status of husband and wife with He Hongsun. He Shuyan's mother didn't even have such a status, and could only become He Hongsun's secret lover. He Shuyan didn't want to use that flattery to her relatives, so she never liked He Hun Senator. Her 4 nominal mothers bullied her even more unscrupulously, until she married into Su's family. Better. But she understood that this was just an increase in the value of her family's use, which made them pay more attention to herself. Seeing He Shuyun's eyebrows full of loneliness, Zhou Hao felt very distressed, and the back of his hand gently brushed across her face, and said, He Hongsun didn't treat you as his own daughter at all. Otherwise, how could he push you into the fire pit? Besides, if I really fight with the He family, it will at best destroy your He family's property and will not harm the safety of the He family members. However, my father has devoted his entire life to the company. If he fails in the end, I am afraid he will not be able to stand it. He Shuyun said worriedly. Zhou Hao squeezed her chin and asked her to face herself, and then smiled. There is no good thing in the world to please both sides. If you want He Hongsun not to be affected at all, it would be equivalent to letting me be beaten passively. The energy is unfathomable, and they will definitely never stop seeing the blood as soon as they shoot. As long as I relax a little, the blow to me will definitely be fatal. And you should know who He Hongsun is. If I am the winner, it can also guarantee his personal safety. But if he becomes the winner, he will definitely chase me hard and never stop putting me to death. He squinted his eyes and stared at He Shuyun's beautiful eyes like gems and stars, and said every word. Now tell me, do you want me to be the winner or He Hongsun as the winner? He Shuyun's face was pale, and he hesitantly begged. How? Don't force me like this. Zhou Hao shook his head. It's not me who is forcing you, but your father is forcing me. Now my confrontation with the Su family has become an unchangeable fact, and the He family will not stand idly by, and I will not sit still. Shuyun, honestly, let's just say, I have to deal with the Su family because of you, but now you can't stop me. It's just that if I really want to be an enemy of the He family in the future, I don't want to have concerns. I don't want you to follow him. The family is out of the relationship. I just hope that if the future results are really as I said, you don't hate me, okay? He Shuyun was in a mess. She naturally didn't want to see Zhou Hao being persecuted by the He family. However, even though He Hongsun was ruthless towards her, her mother really loved He Hongsun. She also told He Shuyun before she died, hoping that their father and daughter would be able to get along with. Needless to say, what status is the mother who died young in He Shuyun's heart? So He Shuyun didn't want to violate her mother's last wish, and she felt that she and He Hongsun were always the best relatives who broke the bones. Therefore, He Shuyun, who was caught between He Hongsun and Zhou Hao, was really in a dilemma at this moment. Zhou Hao let go of her, leaned on the back of the chair and sighed, and said, Think about it for yourself. Anyway, as long as the He family does it, I will never sit and wait. Seeing the helplessness and exhaustion on Zhou Hao's face, the string in He Shuyun's heart moved fiercely. Yes, who is Zhou Hao doing this for? Isn't it just for yourself? Feeling embarrassed, can he be better? He paid so much for me, yet I was so inconsiderate for him. How? Moved by love, she gently hugged Zhou Hao's arm and apologized. I'm sorry. Zhou Hao turned to look at her, stretched out his hand to caress the hair on her forehead, smiled bitterly. If you were born in an ordinary family, that would be great, so I can. You back without any scruples. Mrs. Jat, sorry. In the end, Zhou Hao and He Shuyun did not go to the coffee shop of the Peninsula Hotel to drink, but sent her back. Because he was afraid that the reporters would still be at the butterfly flower, Zhou Hao didn't dare to send He Shuyun back to the flower shop, but put her down nearby. When He Shuyun returned to Butterfly Flower by himself, The reporters were no longer there, and Jonathan also left. Only his 2 shop assistants were picking up the flowers that were squeezed by reporters swarming in. Sister Yun. Seeing He Shuiyan came back, the 2 seemed to have found their backbone again. Are you all right? He Shuiyan apologized. The 2 female shop assistants shook their heads in unison, and the newcomer said, Sister Yun, those reporters and that Jonathan are gone. Those reporters keep asking us about you, and that gentleman is what does it matter. But don't worry, Sister Yun. We all said that is just your ordinary friend. By the way, Sue, Mr. Sue was here just now. He Shuiyan's expression changed when he heard the words, frowning and asking, Did he tell you anything? Another female clerk hesitated and said, He asked us what happened and who was the man we were with you. We told him that it was just your ordinary friend, and you temporarily avoided the reporters. Go away. He Shuiyan took a deep breath and said with a smile, Thank you. The new female clerk asked, Sister Yun, who was just now? Is that Mr. Z? He Shuiyan was taken aback for a moment, but she didn't expect that they actually recognized Zhou Hao. But in order not to be extravagant, she still shook her head and denied. No. Regardless of whether they believed her words or not, she told them to take good care of the Dai Lianhua and return to Su's house. As soon as he returned to Su's house, Su Jinsheng was indeed there. He was sitting on the sofa in the lobby, holding his hands in a haze, and Su Jiaming was also on another sofa nearby. Both father and son were watching TV, and entertainment news was playing on it. It was surprisingly about He Shuiyan leaving with the strange man. Su Jinsheng glanced at He Shuiyan sideways, and Su Jiaming's face was not very pretty. I saw Su Jinsheng pointing at the TV and coldly asking He Shuiyan, Let's talk. What the is going on? Although Su Jinsheng had long believed that He Shuiyan had an affair with Zhou Hao, he never told Su Jiaming about this because he thought Su Jiaming was better to He Shuiyan's wife than to himself, even if he said that Su Jiaming did not necessarily believe it. And in that case, Su Jiaming would know that he was not secretive in front of He Shuiyan. This was something Su Jinsheng would never allow. So even if his self-esteem was impaired, he did not tell Su Jiaming about He Shuiyan and Zhou Hao. On the way back, He Shuiyan had already figured out how to deal with Su Jinsheng and the others. At this time, he calmly said, That's a friend's boyfriend. Today, a foreigner came to my shop to buy flowers, like the lead singer of some band. It was he who provoked the reporters, and my friend's boyfriend happened to come over to buy flowers for his girlfriend. So he brought me out, lest I be disturbed by the reporters. At this time Su Jiaming spoke. Jin Sheng, I told you a long time ago that Shuiyan wouldn't be that kind of woman. Don't you know what kind of person she is? Don't you even believe your own wife? And these reporters like to operate in a random manner. You don't know? But you, what's the matter with that Li Jiesin? Su Jinsheng was embarrassed, and He Shuiyan was not interested in paying attention to his affairs. He said to Su Jiaming, Dad, I'm going back to the room first. He left the hall straight away. Back to her room, He Shuiyan sighed deeply. Living in this luxurious cage, she felt more and more depressed, and Zhou Hao's appearance seemed to give her a ray of sunshine in the clouded world. When she was in Venice, she wanted to stay with Zhou Hao and never come back. But now, she is more and more eager to be able to leave here with Zhou Hao, and remembering that Zhou Hao is likely to be against He Hong's son, her heart is full of worries and sadness. While he was thinking, the door of the room was pushed open rudely, and he saw an angry Su Jinsheng coming in and closing the door with a bang, and then directly shouted at He Shuiyan, You said, Today that is the man Zhou Hao. He Shuiyan did not speak, but stared at him coldly. Thinking about Zhou Hao and Su Jinsheng, it was really like clouds and mud between the sky and the underground. She was thinking that if her father had met Zhou Hao when he wanted to marry the Su family by himself, she might go with Zhou Hao desperately. I'm asking if that man is Zhou Hao. Seeing He Shuiyan's silence and a look of disdain to care about him, Su Jinsheng was furious, stepping forward and grabbing He Shuiyan's arm and shouted, You let me go? He Shuiyan struggled and threw away his hand. It's what it is and what it is not. So can you believe it if I say it's not? After that, she ignored Su Jinsheng, went to the closet and took a change of clothes and wanted to take a bath. Su Jinsheng was so angry that his face turned blue, and his forehead also showed green veins. He rushed to He Shuiyan's side and held her hand, and said bitterly, Today you don't want to go if you don't make it clear. FCK, I was the only one who played with someone else's wife. No one dared to play with my wife. Zhou Hao's son of a itch, I will never let him go. Su Jinxing's face became extremely hideous, and the muscles on his face were distorted because of anger. Xun, do you think you have an affair with Zhou Hao? Did you take the initiative to seduce him? You said. Enough. Xun was originally ashamed of having a relationship with Zhou Hao. He felt that his husband and wife relationship with Su Jinxing was nameless and had no affection for him. But he also believed that since he married into the Su family, he should abide by it. Womanhood. But now, Su Jinxing has been circling flowers outside to cause trouble, and he has completely ignored his wife, and now he is making a lot of noise with him. She had had enough of Su Jinxing. She looked directly at Su Jinxing and said in a cold voice, "Since you let me speak, then I will tell you plainly today." Then, she took a deep breath and resolutely said, "Yes, I like Zhou Hao. I like a man like him. I like him. I love him. I hope to be his woman, even his wife, give birth to him, and I hope to be with him for 10 lifetimes. Are you satisfied?" After saying these words, Xun only felt greatly relaxed in his heart, and even felt a sense of relief, as if he had issued the strongest resistance to the cage that imprisoned him. She not only declared her feelings for Zhou Hao to Su Jinxing, but also frankly faced her true wishes. But the muscles on Su Jinxing's face twitched again and again. Okay, very good. You finally said it. You shameless lewd finally said what was in her heart. Okay, very good. You too worthy of me. He raised his right hand and shook it at Xun, trying to slap her. Xun is very soft-hearted towards her relatives, but Su Jinxing is an exception. In front of Su Jinxing, she was very strong and unyielding, and she had never been the kind of woman who resigned. Seeing Su Jinxing raising her hand to beat herself, she quickly blocked it and said, "Su Jinxing, you are not a man anymore. Look at yourself. What have you accomplished in your life? If it weren't for the Su family's protection, can you guarantee to support yourself? Yes, as the daughter-in-law of your Su family, as your wife, it is my fault that I have another man in my heart. But is all this just my responsibility?" The grievances and dissatisfaction suffered over the years filled Xun's heart with hatred for Su Jinxing and the Su family. She raised her head and said, "I met a bank robber the first time I saw him, but he was able to fight against those vicious robbers for a woman who I never knew and saved my life. What about you? When I was in danger and encountering difficulties, who are you as a husband looking for flowers and asking Lou? When I most need comfort and protection, which woman's belly is your husband happy and happy up?" After a pause, Xun said again, "When I was drunk and unconscious, Zhou Hao could abide by the gentleman's way and not take advantage of others. And you? Su Jinxing, don't think I don't know that you raped underage girls. If it weren't for your dad to spend money to settle the situation and persuade them not to sue you, you would have gone to jail long ago." As he spoke, Xun's tears came down. Yes, compared with a man like Su Jinxing, Zhou Hao is so much better. At this moment, Xun is full of helplessness and sorrow of hate not to meet when he is not married. When Su Jinxing heard that Xun knew that he was committing a crime, his face turned white, and then he roared in anger, "Don't talk nonsense and slander me. I have never done anything like this. Anyway, all the evidence has been erased, and the person involved also immigrated abroad with a large sum given by the Su family, so the matter is now unproven, and Su Jinxing simply refuses to admit it." He sneered at Xun, "Don't buckle the plate on my head just to shirk responsibility. Now it's you who went out of the wall and didn't guard women's ways. You were unfaithful to me. You said, if you let your dad know about this, guess what he would do? Even if Zhou Hao is the godson of some standing committee, with your father's temperament, I'm afraid he wouldn't let him off easily. As for you, you made it for the He family for such a thing. I guess what they will do to you." Xun's face was stiff, because Su Jinxing just said that she was in her weakness. And when Su Jinxing saw Xun's pale face, his eyebrows were filled with delight. Hey, I tell you, I will not divorce you. In this case, you will be my Su Jinxing's wife for the rest of your life. Zhou Hao, an adulterer, dog, and dog all his life. Of course, if you want to take the initiative to divorce me, that's okay, but then everyone will know that it's not my responsibility, and you and Joe the scandals of Hao will be well known, and the He family will still be discredited. You are shameless. He Shuiyin was so angry that Su Jin's chest rose and fell. I'm better than you are shameless. Actually, I've thought for a long time, although I can't be a man in front of you, but now that medicine is prosperous, isn't that kind of artificial insemination very popular recently? Then I will use me put your sperm in your womb. Don't you want to give birth to a son for Zhou Hao? I don't want you to do what I want, and I want you to conceive my baby. I will see that Zhou Hao's will still want you to be so bad. Goods. He Shuiyin was shocked when he heard the words. Su Jinxing's idea was too vicious. He realized that he didn't dare to make the matter with Zhou Hao public, and he didn't divorce himself, so he wanted to bear the name of Mrs. Su. Since it is Su Jinxing's wife, it is only natural for Su Jinxing to give birth to a child. She has no reason to object, otherwise everyone including He Hongsen will doubt it. At that time, the secret of Su Jinxing's refusal to hold in front of her will be revealed, and her relationship with Zhou Hao will certainly be revealed to the world. She didn't care about the damage to her reputation, but Zhou Hao would become the target of Qian Fu, and it might affect his godfather. He Shuiyun never wanted Zhou Hao to be implicated because of her. Also, let me tell you, Zhou Hao, a gentleman in your eyes, is actually not much better than me. Su Jinxing mocked. You saw it at Run Shaw's charity party that day. Su Lin still had Liang Xiaobing. They are not ordinary friends with Zhou Hao, and I don't know if Zhou Hao has other lovers besides them. That guy had a feast with me. I think he seduced you just for revenge. I'm afraid it's just a toy for him. You don't need to say these things to irritate me. It's useless. He Shuiyun's face was cold, and he didn't look at Su Jin's voice. She was thinking if Su Jinxing really wanted to use artificial insemination to make herself pregnant with his child, what excuse she should use to refuse, without letting others doubt it. Su Jinxing seemed to have guessed what she was thinking, and laughed happily. I think you should not waste your time. After a while, I will talk to your dad about artificial insemination. Anyway, I am only in front of you. That's the problem, and others won't know about it. Even if I receive a physical examination, there's definitely no problem. In this case, others will think that the problem of infertility lies with you and has nothing to do with me. So, your dad certainly doesn't. Will oppose my proposal. Tell you, I have found a doctor in Switzerland who can perform this operation on me. He Shuiyun's face turned pale, and he scolded Su Jin. You give me out. I don't want to see you. Su Jinxing was not angry at all about He Shuiyun's anger, and he smiled deliberately. Well, it's all you need to say. Who would call you the child of my future? You get out of here. He Shuiyun shouted angrily. Su Jinxing shrugged and left the room, leaving behind a burst of triumphant laughter. He Shuiyun trembled because of anger and panic. Su Jinxing was trying to push himself on the path of absolute determination. If he does not accept his proposal of artificial insemination, then his affairs with Zhou Hao will definitely be exposed, and to maintain Zhou Hao's reputation, he has to bear all the infamy, and He Hongsan will definitely not let him go to that point. I am afraid that he and He Hongsan will have to face a father-daughter break. Before meeting Zhou Hao, she had lost hope in her life. At that time, if Su Jinxing proposed to let her undergo artificial insemination, she would also feel indifferent. But now, there is only Zhou Hao in her heart, so how can she have children for others? Mom, tell your daughter what should your daughter do. He Shuiyun sat softly on the ground, tears gurgling from his eyes. After He Shuiyun took a bath, she calmed down, but when she thought of Su Jinxing's idea of artificial insemination, she couldn't help shivering. Now Zhou Hao has become her only man. He Shuiyun will not, and does not want to let other men touch her. Although Su Jinxing was inhumane when facing him, if he really wanted to conceive his child by himself, the result would be the same. And Su Jinxing wanted this child not for other reasons, but to retaliate against herself and Zhou Hao. So she must not let Su Jinxing's treacherous scheme succeed. She must keep the festival for Zhou Hao. She wanted to find Zhou Hao, hoping that Zhou Hao could help herself out of this predicament. But after thinking about it, she gave up on this idea, because she was afraid that Zhou Hao would immediately take action against Su Jinxing in the future. In that case, Zhou Hao's struggle with the He Su family would begin immediately and could not be stopped. While thinking about it, the door was knocked again, and Su Jianming opened the door and came in. Seeing Su Jianming, He Shuiyun's expression immediately became unnatural. Seeing that he was only wearing a set of shorts and shorts after the shower, he quickly took a nightgown from the side and put it on and wrapped himself tightly. Strictly. Then he said hello to Su Jianming. Father, father. Su Jianming just saw He Shuyun's graceful hibiscus-like appearance after bathing, and the icy muscles and bones were clear and refined. They were all dumbfounded. When He Shuyun put on her nightgown and covered her milky skin, Su Jianming returned. Excited. Seeing He Shuyun's beautiful face again, Su Jianming chuckled and said, "That fellow Jin Sheng has gone out again?" He Shuyun nodded, quietly stepped back 2 or 3 steps, and inadvertently opened the distance from Su Jianming. "Shuyun, you are so good. It really feels wrong to let you marry Jin Sheng, an unsatisfied beast." Su Jianming took 2 steps forward and looked at He Shuyun deeply. The beast is outside with flowers and grass, and often not at night. Destiny, let you, a wife, stay alone in the vacant room at night, alas. He Shuyun looked at Su Jianming warily. "Father-in-law, it's okay. I'm used to it anyway. By the way I always hear Jin Sheng's kid mumbling about you and Zhou Hao." Su Jianming said, "Hee, I believe in Shuyun very much, and I know that you are definitely not the kind of watery woman. However, Shuyun, you also know that our Su family is different from others, and I don't know how many people are staring at us outside, so we are expecting some ugliness from our Su family to make them fall into trouble. Besides, your He family is also a great family. So well, if it's not necessary, you still don't get too close to the men outside, so as not to gossip." "I know the father-in-law, I understand," He Shuyun said. Watching He Shuyun's charming smile inadvertently, Su Jianming felt that a fire was burning in his heart. He didn't know if it was an illusion. Recently, he felt that He Shuyun was more amorous and attractive than before, and he could stir a man's heartstrings at any time. After secretly swallowing his saliva, Su Jianming wanted to go forward and grab He Shuyun's hand. He Shuyun was already paying attention to him with full alertness. He was shocked when he saw him walking towards him. He immediately hid aside and said, "Father-in-law, I remembered that some things were left in the living room below." After speaking, He Shuyun quickly bypassed Su Jianming and hurriedly left the room as if fleeing. Su Jianming's gaze followed He Shuyun closely until she disappeared at the door, and then she took it back, and then greedily sniffed the fragrance of He Shuyun left in the air. His face was an extremely enjoyable look. Similar to his usual, the majestic image of the chairman of the group is different. Suddenly, he saw the clothes He Shuyun left on the bed, but she changed them before taking a bath, and there was a pink lace bra in it. Su Jianming's eyes brightened immediately, and he looked around quickly, and after he was sure that He Shuyun would not be back in a short time, he rushed over and picked up the bra. He gently stroked the lace bra, and even touched the pattern on it, then gently twisted the shoulder strap. His eyes closed and his face was intoxicated, imagining that he was taking off He Shuyun's clothes. "Untie her bra." Then, he held the bra to his face, sniffing the remaining body scent on it. It was a long time before Su Jianming stuffed the bra that He Shuyun had worn into his chest pocket. His face returned to a serious expression, and he left He Shuyun's room casually. After Su Jianming left without seeing him go away, He Shuyun came out of the room across the corridor, and everything Su Jianming did in her room just now fell into her eyes without reservation. As soon as he returned to his room, He Shuyun hurriedly closed the door tightly and buckled the iron tip with a sigh of relief. Leaning against the door, recalling what Su Jianming had done in his room just now, He Shuyun couldn't help but shiver. The goosebumps all over his body rose, and he remembered that Su Jianming stole the bra that he wore. "I can't help but feel nauseated." She came to the bed and looked at the old clothes she had changed before taking a shower. After thinking about it, she used the Greek goddess statue on the bedside table to pick up those clothes and put them in the bathroom, put them in the bathtub, and pour them inside. Fire water, burn those clothes. In fact, she had already known that Su Jianming had very bad thoughts about herself a long time ago. After marrying into Su's family, the relationship between He Shuyun and Su Jinsheng was nameless, and the two had no feelings at all. In fact, He Shuyun and her legal husband never shared the same bed once. Su Jinsheng stayed up late at night, and occasionally came back and only slept in the outer room, rarely stepping into He Shuyun's inner room. Although the relationship with Su Jinsheng was stiff, Su Jianming, a family member, was very kind to Hsuyun. He asked for warmth in every possible way and often scolded Su Jinxing for not allowing Hsuyun to be wronged. Su Jiaming's wife, that is, Su Jinxing's mother, died early, and Su Jiaming has not remarried for so many years. Although Hsuyun knew that he also had women outside, Su Jiaming was not as unscrupulous as Su Jinxing, but was very low-key and never brought home the wandering Orioles outside. Hsuyun had long been accustomed to seeing He Hong's son and his half-brothers, and felt that Su Jiaming was able to master his sense of measure and was a man. Originally born as an illegitimate daughter in his family, Hsuyun had never enjoyed any fatherly love, so he felt warm and unusual for the care and protection of Su Jiaming's elders. He regarded this as the only bright color of his life in Su's family. Naturally, Su Jiaming regarded Su Jiaming as his father to be filial. But gradually, she realized that something was wrong, because Su Jiaming cared more about her than the family member did to his daughter-in-law. He saw her eyes more not like the kind care of the elders, but more like a perverted desire. Hsuyun didn't dare to think about it, because there is no proof. If Su Jiaming really cares about him out of his elders, then his fault will be serious. Moreover, Su Jiaming can't be accused of anything without evidence. After all, he is his own family. Later, in the second year of marrying into the Su family, Hsuyun came home to take a bath after attending a gathering of friends, but he accidentally saw a blurry figure outside the bathroom door. She thought it was a gangster who had sneaked into the house, so she quickly put on her clothes and picked up the stun gun for body protection and walked quietly. Only then did she discover that it turned out that the person outside the bathroom door was not a gangster, but Su Jiaming, who wanted to peep at herself. Because the glass door of the bathroom is designed with special optics, you can only see the vague shadow from the outside, but it is very clear from the inside. Hsuyun could even see Su Jiaming's hands on the door and his eyes open, looking inward, as well as the look on his face flushed with intense desire. Perhaps because of no chance, Su Jiaming, who got nothing, left in disappointment, but Hsuyun sat down on the ground in horror in the bathroom. She was not afraid of her own dangers. In order to guard against those malicious people, she deliberately ordered a stun gun from the United Kingdom. It was powerful enough to stun an adult bull, so she had enough self-protection ability. She was shocked that Su Jiaming really had that extremely nasty and perverted desire for herself. This tycoon who controls tens of billions of assets in the business world. This Su family parent who maintains a tall and majestic image in front of everyone. Unexpectedly to have that kind of perverted desire for his daughter-in-law. This makes Hsuyun shudder more than Hejia's intrigue. However, even if Hsuyun discovered Su Jiaming's unreasonable thoughts about him, he did not explain it, because the consequences of this would be unpredictable, and there is no basis for it. Who knows whether Su Jiaming will become angry and slander himself. Since then, Hsuyun has been guarding Su Jiaming everywhere, trying his best not to give Su Jiaming the opportunity to be alone with herself. She locks the door at night, but it is still difficult to sleep peacefully. Fortunately, Su Jiaming was also very busy on weekdays. He flew around the world and rarely stayed at home overnight. This made Hsuyun gradually no longer suffer from insomnia. If you think about it, Hsuyun also feels that this Su family, who looks extremely beautiful to outsiders, not only hides the dirt, but also is extremely funny. Su Jiaming, who deserves him most, has a psychological barrier and is inhumane in front of him. But Su Jiaming, a family man, wanted to do that pick-up beast. Living in Su's family, Hsuyun feels like living in a magic cave. It was also because the scum among the two men, Su Jiaming and Su Jinxing, was confined in a frozen cage. When Zhou broke into Hsuyun's world like a thunderbolt between heaven and earth, it made Hsuyun feel so embarrassed. At the Peninsula Hotel in Hong Kong, Zhou sat alone, next to a huge, clear floor-to-ceiling window. Through this floor-to-ceiling window, you can see most of the bright night view of Kowloon, which is very pleasant. The lighting in this restaurant is dim, and each table is separated by a considerable distance, giving guests enough space and privacy. Except for the few dim chandeliers on the ceiling, there is a small lantern on each table. The light is not strong enough to barely illuminate most of the table. However, this little light allows the restaurant to blend well with the night view outside and the starry sky. giving guests the illusion that they are under the bright starry sky, and there is soft light music flowing in the air, making the atmosphere here. The guests naturally put down their own words so as not to spoil the romantic atmosphere. However, the Peninsula Hotel is the only six-star hotel in Hong Kong, and consumption is naturally very high. For example, for one of the chic restaurants on the upper floors overlooking the night view of Kowloon, the minimum consumption starts at a few thousand Hong Kong dollars. I don't know if it is expensive or other reasons. There are very few customers in this restaurant today. Zhou Hao didn't let Su Lin or Liang Xiaobing be with him, but sat here alone, quietly looking at the night scene outside, his eyes deep. And on the table in front of him, there was a cup of Sprite with small bubbles constantly popping up. It stands to reason that in such an environment, one should drink red wine or champagne. But Zhou Hao's favorite drink is Sprite, and he doesn't bother to do those arty things, let alone wronged himself for pretending to be. In the past life, it was just a struggle for the people who wanted peace in everything. They often had to grievance and seek survival because of various pressures. However, deep down in Zhou Hao's heart, he was very unwilling. In the past life, he wanted to do whatever he wanted. Worry about this and that, enjoy life freely. It's just that the conditions are limited and the environment is compelling. He can only work hard for the sake of life like thousands of other people who have great ambitions but are in a state of despair. Now it's different. With the rapid and powerful strength, he can really do things that he couldn't even think of in his previous life. It really feels like a sky high. Precisely because of his strength, he needs what he likes nowadays, and he is rarely pretentious. This also makes him different from those true nobles or upstarts. He is very direct, hearty, and even directly domineering. Perhaps it was for this reason that He Xiun, who was accustomed to seeing dragons and phoenixes among people, would be deeply addicted to him. He picked up Sprite and took a shallow sip, tasting its sweet and pungent taste. Zhou Hao exhaled slightly. At this time, he was thinking of He Xiun in his heart. To be honest, in terms of appearance, He Xiun is not like Mrs. Tokugawa Nanami Kiru, who has reached the level of disaster. In terms of personality, he is not as decisive and almost cruel as Zhao Yuqin, who was born in a military family. However, He Xiun gave people the feeling like those ladies from the scholarly family in ancient times, quiet, gentle, with a restrained atmosphere. I still remember that when I first met Zhou Hao, He Xiun appeared in the image of a noble and reserved lady. At that time, Zhou Hao concluded that this lady was a lady of great ethics. However, compared to the reserved Jasper temperament, what He Xiun attracted to Zhou Hao more was the grievance she hid in her bones. After deepening his understanding of He Xiun, Zhou Hao realized that she was a lady on the surface, but a grudge in her bones. Moreover, Zhou Hao felt that He Xiun was a bit similar to Zhao Yuqin and Nanami Kiru, that is, wisdom. Zhao Yuqin's wisdom is manifested in decision-making and decisiveness. Perhaps it was influenced by Mr. Zhao and Zhao Dingzhou's subtle influence. Zhao Yuqin has always acted vigorously and resolutely. At the same time, she has the atmosphere of a superior person that women rarely possess. It can be seen that the talented Shengwan Zongzi was impressed without any storm. Nanami Keiru's wisdom gave Zhou Hao the deepest impression of poison and insidiousness. The conspiracy and intrigue were unfolding silently and one after another. If it wasn't a coincidence at the beginning, Zhou Hao would never find and destroy her plan. Zhou Hao felt that the poem Green Bamboo Snake Mouth, Wasp Tail Needle, Two Different Reasons, The Most Poisonous Woman's Heart, is the best portrayal of Keiru Nanami. As for He Xiun, even though she has never had the opportunity to display her talents in the He family, after marrying the Su family, she did not participate in the management of the Zhongjin group. She only opened a small butterfly flower for entertainment. However, Zhou Hao could discover the cleverness of this woman from her words and deeds. Also, Zhou Hao has checked that there are 8 flower shops in the vicinity of Dai Lianhua, both of which are much better than Dai Lianhua in terms of scale and location, but Dai Lianhua is able to compete. China has not fallen behind, and its profitability is better than the other 8 flower shops. Just like the letter from the family of Zheng Wanzhong, small things see great wisdom, and you can manage the butterfly flower so well without relying on the He family and Su family's funding. Zhou Hao concluded that He Xiuyun's talent will never be less than that. Zhao Yuqin or Nanami Keiru. Looking into the night sky, He Shuiyun's grimace with constant grievances seemed to reappear in front of him. If you are your elder sister or Nanamikeru, I'm afraid you would have figured out a way to get rid of the shackles of the two families. Zhou Hao said to himself. The expression in his eyes is not happy or sad. He understood that by relying on He Shuyun's ability, he could definitely break free from the restraint and leave the cage that imprisoned her. The reason why he got the field like this is that she couldn't let go of it. Just like Yu Fei, he clearly has the ability to hit Huanglong and destroy the Golden Country like a violent wind sweeping the fallen leaves, but he was tied back by the 12 gold medals. As a result, the hero died before he succeeded, and the hero burst into tears. Tragedy. If he has enough ambition, he can even pull down Song Ting's faint monarch and slanderous officials from the full dynasty, and save the people in dire straits. The same is true for He Shuiyun, if He Hong's son treats her well, but for these fathers, He Shuiyun still can't bear to betray, leading to today's situation. It's just that I can't help you anymore now. Since I've run into my heart, then even if you will be snatched back. Zhou Hao smiled lightly, but the candlestick made of alloy on the table was in him. But his hands were like butter, twisted and deformed. I don't know if the increase in strength caused his personality to change, or if this powerful strength has restored his originally suppressed nature. Today Zhou Hao has indeed become domineering, and without the softness of the previous life that was cautiously walking on thin ice, it seems that the edges and corners that have been polished in the previous life are now emerging and becoming more sharp. In his previous life, Zhou Hao was that I would tolerate if someone committed a crime against me, but now I would commit a crime if someone committed a crime against me. Sometimes for some purpose or benefit, even if someone didn't commit a crime against me, I would also be a criminal. Now that he had a relationship with He Shuiyun, and she had her shadow in his heart, Zhou Hao decided to take her over. It's just that he is very greedy, not only to get He Shuiyun's body, but He Shuiyun treats himself wholeheartedly, no longer worrying about the ties of He Su family. And Zhou Hao hated He Shuiyun's status as a married woman, even though she and Su Jinsheng were just nameless couples. In order to obtain He Shuiyun completely, Zhou Hao has decided to defeat the Su family. If the He family moved along with it, Zhou Hao would not be merciless. He would be afraid of hitting the He family. He Hong's son would take the initiative to give in, and he would even agree that He Shuiyun would be with him. Boss. A tall man appeared behind Zhou Hao. His thick facial features looked a little gloomy in the darkness, and his two brown eyes were as faint as ghost fire. This man was surprisingly Zhou Hao's hand in Galaxy Investment Company Willyworth. Sit down. Zhou Hao didn't look back at him. His gaze was still on an unknown place outside the window. Willyworth sat quietly opposite Zhou Hao and looked at Zhou Hao's quiet and peaceful face. As soon as he was about to speak, he heard Zhou Hao say, "The night view from here is beautiful, isn't it? You have been in Hong Kong for so long. Have you ever tried to calm down and enjoy it?" After a moment of stunned, Willyworth couldn't help but look outside according to Zhou Hao's words, only to see the bright neon lights and the stars on the night, and in an instant, it seemed that everything was hazy and became thick. Kai blends with the light music flowing in the sky. After a while, Willyworth felt his impetuous heart slowly calm down. Like muddy water, all the dirt and sand inside had settled, making the water clear again. Okay, go ahead. Zhou Hao's voice pulled Willyworth's mind back, and a rare smile appeared on his stern face. Boss, thank you. I haven't calmed down and watched the Pearl of the Orient in Hong Kong for a long time. Zhou Hao smiled and took another sip of Sprite. Willyworth said sternly, Boss, as you might expect, Su Jianming, the chairman of China Sword Group, is really secretly connected with those international hedge funds. Especially this month, their funds exchange very frequently, and it is very close to the time when the Hong Kong stock market was attacked. So that Su Jianming is very likely to be one of the black hands attacking the Hong Kong stock market, as the boss said. I knew that they were not good stuff. Zhou Hao smiled lightly. I'm afraid Su Jianming set up an independent fund abroad, and then pretended to be foreign speculators to eat Hong Kong's stock market with those foreigners. Willyworth nodded again and again. Boss, you are right. That guy really did this. It's because he is still a Chinese. It's no different from treason. Although Willyworth is an American, He still can't understand those scum who are unfaithful to his own country and his own nation. Especially Su Jiaming, a tycoon who manipulates tens of billions of assets, is truly wealthy and unkind. Zhou Hao didn't seem to be surprised by this result. He smiled. Didn't Maxi say that when the profit reaches 100%, the capitalists dare to trample on all the laws of the world, and there will be 300% profit? They dare to commit any crime, even risking death. Su Jiaming seems to be the same. Willie Worth raised the glass in his hand to Zhou Hao and joked, "Boss, don't forget, in a strict sense, you are also a capitalist, or a big capitalist much better than Su Jiaming." How am I the same as that guy? I am a patriotic capitalist." Zhou Hao smiled proudly. Zhou Hao actually expected Su Jiaming's behavior before, because he knew that in the historical financial war of the century, Hong Kong's stock market was attacked by international predators such as George Soros, as well as individual wealthy and unscrupulous Hong Kong tycoons secretly mobilized funds to participate in it, with the intention of making a fortune. As a financial professional with outstanding ability, Zhou Hao has a wealth of knowledge and experience in the financial field. In addition, he came into contact with many little-known financial insiders after entering the society. The dark side is well known. Compared with Hong Kong, the mainland's financial market lags far behind. Although there are many profit-seeking traders among the more than 1 billion people in mainland China's financial market at this time, those who are capable are still only sitting in the ring. At the stage of collecting money, the financial war in Hong Kong involving hundreds of billions of funds at every turn was too much pressure for them. Even if someone really wants to fish in troubled waters and follow behind those international crocodiles to get the country's money, its effect is so small that it can't make any waves. Zhou Hao knows that there are some rich people in Hong Kong who will harm the economy of his country, but he is not sure who it is. After all, these people do not know how many times the operation of funds is more proficient than the rising stars in mainland China. Most of them have registered independent fund companies abroad, and even manipulated funds through layers of holdings like Zhou Hao's previous investment in Russia, thus completely hiding themselves. Since some of them can participate in the affairs of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, they have the opportunity to discover the strategies of Hong Kong and China in the battle, and then they can react accordingly. No matter which side wins, there is a way out. After the incident, many of these profiteers who made a fortune in the country remained undiscovered by the state, and they even continued to receive preferential treatment policies from the state, and continued to be rich and secure. In order to deal with the Su family this time, Zhou Hao wanted to check if they were among those traitors. Now that the results came out, Zhou Hao did not expect to be wrong, and the Su family was really unclean. "Boss, I have contacted Su Jiaming's fund company as a hedge fund in accordance with your instructions, and invited him to join us in the attack on the Hong Kong stock market," Willie Worth said. Zhou Hao's Star River originally set up many investment companies abroad. As a cover-up, it is more convenient and safer to travel in the unpredictable international financial market. "Well, you did a good job." Zhou Hao nodded. "Then how did Su Jiaming and others react?" Willie Worth sneered. "I just showed him the size of our company's funds, and he shook his head to keep up. There was no need for us to bother. They even suspected that our company was Soros or Zhu. The hedge fund controlled by Lian thought he had a big backing. Be careful, don't let them see the clues," Zhou Hao said. "Since Su Jiaming wants to take advantage of the fire to rob Hong Kong, then I will let the fire burn him to death without a place to bury him." Willie Worth did not speak. As long as he knew what Zhou Hao said, he could do it himself, and never asked why Zhou Hao had to deal with Su Jiaming. He took a sip of the red wine and said, "Boss, besides Su Jiaming, I found that there are several suspicious fund companies that manipulate a lot of funds, and some even exceed $1 billion US. Boss, we are not." Zhou Hao raised his hand to stop his words. "Don't be frightened. Don't be impatient. Just check it out. If there are really Chinese-controlled funds in there, then contact them to see if you can connect with them. Go online, so that we can catch all these black sheep in the future. If you can't catch up, then secretly pay attention to their movements and report to me immediately if you have any news." "I see, boss." Willie Worth nodded and agreed. For this secret operation in the stock market, Zhou Hao only handed it over to Willie Worth. He also had a few outstanding and loyal operators. Even Song Jiahao, who was his confidant, was very concerned about this operation. I don't know. It's not that Zhou Hao thinks that Song Jiahao has descent. Although Song Jiahao's parents, wife and children enjoy a prosperous and stable life in China, they are actually closely monitored by Zhao Yuqin. If they move abroad, a report was immediately sent to Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao to let Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao decide whether to allow it. As long as Zhou Hao or Zhao Yuqin feel suspicious, Song Jiahao's childhood cannot leave China, and they can't even get out of the neighborhood they live in. Song Jiahao was not allowed to participate in this secret operation because his personality was not suitable. Compared with Song Jiahao, Willie Worth, who likes to go slant and behaves harshly, can better fulfill Zhou Hao's orders. And Willie Worth and the other operators, although most of them are not Chinese, they are now trained by Zhou Hao as a confidant. Through his superhuman intuition, Zhou Hao knew Willie Worth and the others could use it for himself. But in order to prevent accidents, Zhou Hao secretly poisoned Willie Worth and the others with a poison recorded in Shun Nong Ba Chao. Once Willie Worth and the others become unhappy with Zhou Hao will urge the poison lurking in their bodies and take his life. This is no wonder Zhou Hao is suspicious and vicious, because Xinghua is the most important and key company under Zhou Hao, and it involves many secrets, so Zhou Hao is not cautious. You can withdraw 1 million in the company's account as a bonus, and your team, each with $500,000 as a bonus. Zhou Hao said, "Thank you, boss." The employees in Galaxy generally refer to US dollars in currency, so Zhou Hao just gave Willie Worth a bonus of nearly 10 million Hong Kong dollars. However, Willie Worth did not see any obvious surprise on his face. On the one hand, it was due to his own character. On the other hand, it was because he had worked in Galaxy for so long and received a $1 million bonus. "I'm used to it," Zhou Hao said. "Your next actions are very important, so I will arrange personnel to protect you secretly. But you can rest assured that as long as you are not in danger, those people will not appear in front of you and will not affect your life in the slightest." "Yeah, boss, then I'll go back first." Zhou Hao waved his hand. "Go ahead." At some point, the other guests in the restaurant had already left, and only Zhou Hao was left. Zhou Hao didn't care and turned his head to look at the night sky outside the window again. It is now June 1998. Through Zhou Hao's secret observations, George Soros and others have become more and more active in the international financial market, and the world-renowned financial war is getting closer. In addition, Zhou Hao also remembered another major event that occurred in China in 1998, which was the huge flood in 1998. In this end-of-century flood, almost half of China was flooded. The number of people affected was as high as 200 million, and the economic loss was hundreds of billions. However, this catastrophic flood is different from the financial war in Hong Kong. Against the financial war in Hong Kong, Zhou Hao was able to use his own ability to minimize the country's losses. But Zhou Hao was powerless to deal with this coming natural disaster. Issue an early warning to the central government? No matter how you explain why you are an unknown prophet, even if this piece is revealed, will the central government believe in yourself? Well, even if the central government believes it, the river basins of the Yangtze River, Songhua River, Pearl River, Min River, and other flooded rivers are so vast and occupy more than half of China's population. How can we convince these hundreds of millions of people that they will soon a major flood that hasn't been seen for 100 years has caused them to leave their homes for refuge? Zhou Hao shook his head. At this moment, he finally knew that there were some things that manpower could not conquer the sky after all. The chief. The visitor is a man of medium build, with a cold face and serious face, and his piercing eyes are full of determination, but it is Dong Chunlin, a retired special force transferred from Pluto to Hong Kong by Zhou Hao, who is also responsible for monitoring William Rash, the leader of the German team. Zhou Hao nodded, and Dong Chunlin sat upright across from him, where Willie Worth was sitting. This Dong Chunlin was very straightforward. As soon as he sat down, he said to Zhou Hao, "The chief, regarding William Rashid's surveillance operations, something unusual happened." "Huh? What's the exception?" Zhou Hao frowned. "William Rashid has nothing unusual. We are still monitoring, but we found that besides us, there seems to be another person monitoring him. According to our speculation, it is from an intelligence organization. People." Before he retired, Dong Chunlin was a company commander of the Tibetan Frontier Reconnaissance Company. He was specializing in dealing with Tibetan independence militants. He also destroyed several foreign arms smuggling groups related to East Turkestan. He is young, only in his early 30s. Originally, his army was planning to recommend him to the Central Guard Regiment or even the First Army. Later, because of Dong Chunlin and his wife, although they could avoid the doom of forced crowds, they also lost entry into the Central Guard Regiment or the First Army. Opportunity. Dong Chunlin was also deeply ashamed of knowingly violating the family planning law, so he did not accept the kindness of his superiors to transfer him to a prefecture-level government office and chose to retire. After retiring, Dong Chunlin originally wanted to be a security guard in a company in his hometown, but after being introduced by his comrades in arms, he moved to Zhou House, Pluto. After becoming an employee of Pluto, Dong Chunlin learned that working here and his benefits are much better than civil servants. Once in the job, as long as he is not expelled from a big mistake, Pluto will take care of him for the rest of his life. You don't have to worry about the pressures of life when you work in it, including housing allowances, medical subsidies, full insurance, transportation subsidies, pensions, etc. Moreover, parents can bring their wives and children to live together where they work. Unlike the military, which requires strict application review to allow family members to accompany the team, immediate family members have the same medical subsidies and all insurance as their own. It can be solved by the company. The most important thing is that Dong Chunlin's profound military talent will not be buried and will continue to develop. At the same time, Dong Chunlin also discovered that although Pluto is not a national institution, it has a lot of cooperation with the military. Most of the members of the company have a gun license and can even purchase certain types of arms or instruments from the military. Having served as a soldier for more than 10 years, Dong Chunlin is very loyal to the country like other members of Pluto. Although Pluto does not act in the same manner as the public security system or the army, it never does anything that harms national interests. Especially when Dong Chunlin learned from General Manager Lei Hu that Pluto was also involved in the country's previous secret operation against Indonesia, Dong Chunlin decided to stay here. This time, Thunder Tiger received Zhou Hao's order to send someone to Hong Kong to monitor a suspected spy, so he sent Dong Chunlin and other companies' most capable scouts. Which country does that team belong to? After hearing Dong Chunlin's report, Zhou Hao's expression became serious. If there are other intelligence agencies monitoring William Rashid, it means that the guy is indeed a spy. Zhou Hao asked Dong Chunlin. Could it be the intelligence organization of our Chinese government? Dong Chunlin shook his head. In order to avoid conflicts between different departments when performing tasks, our domestic intelligence agencies have specific methods to determine identity. The team that monitors William Rashid is not ours in China. It depends on their style of doing things. I think they may be German intelligence agencies or Russia's KGB. Did they find any of us? Zhou Hao asked again. Fortunately, we found it early. The chief, you told us to only monitor the target and not to take any other actions, so we were not discovered. Dong Chunlin said, the intelligence team is very powerful, so we can't be discovered. It's really a fluke. But by this minute, we have mastered the initiative and can remain invincible. This is the case for espionage work. It is always details that determine success or failure. A small mistake, or a coincidence that no one can think of, can affect the final result of the mission, and this result often involves the survival of the espionage. The interests of the whole country. Zhou Hao crossed his chin with his 10 fingers and said to himself, is William Rashid also their target? Who is this William? Speaking of the target, I think he seems to be a little changed. Dong Chunlin said in a timely manner. Perhaps because the target has been in Hong Kong for a long time. Although the target has not shown any signs of contact with his organization, I can see that he is a little different. I'm getting impatient. As expected, he should act soon. As an excellent intelligence scout, Dong Chunlin is not only proficient in various skills, but also has a keen ability to capture people's psychological activities, and he can see his inner thoughts from a subtle expression. He asked Zhou Hao, Chief, if the target takes action, the intelligence team will definitely move. What should we do? Should we stop them from affecting our mission, or catch the target before them? Zhou Hao understood that Dong Chunlin's task of preventing that other country's intelligence organization from affecting him meant to get rid of them. A little carelessness of this kind of thing is the end of the game and cannot tolerate mercy, so when necessary, unless it is a strategic alliance relationship, otherwise, even if it is not an enemy country, it will be driven to death. Now Dong Chunlin and the others have not been discovered, but the intelligence team has fallen into Dong Chunlin's eyes, and the situation is at an absolute disadvantage. They are in the light and Dong Chunlin is in the dark. It is not difficult to eradicate them. Zhou Hao thought for a while, and then said solemnly, "Let's watch the changes and let William and the mysterious intelligence organization move. We will hide behind to see what the origins of these monsters, ghosts, and snakes are. When the time is right, we will have to. One hit will hit, and both of them will be collected." "Yes, Chief." As the leader of the action team, although Dong Chunlin has the command and response authority on the spot, all actions must be based on Zhou Hao's orders. This is their habit and mission when they were in the army. Even if they encounter unexpected emergencies during the mission, the on-site commander needs to respond temporarily, and they must not go against the general direction of the superior order. If necessary, even if they sacrifice their lives, at any rate. Anyway, the pension of Pluto is many times more generous than that of the country. Dong Chunlin had seen an employee in the company tragically sacrificed while performing company tasks. The company gave his family members a pension of $1 million. Even for every employee who is unmarried or has no children, the company has their sperm or eggs stored. Depending on their wishes to the company in advance, the company will use their sperm or eggs after they have sacrificed for work, through high-tech artificial insemination methods, so that they can continue their offspring and will be responsible for their upbringing until they live independently. Such humanized benefits have made every employee succumb to Pluto, and many people's loyalty to Pluto can even rise to the point of loving the motherland, making the cohesion of Pluto very strong. Of course, the threshold of Pluto is very high. Those who can become its backbone members are basically able to enter the Central Guard Corps or the First Army, and all other ordinary employees are proficient in military skills. Talents. When Dong Chunlin knew that Lehu was not the real boss of Pluto, he was deeply interested in the man who created such an organization for retired military elites. Until now, he finally saw Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao felt very kind to him. It was not Zhou Hao's kind character, but the strong killing spirit in Zhou Hao's body, which made Dong Chunlin, a person who walked through the iron and blood battlefield, feel familiar. And Zhou Hao's style of acting is also in line with Dong Chunlin's appetite, decisive, old-fashioned, not sticking to unnecessary morality, without losing righteousness, not hypocritical, and can make people willingly worship, no matter ancient or modern. Such people are emperors and generals. Talent. Okay, you go back first. Remember to be careful. I don't want the company to pay the 1 million pension. Zhou Hao joked. Chief, then I will leave first. Dong Chunlin also showed a rough smile. Looking at the watch, it was already past 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, and Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing would miss them if they didn't go back. Zhou Hao stood up and looked at the darker night sky outside again, and sighed in his heart. This year is really eventful. A few days later, the hit Meteor Garden on ATV came to an official finale. The finishing touches for the first time reached an unprecedented 45 points. The result is also very rare in the TV records of Hong Kong. ATV celebrated their achievements, so they held a celebration event in Hong Kong's Times Square. The main actors, including F4, were present. In addition to the starring role of Meteor Garden, ATV's upcoming self-portrait drama, Blue Life and Death, will also launch promotional activities, and its leading actors will appear on the stage to promote the promotion. Due to the popularity of F4 and the anticipation of Blue Life and Death, Times Square where the event was held was crowded very early. If it were not for ATV to prepare for the security work at night, it even invited the police to maintain order. If so, those crazy star chasers are probably about to rush to the stage and kiss F4 members strongly. Because it was a bit boring, Zhou Hao followed Su Lin to Times Square. Su Lin is coordinating and directing the event, while Zhou Hao is watching the staff area behind the scenes. He is also secretly stunned by the madness of the Hong Kong star chasers. Fortunately, They have attracted everyone's attention in F4, and no one is paying attention behind the scenes. Otherwise, if someone recognizes that he is the well-known Mr. Z, I am afraid it will be in trouble. Zhou Hao used Mr. Z to cover people's eyes, and his original intention was to avoid becoming the target of media chasing like those celebrities. However, the general public is more curious about the more mysterious people and things. Zhou Hao, Mr. Z, rarely shows up in front of the media, but it arouses people's interest in him, especially because many famous songs by Liang Xiaobing and other popular singers under the Polaris were created by Z Jun, including those that have been broadcast on ATV in the past year. Many popular TV shows like The Witch's Condition, and even the best film of this year's Hong Kong Film Awards, Dark War, also has the name Z Jun written on its screenwriter column. This was originally Zhou Hao stealing the creativity of those famous artists in his previous life, and he was still a little guilty, but Zhou Hao could not tell the truth, and his people wanted to please him, so the name Z Jun became more popular in Hong Kong and even in mainland China. Become more famous. Seeing those young men and women screaming and shouting because of F4 on stage in the staff area of the backstage, Zhou Hao couldn't help crying or laughing. If these fans knew that the F4 guys were actually no different from ordinary people in private, if two members still like to pick their nostrils, they don't know how they will react. Just thinking it was funny, Zhou Hao saw a very familiar figure in front of the railing on the second floor of the mall, but it was He Xiuyun. She was chatting with another luxuriously dressed young woman in that tea shop, ignoring the stars below. Of course, you can't see Zhou Hao hiding in the backstage staff area either. Seeing He Xiuyun, who was mature, generous, and beautiful, Zhou Hao felt a little helpless. In the past few days, he went to Dai Lianhua several times, and He Xiuyun was not there. After calling her, she hurriedly said a few words and hung up. Zhou Hao knew that she was avoiding herself, and she also understood that she was considering the choice between herself and her father. Zhou Hao didn't want to put pressure on her anymore, so she didn't contact her again, let her think carefully. Of course, no matter what her final choice is, Zhou Hao will not let this woman who is burdened with heavy fetters go. Now seeing her talking and laughing with the young woman who is obviously also a celebrity, but between her eyebrows and her eyebrows are still hidden and uneasy, and there is deep fatigue in her clear and deep eyes, Zhou Hao knew that she had passed these few days. It's not good. It must be tossing and turning every night and having trouble sleeping. Hey, what a stupid woman who makes people hard to give up. Zhou Hao muttered to himself. He was a little annoyed that He Xiuyun's procrastination was not decisive enough, and he was cruel to the father who didn't treat her as a daughter at all. But at the same time he understood that if He Xiuyun was really the kind of ruthless and unrighteous woman, he would no longer be the one to let herself. The beloved woman. Looking at the spectacular F4 in the stands, Zhou Hao beckoned to the ATV employees over there. Although these employees didn't know his true identity, they all saw that he was here with Su Lin, the president, so naturally they didn't dare to neglect and ran over. Zhou Hao gave a few words to an employee who looked like an assistant, and the employee's face was embarrassed. You can ask Su Lin first. Zhou Hao reminded him not to embarrass these employees. The employee nodded in a hurry. He really couldn't decide anything. Leader Su Lin had to decide on such matters. In the cafe on the second floor of the mall, He Xiuyun was drinking tea and chatting with a friend of hers. Her friend is Zhu Fangling, who is also a wealthy wife. Although the assets of her husband's family are far less than those of the Su family, she is also a famous lady in their circle. This Zhu Fangling was younger than He Xiuyun, but her personality was different from other prudent and wealthy ladies. Although she was a little greedy and vain, she was also very straightforward and frank, and a little bit pungent. And like He Xiuyun, she often has to stay alone in her empty material life. It is precisely because of this that she has become He Xiuyun's few friends who can talk. He Xiuyun's previous adult movies were given to her by this Zhu Fangling, and even introduced He Xiuyun's masturbation sticks to be more practical and regarded as He Xiuyun's enlightenment teacher. Today, Zhu Fangling asked He Xiuyun out to go shopping. He Xiuyun was also worried about Zhou Hao's affairs, so he decided to come out to relax. They were tired from walking just now, and the two of them sat down to rest in this cafe. Regarding the promotional activities of ATV offstage, they didn't care much. Although some lonely ladies in their circle would take care of these male stars, in fact, in their eyes, Those mere male stars are just itches, and they simply despise them from the bottom of their hearts. Suddenly, there was a commotion below, and the two turned their heads and saw F4 and several other actors leaving the stage, which attracted the celebrity fans loudly to stay. Huh? Why did they go down so soon? Zhu Fangling asked curiously. He Shuyan said to her amusedly. What's up with you? You don't want to have someone else too. Do you want to keep one? Since she and Zhu Fangling are good friends, He Shuyan can talk very openly with her. That Zhou Min is quite handsome. Zhu Fangling also laughed happily. But you don't know the temperament of my family. If I really raise a little white face like Mrs. Fong, he will not kill me? I think you just want to raise a little white face. Let me say, on your terms, let alone raise a little white face. As long as you let the words out, I'm afraid there will be a lot of the men are vying to support you. You know nonsense. He Shuyan gave her a white look, but Zhou Hao's figure appeared involuntarily in his mind. Zhu Fangling smiled, and then caught a glimpse of the following situation, and then wondered, how did those people put the piano on it? It's not that a famous pianist was invited to play. However, the two women were only slightly surprised, and did not pay too much attention to the following things, and soon started chatting on their own. Oh, below came the sound of tapping the microphone twice, and then someone said, I want to give this song to a woman. I and her once spent a very happy and romantic time in Venice. I hope that period of time can be called a beautiful memory that I and her will never forget in a lifetime. Suddenly hearing this voice, He Shuyan, who was chatting with Zhu Fangling, seemed to be shocked violently. But Zhu Fangling on the opposite side had turned her head and looked down a long time ago, just not seeing He Shuyan's unusual reaction. Just listen to Zhu Fangling said, Who is that? He looks handsome. He can play and sing to coax girls. It's very romantic. I miss that Mr. Z, Wait, Shuyan, you look at that handsome guy. He looks a bit like Jun Z. He Shuyan turned his head stiffly and saw Zhou Hao in a casual outfit sitting in front of the grand piano. This song is to commemorate the time I spent with her in Venice. It's called Tears in Venice. Zhou Hao's magnetic voice spread through microphones and amplifiers to every corner of the mall. The young people in the audience who were about to leave disappointedly because of F4's departure were immediately attracted by Zhou Hao's words and stopped to look at Zhou Hao curiously. Isn't that Mr. Z? I have a video of him saying, Love me don't go last time in my house, and I recognize him. Suddenly, an 18-year-old girl shouted in the crowd. Most of these young people are very familiar with entertainment gossip. After such a reminder, many people immediately recognized the Mr. Z on the stage. Mr. Z. It's really Mr. Z. The young people in the audience yelled and screamed, and the enthusiastic scene was no different than the F4 appearance just now. At the time, Zhou Hao's move to keep his beloved girl through Hong Kong live broadcast and self-playing and singing Love Me Don't Go can be said to have caused a sensation in Hong Kong. It moved countless people in Hong Kong and also brought a wave of trends. Many men pursued it. She would follow the example of Mr. Z and sing Love Me Don't Go when she loves girls or to keep her lover. This trend has made the business of piano shops in Hong Kong soar. I don't know how many more people go to learn piano. In addition, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing sang two different versions of Love Me Don't Go, which has become a must-see in major KTV. Nowadays, Mr. Z, who has been transmitted to each other by countless men and women, actually appears in this mall. How can we not shock these star fans, especially many young girls, who were sent by Zhou Hao to sing Love Me Don't Go? The image of the models was so fascinating. When I saw the Prince Charming in my mind, I wanted to rush to the stage by coincidence. Fortunately, Zhou Hao was prepared early. There were security and police protection around the stage, blocking the excited boys and girls, but the crazy screams they sent out were still shocking. Zhou Hao didn't say anything to calm down the crazy young man in the audience. Instead, he put his hands on the keyboard, but didn't immediately play. The people in the audience immediately noticed it, especially the girls. They all knew that Zhou Hao was going to express his feelings through music. Isn't this kind of feeling moved by them? So they quieted down one after another, and they didn't even need to disturb Zhou Hao by the noise of the people around, and they were very cooperative. Zhou Hao nodded slightly, then moved closer to the microphone on the piano and said, I hope she can hear this song, and I hope she can understand my feelings for her. After that, He turned his head slightly and looked at Hishiyun, who was already stunned on the second floor. The 10 fingers of both hands danced flexibly on the black and white keys, and the light and melodious music came from the Austin Witt grand piano, floating in the air like silk lingering in everyone's ears. Then Zhou Hao's relatively low and magnetic voice spread to the surroundings through the audio equipment. You mute the noisy world. Choose the fiercest silent protest. You know better than anyone. True heart is closest to sadness. Delicate feelings are the foreshadowing of fate. Your gurgling tears merged into the valley of Venice. Counting your memories are prosperous and beautiful. Looking at your very clear palms. I'm late at this moment, but I understand your firmness and love. Tears in Venice are fragile like colored glass. When it comes to feelings, someone knows how to turn, and someone is too absolute. Dreaming back at midnight for your wet tears. Actually, I knew it was at the time. Can't solve the knot. Some to me's I really hope it be Yorman. Gonna keep you in me heart. Gonna lovea from Thestert. Babi I really hope who understand. Your gurgling tears merged into the valley of Venice. Counting your memories are prosperous and beautiful. Looking at your very clear palms. I'm late at this moment, but I understand your firmness and love. Tears in Venice are fragile like colored glass. When it comes to feelings, someone knows how to turn, and someone is too absolute. Dreaming back at midnight for your wet tears. Actually, I knew it was at the time. Can't solve the knot. How many stories are so embarrassing and so much aftertaste? For thousands of years. How many depths and shallows are lingering? No one can solve hay until the end. Tears in Venice are fragile like colored glass. When it comes to feelings, someone knows how to turn, and someone is too absolute. Dreaming back at midnight for your wet tears. Actually, I knew it was at the time. Insoluble knot. Tears in Venice are fragile like colored glass. When it comes to feelings, someone knows how to turn, and someone is too absolute. Dreaming back at midnight for your wet tears. Actually, I knew it was at the time. Insoluble knot. Like Venice. However, tears around. After singing a song, the entire mall fell into silence, as if even the air was stagnant. After a long time, a young girl clapped her hands subconsciously, and then the others acted immediately, and the applause was endless like pouring rain. Those women who were deeply moved by the melody of the singing and the tenderness contained in it even shed emotional tears, screaming, Mr. Z, without feeling, just thinking that if they were the heroine in the song, Mr. Z, dead without regrets. Compared with Yong Bang, the original singer of the song, Tears in Venice, Zhou Hao's voice is a little lower, but it is also more charming, with the piano's seemingly monotonous, substantive, layered music, plus last week, Hao had the martial arts cultivation base that transforms meaning into form, and his spiritual power is very huge. Now he has poured his emotions into it through singing, and its infectious power is extremely powerful. There are some peerless masters in martial arts film and television works that can kill people through music, such as piano and flute. It is not so much that they pour their internal force into the instrument, but rather that it is an unusually powerful mental power that can destroy the nerves of the brain through sound waves. Caused its brain death. Zhou Hao's self-playing and singing is also very similar, but he is not killing the enemy or hurting others, but simply wants to express his feelings, so the audience can deeply feel Zhou Hao's treatment of the woman. The sentimental affection makes the young girls who are sentimental even more uncontrollable. And Hishiyun, who was in front of the railing on the second floor, had already burst into tears without knowing it. Naturally, she didn't know the true source of Tears in Venice. She only thought that this beautiful song was specifically for Zhou Hao to spend with herself in Venice. During that period of time, when I heard the meaning in the lyrics, I couldn't help but feel grief. I just wanted to desperately rush into Zhou Hao's arms. I'm so touched, oh. This Mr. Z is really a passionate seed. Was it the same girl he wanted to keep when he sang, Love Me Don't Go last time? Zhu Fangling standing beside, Hishiyun couldn't help it. Tears fell straight. She and her husband were not in free love and marriage. Now the string deep in her heart was stirred by Zhou Hao's singing, and she was deeply moved. I really envy that girl. I can hear it. Jun's feelings for her are true. Sniffing her nose, Zhu Fangling suddenly said in annoyance, he wrote this song. Isn't he arguing with that girl again? I said that girl doesn't know how to cherish it. It's a real life. Fuzhong doesn't know good fortune. If I could have a man who loves me so much, I would recognize it even if he died for him. I really don't understand what that girl is thinking. I have never seen such a stupid woman. Of course, Zhu Fangling didn't know that Zhou Hao's confession was not the same woman. But He Shuyan did not bother with this issue, because she also heard Zhou Hao's feelings as true and profound. Zhu Fangling, who doesn't know the inside story, said that the woman who didn't know how to cherish Zhou Hao was stupid. He Shuyan also felt the same. Yes, there is such a man who loves you. What else do you ask for? What else do you have to worry about? Is it true that you only know to regret when you lose, and then you know to fight for it? Not to mention the conversation between He Shuyan and Zhu Fangling above. Zhou Hao only glanced at He Shuyan after he finished playing and singing, because he was afraid that if he watched He Shuyan's movements obviously, those in the audience would definitely find out, and He Shuyan would be exposed. Although it was only a glance, Zhou Hao already knew that He Shuyan could understand his own mind, and he did not waste his thoughts. On the contrary, it was those young people with fanatical eyes in the audience that started to make Zhou Hao a headache. Last time Zhou Hao played and sang "Love Me Don't Go" in the absence of a name, and it caused a sensation in Hong Kong. This time, many people have already known about Zi Jun and have a strong interest in it. Zhou Hao, you can imagine the sensation He Shuyan has caused such a big show. The security guards and the police around the stage can no longer stop these excited fans, especially those girls who seem to have lost their minds. They can't fight, stop, and stop, which is really tricky. Facing the well-armed Indonesian army, Zhou Hao was not afraid to show off his mighty power. At this time, seeing the turbulent star chasers in the audience, there was a trace of fear, and he couldn't help but retreat. At this moment, the huge background board behind suddenly opened a small door, and then someone grabbed Zhou Hao's hand and pulled him in, disappearing from everyone's sight. When the people below finally broke through the cordon and ran up to the stage to open the door, there was no sign of Zhou Hao. Only those ATV staff in the background were packing up their equipment and preparing to retreat. However, these boys and girls who have become loyal fans of Zi Jun did not stop. Grasping the ATV staff was a cross-examination. When they were not satisfied with the answer, they searched every corner of the mall with the intention of finding Zi Jun traces, but ultimately nothing. On an ATV commercial car, Zhou Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a lingering fear, "It's terrible, it's terrible. I now finally understand why those stars use drugs, or to relieve stress." It turns out that not only is the competition pressure in the circle, these crazy fans are also a threat. Su Lin held his hand and stared at him with a bit of resentment. "You know what's at stake now? Then you dared to show such a limelight? Fortunately, we left one on the set board in order to prevent those fans from being too enthusiastic about F4A door. You used it unexpectedly." Of course, Zhou Hao knew that she was complaining on the surface, but she was jealous. Although she didn't know who the heroine of her song was, it was definitely not her or Liang Xiaobing, because they had never been to Venice with Zhou Hao. He hugged Su Lin quickly. "My chief executive, can I admit my mistake?" When Zhou Hao stretched out his hand to hug Su Lin still struggled, but was soon overwhelmed by Zhou Hao's sweet words and extremely rich flirting methods, and Zhou Hao was quickly convinced. After returning home, Liang Xiaobing smiled at Zhou Hao. "Oh, our star is back." "Big star?" Zhou Hao was startled. "Yes, Mr. Z, it's broadcast on TV. It's more popular than F4. Liang Xiaobing pointed at the TV and laughed. "I saw Zhou Hao playing and singing Tears of Venice in Times Square on TV, but the picture was a bit unstable and the picture quality was not very good. Obviously, it was not taken by a professional photographer." Zhou Hao asked and found out that at that time, some of the people in the audience brought DV cameras, and they were going to shoot F4. Later, when they saw the legendary Mr. Z, they filmed it. Since the DV machine at this time is far less advanced than in the future, the picture quality is relatively fuzzy and the sound quality is somewhat distorted, but it is enough to see Zhou Hao's face and hear the song Tears of Venice. Su Lin thoughtfully helped Zhou Hao to take off his coat and said, "It seems that your current limelight is bigger than F4. I think you should try not to go out these days. Those paparazzi are everywhere." Liang Xiaobing smiled a little smirkingly. Almost all record companies in Hong Kong are looking for you now, saying that you must sign you into their company, and there are many calls to ask if I know you. How? You, it's red now. Zhou Hao patted his head with a headache. At this moment, he finally understood why Andy Lau would conceal the fact of marriage. With the crazy degree of those fans, who knows what will happen after the news of his marriage is revealed? But for He Shuiyun, Zhou Hao still thought it was worth it. At the end of the street, you can still see the sunset that sinks underground. The distant sky still has a touch of afterglow, but the sky here has been covered by the night, and you can see the bright moon over there. Zhonghuan became more prosperous after nightfall, as if a beauty who had only really woke up, once again lived her life like a drunk and golden fan. The butterfly flower, located in the back street, is like a secluded valley, completely separated from the noisy world next to it, and a quiet and special existence blooms in this central area. A dark gray Maserati drove in quietly, like a visitor hidden in the night, silently spying on the butterfly flower. No longer like the previous few times, He Shuiyun was in the butterfly flower, this time, sitting there spraying water mist on a carnation, concentrating, quietly, and elegant, making this scene seem like a charming picture. General, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Butterfly Flower was about to close. The two female shop assistants packed their things into the store, and then they saw He Shuiyun turn off the lights and close the store door. Everything was in order. Sister Yun, see you tomorrow. The two female shop assistants smiled at He Shuiyun and said goodbye. Well, see you tomorrow. He Shuiyun smiled softly. The two female shop assistants left with each other, discussing how Mr. Z played and sang Tears of Venice in Times Square, which was broadcast on TV today, which made He Shuiyun smile when he heard it inadvertently. As he was about to drive away, two headlights on the opposite side suddenly turned on, dazzling He Shuiyun. However, the light went out soon after it turned on for a while, and He Shuiyun discovered that the Maserati parked opposite was the one that Zhou Hao had driven before. He Shuiyun was stunned, and then his heartbeat accelerated and his whole body became hot. Although she couldn't see the person in the glass, she seemed to be able to sense Zhou Hao's gaze coming out of the car and falling on her. Thinking of the scene where he played and sang Tears of Venice in a shopping mall today, waves arose in He Shuiyun's heart again. At the same time, I couldn't help but resent him and hate him for why he is so good at touching women's hearts. The Maserati on the opposite side did not drive over, and there was no other movement. It seemed to be waiting for He Shuiyun. After taking a few deep breaths, He Shuiyun thought a little annoyed. Do you really want to push me so hard? But after all, she mustered up the courage and walked toward it, but there seemed to always be a sense of excitement in her heart. When he came to the car, the door of the passenger seat opened automatically without waiting for He Shuiyun to say something. He Shuiyun really felt like he was throwing a snare, but he still went around and got in. As soon as I got into the car, I heard that radio was playing Radio Hong Kong. A seemingly famous female DJ said, "This morning, something very unexpected happened in Times Square." I believe many listeners and friends I know that today ATV held a celebration and publicity event in Times Square. The most popular F4 and the leading actors of ATV's new drama Blue Life and Death attended the event, making many F4 fans ecstatic. But the most exciting thing is still to come. In the second half of the event, F4 and other actors suddenly left the scene, and just as many fans were about to leave disappointed, someone appeared on the stage. This person is Mr. Z, who previously caused a sensation in Hong Kong with his self-playing and singing Love Me Don't Go. The female DJ's voice seemed to become excited. Counting out, Mr. Z's public appearance was only broadcast live in Hong Kong once, and it was to keep the girl he loved so much. No one knew Mr. Z's real name, and no one has seen him appear in public. But I think many friends besides teenagers should have heard the name of Mr. Z, because in addition to the song, Love Me Don't Go, Mr. Z has also created a lot of deep popular songs, including Vivian's The Most Familiar Stranger and Courage, and Mr. Z is also a talented screenwriter, ATV's hot TV drama in the past year, and the previous Courage in the Hong Kong Film Awards Dark Praise, which won the Best Film and fulfilled Andy Lau's long-standing actor's wish, was also made by Mr. Z. Today, Mr. Z actually appeared in Times Square and created a song, Tears in Venice, to commemorate the time he spent with the girl he loved in Venice. Compared with the previous Love Me Don't Go, Mr. Z's Tears of Venice is also deeply moving, which deeply moved everyone present. It's a pity that Mr. Z had already left before the reporter rushed to Times Square, which made us very sorry. Okay, not much to say. Now we let everyone enjoy this song Tears of Venice by Mr. Z. This audio clip was recorded by a site at the time. The sound quality may not be so ideal, but it will not affect the charm of this song Tears of Venice at all. Then, the piano played by Zhou Hao sounded in the car, and then he sang Tears in Venice. Neither Zhou Hao nor He Xian spoke, just listening to the song Tears of Venice quietly. The two people's hearts seemed to have a wonderful exchange through this sweet and touching song. When Tears of Venice was over, He Xian realized that she was already full of tears, and Zhou Hao's hand was clasped tightly with her. He Xian looked down at Zhou Hao with teary eyes dimly, and said, "Hao, I'm sorry." Zhou Hao did not speak, but the hand holding He Xian tightened again. After a long time, He Xian stopped crying, and there was a lot of warmth and joy in his heart. "I'm hungry. Find a place to eat something," Zhou Hao said. "Yeah." He Xian smiled and nodded, and suddenly hesitated. "Or, I will cook for you." Zhou Hao was surprised. "You can cook?" Because there are a lot of beauties around him, there are not many who know how to cook. There is only Yin Xingyi who can be said to be good at cooking. Sometimes Zhou Hao has to serve them, so He Xian is surprised that he can cook. Especially He Xian was born noble, should be the kind of ladies who do not touch the sun. Of course, Zhou Hao did not refuse. It is a very heartwarming thing for a woman to cook for herself. Finally, instead of going to the hotel or restaurant outside, they went to a high-end residential area called Discovery Bay. He Xian has a 1,500 square foot unit on the 28th floor of Building A, which is worth more than 30 million yuan. Zhou Hao estimated that she should have bought this unit herself. Perhaps even the He family and Su family didn't know it. Entering inside, I saw that the decoration of this house does not pursue luxury, but a warm feeling everywhere. It can be seen that He Xian has spent a lot of attention on the layout of this house, and he can also see from the side that He Xian has a warm home. Desire. After Zhou Hao sat down, He Xian took a pair of slippers to help Zhou Hao change it, as considerate as a wife. After that, He Xian said to Zhou Hao, "I'm going to cook. If you are tired, go take a bath first." So Zhou Hao walked into the bathroom and saw that there was already a set of clean clothes in it, including underwear. The size was very suitable for him, and he didn't know when He Xian bought it. He took a cold shower comfortably. When he came out of the bathroom, Zhou Hao saw He Xian tied an apron and was busy cooking in the kitchen. That slender figure looked so gentle and graceful to Zhou Hao, like a spring breeze warming Zhou Hao's heart. He Xian seemed to be in a good mood. Zhou Hao could hear her gently humming the melody of a certain song while she was cooking. Turning on the TV, Zhou Hao saw that many TV stations in it were still broadcasting about his own Mr. Z. Compared with ATV's one-shot coverage, other channels would be gossiping, especially the TVB. Several scenes taken by the people present with DV, I saw Zhou Hao playing the piano from different angles. Sha and Fang Yihuan naturally knew themselves, but they did not dare to expose themselves, but guessed the identity of Mr. Z like other media. "Hao, the meal is ready. Come over and eat." He Xian's gentle voice came, and Zhou Hao turned off the TV. He Xian cooks home-cooked side dishes such as tomato, tofu, and egg drop soup, steamed pearl glutinous rice, fried pork with bitter melon, and braised vegetables in oil. The dishes are very simple and warm. Although the taste is not outstanding, it is full of family warmth in every mouthful, which makes Zhou Hao feel comfortable eating. "I can't tell. You can cook and cook too." Zhou Hao smiled at He Xian. He Xian put a piece of roasted meat into his bowl and gave him a white look. "Don't you think I am the eldest lady in the kind of clothes that stretches out her hands and opens her mouth?" Then her voice softened. "My mother taught me. She said that a girl must know how to cook to be a good wife. However, since my mother passed away, I rarely cook by myself. Especially after I married the Su family. I have never tried it, so the Su family father and son didn't know that I would cook. Listening to you, I have become the only person besides your mother who can eat the food you cook." Zhou Hao smiled. There were two blushes spreading on He Xian's face. He looked at Zhou Hao a little shyly, and suddenly said with emotion, Once you encounter Zhou Lang's mistake for life. One encounter with Zhou Lang's lifelong mistake tells all He Shuyun's feelings for Zhou Hao. But from her eyes, she can see that she has no regrets for this wrong life encounter. Zhou Hao held her shining like jade and smiled. It is my honor to thank the beautiful lady so much. Playing with He Shuyun's jade hand, which is comparable to a work of art, a fire in Zhou Hao's heart was burning fiercely, and he touched it unconsciously. From He Shuyun's wrist to her arm, the fingertips were like condensed skin. Swipe up and down, feeling the delicate and softness on it. He Shuyun was so flustered by his teasing that she wanted to withdraw her hand, but did not give up the tingling feeling. She blamed her on Zhou Hao's strength and allowed Zhou Hao to be frivolous and frivolous. Greedily enjoy the subtle ambiguity between this lover. Don't. Stop making trouble. I'm going to wash the dishes. He Shuyun said, biting her lower lip, and she couldn't help hiding to the other side, trying to avoid Zhou Hao's magic hand that attacked her chest. Seeing He Shuyun blushing, avoiding herself physically and verbally, the fascination suddenly appeared in those autumn eyes, a trace of spring from his bones, and the corner of Zhou Hao's mouth curled up, just as he had previously thought. This woman preservation is the shell of the feminine charm in the bones. As long as it is broken, it will reveal the charm that is irresistible to all men, just like the night in Venice last time. So Zhou Hao didn't speak, and with a hard hand, he pulled the woman with the wrong tongue into his arms and clasped her slender waist so that she couldn't escape. He Shuyun couldn't struggle and didn't dare to look at Zhou Hao's aggressive eyes, so she turned her head to avoid this aggression. However, the unique breath that came from Zhou Hao made her feel like a deer, and she couldn't calm down. Then there was a hand holding her chin, breaking her face to face Zhou Hao, and seeing Zhou Hao's smiling, handsome face appeared in front of her eyes. Zhou Hao leaned to her face, kissed her round ear beads, and asked softly, I sang that song for you today. Do you understand my intentions? Thinking of the song, Tears in Venice, sung by Zhou Hao, He Shuyun softened all over, lying in Zhou Hao's arms. And Zhou Hao's words continued to come from her ears. The time in Venice, I let you go. I hope you can figure it out for yourself and come back to me. But you, a woman who is stupid and as stubborn as a stone, has to be willing to submit to me. This time, I will not let you go. He Shuyun, who was completely attached to Zhou Hao, nodded slightly, not sure if he agreed with Zhou Hao's words. Zhou Hao's hand gently stroked her back and sometimes slipped onto her plump buttocks, enjoying the woman's warm, fragrant nephrite. And He Shuyun also quietly leaned in his arms without struggling, as if a small boat lost in the sea finally found a harbor. The grievances and fears suffered in the Su family were also swept away in Zhou Hao's arms at this time, only feeling extremely warm and safe. Boom, boom. But at this moment, the door of the house was knocked rudely, and the sudden sound also destroyed the ambiguous and intoxicating atmosphere between Zhou Hao and He Shuyun. After hearing the knock on the door, He Shuyun trembled, and Zhou Hao frowned and asked, Who is it? Does anyone know that you bought a house here? He Shuyun shook his head. I didn't tell anyone about this. The house was bought under my friend's name. It should be from the property management office, right? Which owner who can live here is not a rich man? The people from the property management office dare to knock like this? He Shuyun hurriedly jumped out of Zhou Hao's arms and said to Zhou Hao, How? You go and hide. It would be bad if people see it. She herself was also hurriedly packing Zhou Hao's clothes and dishes. Hiding arrived in a cabinet. Hide? Why do you want to hide? Is there something shameful between me and you? Zhou Hao sneered. He Shuyun was very anxious when he heard Zhou Hao's stubborn words. You enemy. Can this matter between me and you be made public? It doesn't matter to me myself, but how can I make you a third party pointed by thousands of people? Zhou Hao said coldly. I'm fed up with such unseen days, and it's not your fault. Why do we sneak in this way, making it look like a real adulterer? He was really angry at this time. Although He Shuyun and Su Jinsheng did not have a fixed relationship, Zhou Hao rejected her as Mrs. Su very much, and hated the relationship between him and her at this stage. The same as the scumbag man who destroys other people's families. He Shuyun begged. How, please, okay? What Zhou Hao couldn't resist most was her lamenting appearance. She gritted her teeth for a while before turning around and walking into the back room with a calm face. He Shuyun breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Zhou Hao would not be able to restrain her anger and do something impulsive. Boom, boom, boom. The rude knock on the door continued, and He Shuyun frowned. Zhou Hao was right. People in the property management office would not dare to treat the owners so rudely. In this way, it is someone else. When I came to the door and went to the anti-theft hole, I saw that the person outside turned out to be Su Jinsheng, patting the door angrily. He Shuyun's expression changed, thinking how Su Jinsheng found here. How did you find it just when you were with Zhou Hao? She took a few deep breaths before opening the door and frowning. Why are you here? Didn't I tell the servant at home that I won't go back today? Su Jinsheng ignored her, pushed her aside, and broke in by himself, and scanned the room with a dark face. What are you looking for? He Shuyun coldly stared at Su Jin's voice, her face very calm. Su Jinsheng, who hadn't noticed it, turned and stared at He Shuyun. Yin and Yang said strangely, "You'll enjoy it. You actually bought a house here in Discovery Bay? It's used to have a tryst with your pian head, right? You think you don't need to use yourself. I don't know about this when I buy a house under his name. You too underestimated my Su Jinsheng. I don't want to entangle you on this issue anymore. As you said, this is my house. I don't welcome you now. Please leave." He Shuyun said. "Kick me away? I'm your husband, a legal husband recognized by the Hong Kong government. You actually kicked me away." Su Jin laughed without anger. He Shuyun didn't care about his brutality. He picked up the phone and said, "If you don't leave, I will call the police." But seeing Su Jinsheng rushing up in a few steps, he snatched the phone in He Shuyun's hand, slammed it to the ground, and stepped heavily on it. Su Jinsheng's fierce behavior made He Shuyun also startled. What do you want to do? What do you want to do?" Su Jin said with a deep smile. "I want to you." After that, Su Jinsheng grabbed He Shuyun's wrist and smiled triumphantly. "Tell you, I've been to your He's house today, and I told your father about artificial insemination. You know that your father is. How do you say it? He asked me to go to the hospital with you tomorrow for a detailed examination. If you can't find the problem as I said, he promised you to be pregnant with me through artificial insemination. Child. I see how you would have a baby with Zhou Hao's bastard. I think Zhou Hao's will want you to be a bastard." He Shuyun's face paled when she heard this. She didn't expect Su Jinsheng to tell He Hongsen so quickly, and even got He Hongsen's permission. At the same time, she secretly looked at the back room, asking Zhou Hao not to hear Su Jin's words. At this time, Su Jin laughed and said, "Actually, it is not necessary to take the route of artificial insemination." What? He Shuyun had a glimmer of hope in his heart. "Let us use the most common method to make you pregnant with my child." Su Jinsheng laughed loudly. Seeing He Shuyun's strange expression, he said viciously, "You must be thinking, I will do it in front of you. No man, so this method doesn't work, right? Actually, I'm so stupid. I'm only doing this in front of you. It's my psychological problem that I'm alive outside. In this case, as long as my body can remain normal without the influence of my thoughts, then everything will be solved." "What do you mean?" He Shuyun suddenly had a bad feeling. At this moment, she saw Su Jinsheng's crotch bulge. "No, impossible. How could you?" He Shuyun looked at Su Jin's voice in disbelief. Su Jinsheng also looked down at his lower body and said with a smile, "Well, after the calculation, the effect of the medicine should also be exerted at this time." "Have you taken medicine?" He Shuyun was shocked. "Yeah, I just ate Viagra." Su Jinsheng laughed lewdly. "That's why I said I was really stupid. If I ate Viagra, no matter whether I want it or not, my body will be healthy. Responsive. In this case, I can do a man's thing even in front of you. FCK it. If I thought of this early in the morning, it would be Zhou Hao's turn to my wife, which made me now have to pick up his broken shoes." Looking down at He Shuyun, who was eclipsed by Huarong, Su Jin sneered. "My wife, today I will let you taste your husband. When I play with you, see if Zhou Hao's will want you." "Mr. Su," a man's voice suddenly came from the side. "I think your plan may be frustrated. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.